So yeah, so when it comes to the occult and all this stuff, it just tells you like we're literally repeating history, and I think it's something is pulling the strings because it's too humorous.
I mean, this is all within the Sun Tzu's Art of War. If you can get your opponent to to lose his identity, you've already won the war without even shedding any blood. So this is a tactic for them. If they can get people to disassociate with who they identify, a new character role, in the world that's not necessarily bound to any sort of past, so to speak, then what are you really fighting for at that point? You have nothing to fight for. You don't even know who you are. And that's what they're trying to do with this whole gay and transgender movement, in my opinion, and coexisting.
Yeah, and I agree because if you look at how our in America and other places in Western nation, there's a lot of people. You have brothers and sisters in a family fighting on political ideologies that are becoming more of Grand Canyon. That we're no longer able to like civilly have a conversation anymore. It is now, it's either they die or we die. That's how it's come to it. Even though the right side have always been leaning into the trying to discord, talk and compromise, but, the funny thing is there's always been that hint of a meme that the extreme executioner blade of like the death squad, lots of these outcasted men who have lost, all potentials of a future and seeing that, we're living in a corpse of a country like Britain, they're seeing their version of a corpse of a country. Like if Russia decided to invade Britain, a lot of those boys aren't fucking joining that war. And the same thing with America too. They try to do pollings in the Marines and the Navy and stuff like this. If Russia comes into war or we get into war with Russia, how many are you going to leave the military? And they got such an astounding landslide of like 80% says I'm not fighting that European war. Um, so there's a lot of outcastism that's going around there.
Bro, if we go to war with Russia, I'm fucking fleeing the country. No lie.
Yeah, it was like I'm not being forced conscript what's going on in Ukraine. But the funny thing
No
is like
fucking way.
you remember the old stories they used to say when a castle is being laid to siege. You don't have to worry about if you're a lord, if you're a bad lord, it's not the outside you have to worry about, it's the inside you have to worry about. So
They locked in with you. Yep.
and and when you look at a lot of these situations, like Britain as in right now, like right now where the theater is in Ukraine, but if the war was ever taken onto the homeland of Britain or America, it's not like what a lot of these people they're now making a lot of psychological research, military doing these not constant analysis information and shit like that, and they're coming out negatives, and they're not liking this idea either that America will side with the Russians, and there's even talks where the Russians would support the rebellion of an American Civil War. And they openly said, "Yeah, we're going to do it."
Of course they would.
Yeah, so they're already terrified. That's why it says when they said if a civil war happened, what is the most majority population it needs for the rebellion to win? And it was I think at one point they were saying like, oh, 30%, but now that as things are
That's
going
more like
by,
20.
it's less than that. It's 10% now because they realize that right now their major problem with these cities, they're mind you, these Democrat cities are their major logistic hubs of control, and those cities need supply. And the only ones that have been working into the supply chain, thanks to their 20 years of dogging blue collar work, have only been conservative, patriotic, nationalist Americans.
Yep.
So you got the truckers refusing to go there since the BLM were pulling people out of the trucks and killing them, and the city's covering them up. So truckers refuse to do that, and now we have the train strike that's happening. You know, so and just to give you a funny thing, way back when before the virus the coup, um, there used
We
to be a,
just,
a
yeah.
there used to be an economic analysis. Oh, go ahead, man.
No. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So there used to be this economic analysis that, like, here's an example from New York City. If New York City didn't get any trains or ships or any supplies, how long can the New York City residents survive until there would be supply or emergency supplies? And it was stated was 4 days. But ever since the coup and the materialistic consumption of constant buying and overbuying, they've now put it down to about a day and a half. So if the train strike breaks, if the ports aren't fixed, you're looking at New York City and a lot of these major city hubs literally collapsing and becoming its own danger zone. So I didn't want to just keep rambling. If you guys got want to add into it.
Well, the thing is like, this is like, it's funny because like their biggest lie that keeps us thinking that we have no way of like living freely are these cities too. There are a major problem of cities, and like when I listen to like some really lost individuals are like, we need to make super efficient cities that are, the space is used better, and so that like, we don't have to use cars as much, and we create railway that's like, like maglev trains. And I'm just like, listening to these people like, what? Like, where cities come from, right? Like, gold rushes and situations like that where people just go, all right, it's good for us to all be near each other right now because it's like an economic opportunity, right? But like, in the long run, it makes no fucking sense, right? And now what we're, looking into these studies of animals, like proximity alone, which I think makes a lot of sense. Us having proximity to people alone can be something that makes us start to act differently, that we need more space. And I think that makes sense with, I don't know, I guess like us finding a partner and we stick with that partner, and everyone else is mostly repugnant and repulsive to us over a long period of time, right? Like, it's hard for us to spend the amount of time. Like, you've got a loved one you can spend way more time with than anyone else, right? Like, so this is like kind of like a plus and minus type thing that can work together. But like, yeah, like cities are effectively, I believe, keeping people believing that land should be worth millions on the acre, and this is really where all of our problems are coming from. And it's just like, I wonder how how many of us need to, space out before other people start to realize that's where it's at. And, to go on the idea of like how many people it take to like win a war at the moment in some countries, it would be like 5% in England if they were trained. In America, like it could be 5%, like committed. Like, I don't know if I see a civil war necessarily happening in America, right? Because the idea of America in and of itself is very powerful. And though people may not get in with inside of that place, it's like there's a lot that can be done to tug people from left to right, with predictive programming and all of that, game theory 101.
Yeah.
I'd like to
So
think, I'd like to think anyway that people wouldn't go to a civil war, but then at the same time, I'm like, I don't know whether that could be fucking healthy for the world. We don't know.
yeah, I'm in agreement with. Like when it comes to like the upcoming elections in 2024, and it all depends on how things go. Like the midterms were a clear indication that it's the same shit, same thing, same circus. And a lot of like during that time of the 2020 situation, and again, I was in a lot of these different hubs gathering data, trying to understand people's perspective and asking questions. Right now, the majority of perception of people is, especially with the QAnon stuff, is like, well, they tried with the courts, it failed. They tried with the media, it failed. So what's the last thing is left is the military, but he's not pulling that card. And exactly what is he waiting on, right? And so a lot of people are writing that if like 2024 comes around, or if things keep getting worse as it is, and he just expects to do the same circus, like, hey, everyone show up for vote, maybe this time, we'll gather a thing, and maybe, the courts will listen. If he literally rides on that horse, I can assure you there will be a war, and he will not be seated as the president once the war is won, because it clearly just shows how much of a weak spine he has. Because right now, as it is, people are looking at the corpse that is America, and they're thinking to themselves right now, it's not whether or not America is salvageable. It's what we can kind of fix up as it's already ruined, right? So that's a lot of work that's going to be going on in repair. We might waste an entire millennium and Generation Z just to stabilize. But the issue is, it's like as years and months going by, the establishment is accelerating. Like, usually accelerationists would joke like, yeah, let's push the normies to do it. No, the establishment is doing it. And so they're destroying food processing plant. There was over 23 giant food processing plants that were destroyed in random fire arsons in less than about 4 months, right? And and it's getting more and more burn and destruction. You have Bill Gates buying land uncontested. You have the Chinese buying energy sectors all over the place uncontested. So they're really trying to destroy as much as they possibly can, scorch burn before. All right, we don't have control. Fuck it. Let them do repair jobs, and then we'll come back another 100 years and weasel our way in. But that's the situation. And at the moment, right now, a lot of Americans are kind of fed up, especially with the tranny bullshit and the cuties and all this other stuff. That I've already talked to a few people, and they've gotten to the point like I'm ready to go into the extremes of just like if they wanted war, I'm gladly give it to them, you know. And there was a thing with Charlie Kirk. There was a panel. He was over there, and the guy asked him like, "Yo, when do we use the guns?" Like and he was like, "Oh no, don't use no, seriously. But we have everything. We're ready. Like, when are we gonna do this?" I'm like, I'm done playing this game of, we have to bend the knee to the minorities. Like, and when I mean minorities, we're talking about like the trans, the LGBTQ, the tiny hats,
Mhm.
all that stuff. So and a lot of Black Americans are on the same path too. Hispanics, Asians, you name it, and they all armed. Everyone's armed to the teeth. Like, and again, all these leaders are like, we end up knowing that who their real masters are. It's not us. So that's where like a lot of people are writing it on 2024. So if Trump is able to survive to 2024, like politically, without getting to something stupid, or if he ends up not allowed to run, I can assure you there will be a war. It's uncontestedly that there's too many Americans at this moment on the feeling path of like, where do I go with my future? There is nowhere to go.
Yeah, most options are like out, and that's a massive problem. Like we've got the same problem in England, but the problem is in England we've got codes compliance. Like we don't necessarily have a route or means to push out against tyranny. So realistically, some form of civil war is pretty safe in England. We've got most people joined on the exact same, you know, causes, same beliefs, everything like that, right? So people will just get disenfranchised, but then believe the story as to why they should be, never ever pointing fingers toward the power structure. But America, on the other hand, they have a mechanism in which they could utilize if they feel the tyranny is just a little bit too much, right? And yeah, you're right. If people have run out completely of options of where to go economically speaking, um, yeah, and we can, and considering that younger generations are seemingly becoming more and more, I would say, conservative in some way. People are like a lot of the left, like try and want to. They'll pretend they're like, no, everyone's becoming left wing. It's like, no, 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 no. You just got an oversaturated view of what's actually happening, right? Like you run academia, so you think you know what's up. You think you know what people really want, but you don't.
And and the major issue to this whole thing is like, and this is the thing, like I've talked to a few people and we're like this. If I was in charge of the cabal, right? If you and I and a few people in this room were in charge of the cabal, right? And our main job is to make sure people are stupid enough to not ask questions, but smart enough to work the machines, right? Like Rockefeller used to say. And to make sure we have happy citizens that don't ask, they can afford a house on a single base income, they can afford a car,
Yep.
all the consumerisms they can think. As long as they can buy, they're happy. They're happy
Yep.
sheep. But what we're looking at right now is a short-term greed fall where no one can afford anything. The housing market's going to crash once again.
I
Um,
feel, or maybe it's all going to turn around miraculously at the behest of one individual, him becoming now the superhero, everyone's savior. I feel like that's likely going to be what will happen because I don't know. We go into that. So, like, I want you. Sorry, I should let you finish what you were saying. Sorry, dude.
no worries, man. Don't worry about it. No, so when it comes to like you have the economy collapsing, you have all these infrastructures. And again, mind you, a lot of people work in the blue line, communication sectors, anything with infrastructure or, major importance to maintain a society. they're seeing that this was completely ignored for the last 60 years. You know, you got bridges completely crumbling. There's a guy in New York that was talking about, he works at fiber optics communication, and he literally found a box like in the outskirts of the city, right? And he goes like, "Do you know how dumb the management and infrastructure of this place is? I could bend this fiber optic wire, and I will literally cripple the city for weeks. It'll take them a few several months, but they'll eventually find that it's this fiber optic that was slightly bent. It wouldn't even look like it was espionage, and that's how dumb, you know, the infrastructure that has been established for the last 60 years, always cutting corners and all this stuff. So when you're looking at all these things that the people that have been working on the front lines and all the blue collar work, they know how to cripple it, you know, and that's why people used to say, "Oh, take a rock, put copper wires, and throw it in the electric grid and see what happens." You know, don't do it though. But
Yeah.
and again, and mind
There's
you,
actually a British plan, right? There are like 7 places in the electrical grid of America that are key and fundamental. That if you were to like, there's a plan basically that the SAS have that if America ever turned rogue, it's been declassified now. I'm pretty sure you can find it, but it was like if, and it exists before the SAS, I think. But it's like the idea of it is effectively like how to cripple a country, but like key points or strategic points. At one time, this is like key strategic land portions of land. Then the it changes over time to being like the electrical grid, right? Like the SAS would effectively go in the cover of dark and destroy these key fundamental points, and because of that, like America would be sort of like fucked to reply in any real way. After that, like I'm just like, wait, what? Like, but the way it made it sound was really easy. Like, there's just like 7 or 8 places you have to go, and it's done.
yeah, and
Right.
and you know, there's a lot of weird shit to it too. Like I've said before, we don't like if you look at Israel and the Samsung Operation Samsung, you know, they like Israel had this military tactical, like if they were getting invaded or Palestine was ever to get it uphill, they will launch all their nukes. And you think, oh, they're gonna launch it on themselves, right? No, no, no. See, those nukes have some sort of marker to kind of play off, like when the nukes are launched, they can get like it gives us a satellite signal where they've been launched. The Israelis believe that they have the technology to give off these dummy markers to say, "Oh no, when these nukes go up, one of them is going to hit Russia, one's going to hit China, one's going to hit France, one's going to hit Britain," and they'll have markers that indicate each of these countries have launched a nuke. So they would cause a global, nuclear holocaust. And this was a thing that they were touting about, and stuff like this. And it's the same thing where there was a C-SPAN congressional hearings, and I shit you not, was about fucking zombies, bro. And they were talking about how Amazon is
Yeah.
involved too.
Yeah.
Now, you know what's even funnier? Like, and this one I went like, okay, I can understand the brain fungus deer shit. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe. But then they said in a part of the segment, magic zombies, bro.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
That
yeah.
just
I've heard of this.
yeah.
Yeah, 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 dude. Like when that was like all the prepper community were like, "What the fuck? Like, what the fuck, bro?"
Like magic
But
zombies, like I can't
it's
fight that.
also that they can like basically effectively condone some form of like really terrible aerosol poison and nuclear warfare, and like I don't know, dude. Like that's like really worrying. Like
Yeah, and it just really tells you like how far they would go to kind of get the last win. But it's not. And but here's the shit though. Unlike all those other situations, right, where it's like, oh, we'll come back in 100 years. Well, 100 years, most people were writing in books and archives and stuff, and that stuff can get burned and destroyed. But we're talking about people now like us and you and I who are now archiving not just in the digital age but also print, and almost everyone is an independent library at this point.
yeah,
That's why they were talk. That's why that guy was saying, the rabbi, he was saying like this is a true Holocaust, meaning everyone has an archive of all the shit. Like it's not when it's gonna be when people are going after them, the mad riots. I'm not advocating it. I'm like I
mhm,
say, but when you notice history, when the mad crowd is gonna come at it, they're gonna look at it in historical record. They're gonna you're like every place you go, you're evil. You've done this. This is it. This ends here, and that's how it's gonna happen. Look what happened with the black people attacking the Chinese for the coup. You know, it just indicates, well, oh, the violence increased, and what do they always say? Yo, you did this to us, like, and that was just a coup, right? Now imagine economic disparity and no future level situation, you know. So a lot of people are gonna get super hyper pissed beyond that. Like, there's no reasoning with that kind of shit. So
Hey, I was wondering because that's pretty bad what you said about the nukes. But what about those other countries that have nukes? What are their plans with them? Why do they have them?
you mean other nations having nuclear missiles?
Yeah, they have them. What do they plan to do with them? What's the reason for having them?
Well, generally, it's like what was only known as a deterrent. So, like, imagine if you were sitting at a table with people that you're not really friendly with, and each of every one of you have a gun, pointed at each other. And with the Mexican standoff, you're like, hey, listen, I got a gun, you have a gun. We're all gonna pull the trigger, but if you do, I will pull this dead man's trigger and fucking take you with me. So it's always been a deterrent, like, not to go on full on war or invasion.
The
So, like,
idea of like hitting every country though is like nuts.
Oh,
Like,
is that
yeah,
is that what somebody said that they're gonna use
yeah,
them against every country?
yeah, the Samsung,
Okay,
yeah,
the Samsung,
they're extremely misled and
no, no,
misinformed by.
no, that's it's called a Samsung operation. It was a Mossad declassified, and it was also declassified from the Pentagon. That they had this thing that if they were ever to lose Israel or invade, they would launch their nukes with was it co-sponders or corresponders, whatever, with them launching it in other nations.
Yeah,
That's why it was called
the
the
enemy nation. Yeah.
yeah, not
Yeah,
in the enemy nation,
yes, it is.
all other
It's enemy
nations.
nation, man. It's not every nation. The things that are said by people who are, I'm not going to use the term. I'll just use the term people who are afraid of Jewish people. The things that are said by them are these hyperbolic, retarded statements, like the stuff like that people think they wrote in the Talmud, which clearly nobody would ever write in any book ever, and there would never ever be anyone's military strategy to bomb every nation when they're under attack by some nation. That's retarded. It's just a retarded thing to think or uh, you know promote somewhere. So there's nothing that states that. They have a doctrine
To
that
be fair,
they have a doctrine that says that they would bomb an enemy nation, and that and I think that they've done away with that. But that's not every nation.
Yeah. So
I
when it
mean,
comes,
to be
oh,
fair,
go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say to be fair, there's people out there that literally believe the Earth is a globe flying through space at 66 miles per hour. So, I mean, where do you draw the line here, Kosho?
I don't draw lines.
Okay, so just to rebuke what you were saying before. So when it comes to the like the absurdity and the craziness and the emotional Saturday twirling mustache twirling villainy of people afraid of the Jews, people aren't terrified of the Jews. People are just Jews are extremely irrational short-term go individuals, and it's been proven in history, and it's not that far-fetched to see them to do some shit like that, especially with documentation declassified. When you look at the dancing Israelis and them bombing and killing of 9/11, which they were were perpetrated if. And then, not to top it off, if you want to even go as far as actual non-conspiracy factual documents, we can look at the attack on the USS Liberty. When the Israelis went out there and attacked the USS Liberty, they had their planes, they bombed them. And mind you, this was not like some, oh, I didn't know they were Americans. The Americans had already provided all information on routes they were going there. There were flags that could be clearly seen from a distance with binoculars. There were correspondence, there's radios, everything you can to get in contact with that ship. They were hoping that if they killed the USS Liberty and then blame it at the Egyptians, then they could use the US to attack Egypt. And then since
yeah.
Israel's right there, they can occupy Egypt. Since we're right there, we'll go ahead and take it over, America doesn't need to be there. So yeah, that's what exactly was happening. So when you look at stuff like this, and I understand your far-fetched belief in it, but unfortunately, the facts doesn't really give a shit about your emotional perception whether or not they do it or not. There are records of the Talmud of them writing that down. You can even Google lines of it, and we've given you lines to it too. Like so the Talmud is there,
Yeah, Deathbringer. I've read the
Yeah.
Talmud. I've read the Talmud in Hebrew. I understand what it says. I
Uh-huh.
understand what the people who are afraid of Jews say it says. I'm also aware that what I just said to you about the nuclear whatever,
Descent.
I understand that what your response to that was a very long, drawn out way of saying I don't have evidence for it. So you can bring up other things, or you can provide evidence for the thing that you claimed.
Yeah, so I remember sending you messages with images of of the demonic Talmud that was collected with the thing there in the Saudi Arabias that had stopped the rabbi who's bringing the stuff in there because they have a tough law on witchcraft. So I haven't heard anything in response to that. But when it comes to information and research, it's been there, it's been noted. You know, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. But and you said you read the Talmud. Hell, even in Hebrew itself is a stolen language of mimicry from the Japanese kanji. So everything that like the original language of the Jews were from Yiddish, and they're originally from Khazar. So that's why everything else, when you're coming at a place from opposition or denouncing, there's evidence of it. Like they're historical documents. So you were even asking about like the list of countries they got kicked out. You could even check the ADL. Like the ADL will tell you. And then what's even more funnier, prior to them changing and editing it, and I could tell you this from a true perspective, they went from like, oh, 109 is a very anti-Semitic thing, blah blah blah, and then they go and fact check themselves and said, oh, they got kicked out of 1,190 something places. So like they were counting city states and cities separately. So it just tells you like even the ADL is something else. But besides that tantrum, I have to ask you personally, what do you know anything about the origin story of the ADL then? And are you for it if you understand the origin story of the ADL?
Is that the Anti-Defamation League?
Yeah, because Kosho's what? Is he supposedly Jewish by any chance?
I've got quotes coming from mainstream articles that clearly tell you who these people are and how they think. If you want to deny that, that's just outright foolishness.
Yeah. So like I said, Kosh, are you gonna answer that question by any chance?
It's probably sacrificing a goyim right now.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying like, and I want people to understand from this perfect example here. So like I said, when anytime people brings real active evidence, and stuff like this, and there's historical documentations, the ADL, mind you, these groups are not smart. They've been they want you to think smart because they're successful, but it's not. It's a club that you're not invited, you're not allowed to play in. And they're one of the most extreme racist groups. They're the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, the Ashkenazi Jews. Notice that Nazi is in that word. So there's a lot of the suspicion and conspiracies that come out of them that end up to being historically true. And every time you cornered one of them to show the facts and show that, the historical things, like why would you get kicked out of 109 countries? No, it must because I'm being persecuted and I'm too successful. They've also been
Oh,
mhm. No, go ahead.
it's because everybody was wrong that read the Talmud, and they were just fearful, and it was just hearsay. They based all these things.
Yeah, exactly. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to say is like, like I've always tell everyone else, do your own research, look things up. If you need sources and stuff, I gladly will send you a little archive I have that I can. Um, but yeah, like I said before, the ADL themselves, Leo Frank, after raping a girl in a pencil factory who was 13-year-old, her father had died, and she was working out there, so, trying to help her mother and her four other siblings, and she also had a boyfriend too. So, she was trying her best to have like whatever means of life. So all of us here working here are trying our best to keep it moving. We're not going out there attacking. And this asshole of a goblin goes and rapes her brutally, then blames the black janitor that he did it. Making this letter. And the funny thing is, they would want you to believe that in the South, the most supposed super racist Ku Klux Klan haven, would rather listen and take the understanding of a black man than that of a white man that was Leo Frank, which was a Jew. And eventually, through his connections, they eventually was able to go about and he was going to get appealed, even though he was guilty when they first did it. They were going to appeal, and they would eventually let him go. And eventually, what they was called, I forgot the Knights. They had named themselves the Knights. A group of men had found out that he was going to get out. They bust him out of jail, hanged him in the direction of facing the girl's house, and that was where they go like the first anti-Semitic hanging, and they celebrate it to this day.
And that's why all of the Muslims pray toward that direction. That was when the Islamic religion was started, and they all still pray to that tree to this day. Yep.
Wow, you know your history.
So,
how do you feel, Kosho?
How do I feel about what?
Wearing that yarmulke.
Walked away. Say what?
You walked away? Yeah. All right. So I have to
I
ask
walked
you
away
that.
a little while ago. Yeah.
All right,
What did you say though? Die slow, and Deathbringer. You guys are a great team. Die slow and Deathbringer. But go ahead. Die slow. What did you say?
I was just saying, like, how is all this information, factual information, making you feel? I mean, is it just hearsay? Does it make you feel?
Information. I asked Deathbringer right before I left. I said, "Can you provide the evidence that they're going to bomb every nation?" I'm waiting on that. I don't know if you posted it or what happened with that. But that's if you provided that in voice, I missed it. So if you could provide it in, I don't know, some kind of text,
I'll give you
some sort of article or something like that. We'll say that their plans are to bomb every nation. I'd like to see that.
I'll give you my spin-off. It's probably going to be different from his, but this is just my quick version of it. Like I've already told you, Kosho, part of the 614 or 13 mitzvahs, right, for a Jewish person is to destroy Amalek, man, woman, child, and animal of Amalek. This hasn't happened yet. This is a future endeavor that's going to take place. It's part of their journey. Do you deny that?
Yeah, I deny that you have any understanding of anything you're talking about. So instead of word of mouth, I'd like for you guys to start providing any bit of evidence for what you're suggesting. Otherwise, there's not really any point for me to respond to it, right? Because it's just going to be me providing evidence for things that you guys are, sharing your fears about. So
well, hold on. What
if you have
evidence
any
have you
evidence for
provided?
whatever you're stating, provide it, and we can go from there.
Wait, so the only evidence that you're stating providing is pretty much hearsay from your own point of view. Like, again, they were referring to reading and quotations from the Talmud, and then you just said, no, that's not there. And that was your response to it. So, like, are you going to actually give us, like, a source, a quotation and chapter of it, and then they can go ahead and post it?
Yeah, I'll post the actual.
Mine.
I'll post what the Talmud actually says. Give me a second.
Baba Mezia 24a. If a Jew finds an object lost by a Gentile, aka heathen, it does not have to be returned. This is also affirmed in Baba Kama 113b. I can go on and on and on. I have it all right here in front of me. And if you want to go ahead and try to refute that, then let's just go word for word from the Talmud.
Hey, give me 1 second.
We can have a Talmudic debate, are we? Alright. I hope you don't mind, by the way, new guy. What's your name? Is it Death?
Yeah.
Deathbringer, or I can't remember. I hope you don't mind me inviting you to the server. I didn't really speak to you about doing it. I just did it. I heard some of the stuff that you had to say in the other server. And just thought you'd probably enjoy it here.
Oh, yeah, that's fine over here, man.
I didn't know if you were like a flat earther or whatever, but I got the vibe.
Yeah, man. What lucky times, right?
Yeah. You can't really mention the flat earth in that other server, though, really, because then anything you say will be ignored.
Was someone saying earlier that you are not supposed to charge interest biblically? I can't
Usury, you
remember.
talking about?
Yeah, yeah. Are you saying that's not biblical?
I'm not the one that said that.
Who was that?
No, it was talking about usury and the reason why the Jewish people got in trouble in one land. It's not whether or not it was biblical or not. That was
Well,
never the
it is
claim.
biblical. You're not supposed to charge interest for going to church, which is, like I said, one of the reasons why Jesus flipped out and started kicking baskets over, because the Jews were charging interest for people
Well,
to go to church.
Well, there's
well,
different
just to be,
concepts of tithing, and
just to
what
be
there's
clear,
increase. Sorry, go
to be,
ahead, Noah.
yeah, just to be real concise. Even when Messiah was going in and they were asking, uh, "Does your teacher not pay the temple tax?" And Messiah looked at his disciple and said, "Who should pay the tax? Should it be the stranger or the sons of the king?" And his disciple said, "The stranger, of course." And Messiah said, "You answered correctly, but so we do not stumble them, go and get the money out of the fish's mouth." Now also you can charge usury, you can charge interest to a stranger, but not your brother. That's Deuteronomy. So yeah, you can charge interest. It's just who it applies to, and there's a lot to that.
You would admit the Bible though is like anti-debt in general, though, right? Like it does advise
It's
not to get
well, it's
into debt.
anti-interest. It's anti-interest, dude. They don't want that. That's not a Christian thing. It's not a godly thing.
The Christian thing is like a little bit of a oxymoron, right? Like the word Christian is not even in the Bible. So like to say it's not a Christian thing is kind of like, you know what I mean? That's like a redundant statement in a way.
Okay, it's not an Abrahamic thing. How about that?
And then North would I would leave it to his expertise on his near photographic memory of scripture, it seems, to refute or to agree with that point.
Yeah, I would just say that, again, the scripture doesn't change. So when it says you can charge usury to the stranger and not being your brother, not being your people, we see a lot of nations who do business with their so-called enemy, right? Now, when we come to the New Testament, if that's what you need, you were just provided with that, of course, by Messiah's own words. Who should pay the tax? Should it be the stranger? And what do you think he was quoting from? So the stranger can pay the tax, but not the sons of the king or your brothers, you know. So
He's like Kosho weaseled his way out of here again.
No, I was posting the evidence that I told you I had. Since I've read the Talmud, and so when you say things like they can
Wait,
kill, they can
Kosha,
kill
sorry, I want to just say
non-Jews.
something.
Sorry.
Before this conversation continues, I want to say something. Like the whole comments of
Okay.
like
Well, then
weaseling.
I'll stop talking. Yeah.
Yeah, cheers. The whole comment toward Kosha being like weaseling out and all that, like I don't know if that's really appropriate. Like I'm not being funny. Like Kosha's like, as much as he's not a flat earther, right? Like he is one of us, as far as I'm fucking concerned. I just
Are you
saying,
a
I don't think we need to
sympathizer?
take that with Kosha. I've known him for
I'm
years
just
now.
messing around, dude. I'm only messing
Yep.
with Kosho.
All right,
Well, that's fine, Dicelo. When I lack evidence, I often insult people too. But when you get a chance, do me a favor, provide the evidence for what you guys are claiming. I'll continue to provide evidence for what I'm claiming. Okay.
All right, just make sure you provide the actual evidence, not some like watered down version of it.
Well, this is the actual quote from the Talmud.
Is it the
The
original
actual,
Hebrew, or is
well,
this
you want the original Hebrew? Give me 5 seconds.
I can attempt to read it. I doubt I'll do very well.
Amalot was a alien criminal of enemy of Superman, right? And Amalek was the enemy of the Israelites. And if we use the word Kamala, what if you scramble those letters? What do you get? And that's just a joke.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. North, what do you think about the Talmud? Give me your overview opinion of the Talmud and what I was saying earlier about how the Talmud actually was created not by like the whole body of the what people call the Jewish people, obviously Jewish, you know, the tribe of Yehuda, but that's just one of the tribes. But the collective Yasharel as a whole, and that it was like a different family or a set of members of the family that were connected to the Sanhedrin, and they were actually a different grouping of people. Even what do you know about
So is
that?
this?
And
Sorry.
no, I'm just asking North if you want to say something before, but after that, I wanted North to answer his like overview of the Talmud and what he knows about what I was just saying.
Yeah, the only thing I feel comfortable saying right now is, you know, everyone may not feel the same way. I would ask, is it inspired?
No,
That's what I would ask, and I know everyone wouldn't have that question when they're reading ancient texts, but that's the question I would have, and I could make a lot of statements, but I mean, I don't want to at this point. So
well, no one here is really pro the Talmud.
It's not that inspiring either. Like, it's not that inspiring.
Yeah, if you read it, it ain't. No. I never really tried to read it. You know, I want to keep that shit out of my mind as much as I can, really.
Mm. It always seems like a dead end to a conversation as soon as the Bible is mentioned. It just seems like I'm not prejudiced against the Bible. I think it's fantastic. It's well worth a read. But conversations die very quickly for me.
Oh
They
no,
just
that
sort of,
ain't true. It depends who you're talking to. That
well,
really depends.
think about this, right? So
Mhm.
we have all these people today using certain words for certain people groups, and they're, broadly using this term. And a lot of people, it will be put in a lot of people's minds that, oh, these people and this land. Well, I have a little information for you just concerning that, because I think everyone's falling for that right now at this very
Yep.
moment. So this is what I'm going to say. Also, many nations are gathered against thee, that say, let her be defiled, let our eye look upon Zion. But they know not the thoughts of Yah, neither understand they his counsel. He shall gather them together as sheaves into the floor. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion. I will make thine horn iron, I will make thy hooves brass, and ye shall beat in pieces many people, and I will consecrate their gain unto Yah, and their substance unto Yah of the whole earth. So I think we're seeing some things right now that are written down many, many times in many different ways, all pertaining to the same subject. I think we're witnessing this before our eyes as we speak.
Yep.
Yeah, there are definitely
Well,
prophecies that are coming to truth. And to go back to like Coach thing, I don't know if he is Jewish or he has a leg in the race for defending it, or maybe he's inquisitive about it and just needs more evidence. But at the end of the day, the fact that this is called the Great Awakening is a big thing, that people are realizing that you have a group of individuals that have been acting with such ill behavior, ill intent for so many hundreds of years, and everyone got the receipts right now. So it's the funny thing is, there's no running now or any victimhood. Like the meme goes, they strike you and they cry at the same time. And so, and even though you're like, there's no Babylonian Talmud, like the Talmud itself has survived throughout the ages and have gotten added on stuff. There's even in a I think in a place in the Talmud where they're talking about Jesus Christ is in hell, being boiling on excrement. You know, there are plenty of passages too. There was this,
That's actually a quote. Yes.
yeah,
Yep.
and there was a Christian
It's
guy.
really bad. All sorts of blasphemies against Christ, the Virgin Mary, and essentially all Christians. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we're looking at and again, when you look at all this stuff,
What happened?
I don't know. I thought I dropped out, but it wasn't me.
No, I was liking what he was saying. I was quite inspired by him. The subject wasn't that inspiring, but he spoke very well.
I'm imagining he was
Has
on his
anybody
phone
tried drum?
and his phone died. New guy. He's got a lot to say because I think maybe he hasn't spoken in a room where he's like got people that are sympathetic to what he's saying in some way, you know. I invite them over here. Which is cool. I like it when people come in and they've got loads to say about lots of different things and they haven't got to say it to people before that are like minded. So yeah. Cool. What were you gonna say? Sorry, bro.
Oh, no worries. That was a good point. And like you say, it's like this is a really good conversation generally going on here. And I launch into different servers and I'm like, oh no, and then we'll come here and the mood is always perfect for a conversation. So like you say, when new people come and then you listen to a lot of what they've got to say, it's really cool. It is very cool. I was gonna just say if anyone does shamanic drumming here or has tried it.
No, I believe I may have done something similar to it with like the big metal lidded ones. So,
Sounds like stomp.
yeah, huh?
That sounds like stomp.
I don't know. It was with some African tribe.
So
With
I
an
guess what
African tribe.
English shamanic drumming, I guess, where you make a drum out of the deer skin and you stretch it around. It's a drum like like an Irish folk drum. I can't remember what they're called, but it's like a big round 18-inch shallow drum, and you use a beater, and you sit in a darkish room, and there's like someone lights a candle. Usually you do it outside, and then essentially there's sort of like 8 or 9 of you, or however many, 20, however many, I don't know. And then you just hit this drum, but you hit it with a beater. It used to be a lamb's foot, something like that, lamb's tail, not lamb's foot, lamb's tail. You make beaters now, and then you just hit the drum with a beater, and you can do it any way you want. But the sound of 8 or 10 of you, however many, kind of just you just do it for about 8 or 9 minutes, and then you stop, and the guy sort of in charge of it sort of talks about it. But in terms of like a religious experience, like I'm not a pagan in any way. Like I'd call myself maybe like a Christian pagan Taoist, like a blend of them three. So like I like the practicalities of paganism where you actually do stuff, like you do interact with.
Well, but that's how I agree to that. You don't need to be practicing paganism though to be practicing the very elements. Like this is why the Torah is very important, I believe. Yahushua HaMashiach basically stated, meaning Jesus Christ, right? Just for you, I won't say it that way again though. So when I say that, I mean Jesus Christ, right? Anyway, so he himself followed the feast days and all these different things, right? And what do you think people would have done on these days as they were together, and or when they were traveling, or this is very much like living in nature, right? In Yah's creation, and I feel that is very important. I've done that whole thing like around a fire, with the people that I know that follow the word, with drums and singing and dancing and all of that late at night at the, midnight sort of time in the middle of nowhere. Taking the church away from a building type of idea, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying to some extent. I don't know exactly what you mean when you say you're a part Taoist, but yeah, there's just something
Yeah, no,
powerful about people.
that's only what I
Mhm.
wrote on my last census, because at the time it's like that's what I felt like I could relate to. You know, like I have a traditional Christian background. You know, I always think it's better to teach children something, because at least then they can retaliate against it or lean into it if they need it. So either way, it gives you kind of like a starting point. I do feel sorry for these new age atheists who sort of get born with sort of very little structural sort of way of dealing with these types of things in their life, and then they all become a little bit you know, uncertain. At least if you've got some sort of background in one of the whatever religion, at least then you can sort of lean towards it or push against it, like I say. So like at the time for me, Taoist philosophy made a lot more sense in comparison, and that you could, textually it's easier to read. Like the guy who spoke earlier, he spoke beautifully, beautiful. It sounded like a poem. Great stuff, but it didn't feel like I could immediately put that information into practice. Whereas anything I read from a Darius script, I can immediately put that into practice that day. I can immediately apply that notion. So it's like there's a, you know, so textually, I've always preferred Taoism. You know, you can open the book at any point and, you know, read. The same with the Bible. You can open up at any point and read, and it can talk to you. It's a big, complicated book. But
So,
yeah,
what I'm hearing is that there's not a structure carved out within the world of Christianity that is something that you can realistically pull out and apply. Yeah, I get you. This is about, and I feel ultimately this is about us creating traditions, right? Not things that we worship, obviously, like Christmas and Easter and all of that, right? I feel like family traditions, right? Family traditions based around biblical theme. There's a lot of room to maneuver within there. Um, and you know, creating, and like I said, like people could say it's work. They can say whatever they want. Um, Ultimately, I feel like that's one of the problems with Christianity. We have to go backwards in order to be able to go forward, right? We really do. And I feel like us just adhering to the feasts and these different things, like different traditions get created. Like, you know, people create traditions simply, like it could be something as simple as like who drives on the way to a family member's house on for a Christmas meal, right? Like, and then who unpacks the car, who sets up the games that everyone plays, right? These little things happen based upon the journey that you're on. When you take into consideration the amount of time you spend with each other, Christmas is not a lot. But if you take the whole, um, you know, biblical narrative and even what Yahushua Mashiach was doing himself with his people, and you take that into consideration, the amount of and the wealth and huge amount of tradition that would be garnered and gained through the acting out of these things is massive, and it brings into perspective exactly what you're talking about, and you can extrapolate from the Bible, and then place into a calendar this exact way of life in which I'm talking about. I've done this myself. I've created a couple of calendars with these things of like when like the Day of Trumpets would start, like Rum to which would be a day for noise and shouting and all of that, and everyone goes out and you can walk around your neighborhood blowing on horns and, you know, basically singing and, you know, screaming at demons and making sure they're gone, you know, like type stuff. Like that's just like the day of noise. So like there are these different things that can be put into a way of life, you know. If you ever wanted anything like that, just let me know. I'll send it to you.
want anything? How do you mean? Like you're going to prescribe something?
The calendar, yeah, the calendar. If you ever wanted the calendar with these different feast days and, you know,
Yeah,
like
it's
a
strange,
rough
isn't it?
rundown
Because
of what they mean and what to do and all of that, like, yeah, I can send that to you.
strange because I live my life like that anyway. And if you are in the now enough and listening to yourself and the environment enough, those things will naturally happen in your life if you're essentially completely honest with your direction. Obviously, wisdom has to come first. Like everything you can learn from everything you've ever known has to be within it. Otherwise, you can't build something with that sort of level of cultural texture. But a prescribed calendar that told you when to do stuff, like that sounds pretty like formulaic and like a school or
It's from the it's the biblical feast days and stuff like that. That's all it is. It's not like um something you have to do every day. There's never anything you're gonna have to do every day. You already know what the
of
Bible
course.
says, you know, and what you should be doing. I'm just saying, like, you know, like you were saying, the part you would like from Taoism, right? I'm trying to think of something that you can have that you then look at, and it's like an instant thing that you apply to your life, like you were saying about, right? That's what I'm thinking about, of like how, because when you read the Bible, you're correct. It doesn't necessarily just jump right out at you that like this is what you should do and done. You know what I mean? It's not like that. But
Yeah, for
to
me,
pull it
it's like
apart and extrapolate, you
there's
can extrapolate what it is that you know you should be doing. You know, to walk in those ways. Anyway.
I feel like you've got to really scratch around in the Bible to really make it seem like it's eternal truth. When you read eternal truth, it's sort of like it's far more Taoistic. It's like rule number one for Taoism
I
is
agree with
that
that.
the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, right? So like the thing that you're trying to talk about cannot be talked about. The actual essence of the thing that you're trying to sort of emulate or praise or worship or kind of just acknowledge or try to be within. It's not as prescribed as we can make it. But the idea that you do the things that your body is yearning to do as a prescribed sort of calendar, that sounds like you've missed the point altogether. Like to walk, what's the word you call Jesus? You don't call him Jesus, right? Who do you call him?
Yahusha. No,
Yeah,
it doesn't miss the point entirely at all. Actually, it's actually where I ended up. Like walking this out completely from the position, without any influence from anyone else. I wasn't taught in one direction or another. This is literally the point that I got to. I, read the Bible, and this is what jumped out to me overall, right? Is that actually we're completely following man's ideas, nothing biblical whatsoever. And somehow Christians have like tricked themselves into believing that they're like following the Bible and they're following a character called Jesus Christ, right? There's like a whole, and I'm not saying the Bible portrays the image of what Jesus Christ is exactly, but there's like a whole world out there, of prosperity preachers and all these different people that are projecting who Jesus Christ apparently is, right? And that's why I'm not even saying the name anymore, because it elicits certain things in the mind that aren't even related to the scriptures at all, right? And that's more where it comes from for me. And like when I say about the calendar thing, this is like an afterthought after living this life out. This is like oh, I've walked into this existence, and then I calendar out what I'm doing based on existence, based on me walking out the ways that I've read in the Bible, and then also what my ruach, my spirit, has also felt is the truth at the time, for a direct relationship with Yahushua HaMashiach, and studying of his ways and walking in his ways and seeing the benefit not only of doing it, but the peace that's garnered as you do so, right? And then at the same time receiving revelation from the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, that would be defined, that which is more the set of the breath of Yahweh, right? It's his actual breath, that we're in continuous constant contact with him, that the very air we breathe in is his breath. Then that goes into like praying. It's like when I pray, I could pray to you words of intent. But not only you hear that your mind is designed in a way by the creator and Tao to be able to reciprocate those words through a chemical and a neurological sort of flux that happens, and and then not only those words in that way that they affect the part of your brain and pleasure system, it's like those words that I spoke could also end up being literally breathed in by you. The words I speak with intent could eventually, that air that I was breathing in and adding that, resonance and frequency to as I spoke, it could be, you could then breathe that in afterward, right? Much like it first came out of the breath of Yahweh, this like shared medium. Like, all of that, there's more to it, is what I'm trying to get at, than what Christianity is like looking at, if that's just the way I see it anyway. And they've just been doing away with like some of the biblical stuff that I feel like is a very important overall structure that we're to have, that keeps us all connected and invested in one another's lives and looking after one another,
I just wish someone would try to rewrite the Bible, like try and summarize and then basically go, right, well, now we know this, and just rewrite it. Obviously, it's difficult. I'm sure like 1,000 people have written something brilliant.
China's rewriting the Bible.
Who is?
China has a brand new Bible that they'll release by 2030.
I bet it's terrible.
That's what China's doing. They're rewriting everything, and they're getting rid of all of their. So what China's been doing for the last, what China's been doing for the last few years, what China's been doing for the last few years is getting rid of all of their ancient buildings, tearing down all of the history, and there'll be a new Bible by 2030, 2033, in around that time frame. Yep.
Well, the Americans have been rewriting the Bible for years.
I always said the original Bible should be coded on the blockchain.
Rewriting it. See, they got to bring in pain and suffering first, right? So the transition is they lead everybody back to the church when you start fucking around with food and resources and housing, which we're just in the beginning stages of Agenda 2021. That's all what we're going through right now. And it's going to be a slow squeeze until 2030, and then you'll have a lot of people return to the church.
That seems very probable.
It will be due to pain and suffering, though. It won't be due to natural cause. It will be due to having some, that external, somebody to fix your problems for you. And that's what usually God, people go to God for, right?
On a completely different note, I'm trying to connect an N64, which I found in my loft, to my new Samsung telly.
Right.
And it's just got like a normal antenna in, like when TVs only used to have an antenna in. It's got one of those, and I've plugged that in the back of the telly. But the Samsung TV doesn't let me just choose the antenna input.
That's the input, right? Yeah, because right there. Yeah, look at mine. You got a difference. There's a difference between you on about the aerial, like a TV aerial.
Yeah, the TV aerial is the lead from the N64 into the back of the telly.
Have you tried putting it on, so unplugging every other input, every other one other than that one? Turn the TV on. Listen, turn the TV on, and then once it's turned on, then turn on the N64. And if that doesn't work, because you can sometimes trip the input because the TV's on and then it all of a sudden detects it, or turn the TV on, nothing plugged into it, then plug the aerial in while it's on. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. If there isn't an option, then you're fucked, basically. If there's no option, you may need some form of an adapter.
Okay.
I've got the N64 in it. It usually... I've got an N64 as well. I can't remember the last time I plugged it in. Because you've got remember you got those them ports that are like very similar to a SCART lead.
Yes.
Where you would plug like a few of them in, and they almost look like aerials, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's completely different to that, is it?
Yeah, it literally goes into like a splitter, which goes to game or aerial, and then that goes to TV. That goes straight into the back of the TV aerial.
I wonder if you can get one of those something that changes the aerial into an audio and video input for like a SCART lead or something, because I'm thinking your new TV doesn't have an antenna that has the full amount of technology that that one slot can have, because it's not really used anymore. So they only need to provide the antenna technology, right? Which would be like you plug it in, that will strengthen a signal, right? It's a smart telly, so it has a inbuilt system which is different to the input, meaning that aerial would support the strength of your smart TV. You don't need to click on the aerial input to go on your smart TV. So it's only serving a function as a booster connection for the smart TV, which is it's a different program on the very TV. So like, yeah, that aerial isn't an input at all. It won't ever work. I've just realized it doesn't. Yeah,
Just
that will
reckon it
never
won't
work.
ever work.
It will never work. I don't
So
believe in that.
You need to get an old TV.
Yeah, or like I said, or an adapter that you can plug that aerial lead into, right? That will transfer it over to a video and audio input, either that then ends up being the SCART lead, or those circular like red and blue leads, or even two HDMI. It could do it as well. Not meaning it wouldn't be HD, but it's just a transfer of.
Yeah, I think basically I'll get the adapter to go from aerial to component, even if it's red, white, and blue. Sorry, red, yellow, and white. Yeah, I've got an old projector in the garage. I might dig out and see if I've got that adapter.
Because it's the aerial to that. Yeah.
It's weird because the TV's on. I'd never watch TV, right? I never ever watch TV, but the TV's on because I'm trying to find zero on the TV, even though it's not plugged into anything. It's just sort of on a hotspot on my phone. But it's this documentary about Michelle Obama. Like she's definitely a bloke, isn't she? She's got to be.
Oh mate,
she is, bro.
She came out right, making out right, like making out that like she came out with afro hair, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, your hair looks great. I love it. It's afro." She's like, "Yeah, well, like since Barack is like not in the top position anymore, like I can actually wear my hair like this now, like because bastard, like because when I was first lady, effectively like people were too racist for me to have like come out with like an afro, right?" And I'm like, what the like? Why is she virtue signaling like that? Like making out like she couldn't have wore a hair afro while she was in office. Like, why people don't give a fuck if you got afro hair? You don't like making out you have to wear a wig and a weave. Come off it. Like, white people actually like afro hair on black people. Straight up. You have the other thing about us. Well, they have the other thing about us, don't they? Where they say we're racist because we want to touch their hair, right? Or well, why would we want to be touching your hair and saying it's so cool? You can't have both claims. Like, we don't want your hair that way, but then when you have it that way, we want to fucking touch it. Shut up.
Yeah, but she her body language just definitely looks like a man.
Yeah, she's a dude. There was a time that she was dancing with Ellen, and you can see her junk kind of moving back and forth in her white pants. She also has the shoulder size of Mike Tyson. Like, there are pictures of
Tyson look small.
So yeah, so everyone's making jokes like, yeah, man, she's definitely a dude. So, and there's even a conspiracy of the kids not being theirs, is adopted, and they were showing the parents to it. So
they're not adopted. No, yeah, I think they're just borrowed from that family that they know. That they're friends with. Yeah, just borrowed.
And if you look at Pizzagate and you look at all this bullshit, Pizzagate being that it's confirmed, what do you expect? Kids, this whole thing is a giant psyops.
Yeah, don't mean to be a party pooper, but what's the implication of Michelle having a junk? Like,
there's
Obama was into pegging this whole time.
Paganism? So
pegging.
Pegging. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
It was the dirty
so what? I mean, Obama was into pegging.
I'm agreeing.
Pegged. I mean,
it was a side note.
Implication. Yeah, sorry, I just walked in. I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Like I felt like a party pooper asking that question.
No, I was trying to get my N64 to plug into my new Samsung TV, but they're not compatible. And I was just saying that the TV was on, and I never watch TV, and it just happens to be a documentary about Michelle Obama where they're like, oh, they're so amazing, the Obamas. I don't know what they're actually saying, but it seems like that's the rhetoric on People TV, and that
the irony of being compatible or not being
like
compatible.
I never watch anything that long. Like when you never ever watch anything this long where people watch TV. This whole show's like half an hour long, and like when you just look at her for like half an hour, it's like, yeah, her body language is very masculine. So it's just interesting watching TV for longer than say 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, I heard that the Russians actually invaded the White House secretly, and no one knew about it when Obama was in power. 3 different occasions, every single time they went in there. The first time they were stopped because they found Michelle awake in the corridor in front of Obama's room, so they just turned around and left. Right. The second time, they thought they may have got the drop again. They didn't. They got into the bedroom. Michelle was awake, so they just left. That was the Spetsnaz. Yeah, they're afraid of Michelle, apparently.
I know I would be.
Yep.
No,
Like,
but in all seriousness,
episode.
this whole trans thing, I think the best measure of it is the ratios, right? Shoulder length to head size is one of those good ones.
You gotta check the thorax out. The thorax.
Yeah, there are those ratios that yeah. And they make complete. I mean, there are exceptions to the rule.
Mandible size.
Generally speaking, these ratios.
I think I know one of the exceptions. Everyone always says it's a guy. I happen to know it's not a guy. And so Pink, everyone's like, Pink's a boy, Pink's a boy, Pink's a guy. It isn't a guy. It just isn't.
No, she's not. She's a girl.
Yeah, it's a girl.
Insectoid. Pink has segmented eyes.
I can believe that Megan Fox is one. I never found Megan Fox attractive. And then I saw her on this like show where she was like at Stonehenge and all these places. And she was big enough to like move one of them Stonehenge pieces on her own. It looked like
she's completely synthetic robot, Megan Fox.
Right, like her hands were so fucking big, bro, that like I don't know. She looked like she could hold like a basketball upside down like Kobe, you know, like all day. I can do it, but I struggle, you know, and I'm a big dude.
That sounds like jealousy in a sense. I mean, she can do it. I'm a guy.
She must not be a guy. She's got a better physique than me. She can run faster than me. I bet. I bet her dick's bigger than mine too.
Horse.
I'm glad I was like, I'm glad no one heard that part.
You got a crush on her?
No, so I bet her dick's bigger than mine too.
Well, I guess that's why you have a crush on her.
No, I never did. That's my whole point. Yep.
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, he never found her attractive.
I
would say neither did I.
I always had a crush on Michelle, right? Sorry.
He likes a strong hug.
A strong thug, you mean? Michelle used to be a fucking.
Yeah, definitely a
enforcer, Michael Obama, enforcer. You know, like when Obama just accidentally like turns around and goes, now I want to introduce my enforcer. I mean my wife, Michael. I mean Michelle.
Yeah, a few times they dropped the Michael word and stuff like that.
You think she was his bodyguard? She was trained in deadly arts?
No, they were probably handler, semi kind of thing. And then ended up marrying. They fell in love.
She was just pegging him. That was it.
Well, so you don't think she was also trained as a ninja?
Who knows? Maybe.
I reckon she's one of them people that could crush watermelons between their thighs. Like,
No, I don't know about
if they are a
I
woman.
think that's a bit too ethnic. Let's just go with crush walnuts with
I'm
our
saying
hands.
if it is a woman, it's one of them women that's like on a level.
What?
Like,
Because she's
well, they're
black?
not a woman.
no,
'Cause-
not because she's black.
oh,
No,
I mean,
definitely not
watermelon is
because she's
actually
black.
kind of a delicate melon, if you will. I'd
Because
take a
She's
crack
that.
at breaking one. Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking because there's
I
a
agree with
reference
that.
of a whole bunch of videos where like usually fit chicks were putting watermelons in their thighs and just breaking them.
yeah, and they're pretty built. They have big legs, big
Yeah,
thighs,
yeah.
muscular
Yep.
chicks.
It takes a lot of power.
You're into that sort of thing. I don't know what you boys are talking about. I've never seen these videos before.
No?
Of course not.
It doesn't show up on your feed, really? All right.
You heard it, incognito mode.
Man is the meme. Delete my web history before I die.
It's like all kinds of melons and fruit. There's a whole world of thigh crushing fruit related videos,
Mm-hmm.
and a subculture I'm not going to get into right now.
What do you need to like get a president to press the nuclear button? It's like none at all. You just gotta capture him and his phone, like on him, and then it's like, you know, I'll send the contents to your phone to the media. Alright. No point. It's all over if you do that. You know as well, like when people like worry about people pressing the nuclear button just to spite everyone if they were to be nuked themselves, right? Like on to ruin the world. You know that actually would happen because you think back to when you were like a childish brat, and that would have been the sort of shit that you would have done. And you know that people are still as childish as when you were that childish little brat because you see the other behaviors that come along with it. You're like, fuck. These people, they would do it. I know they would. They're that childish.
That's why they don't give the president a real button.
Yeah.
They're just like a little bell goes off in the secretary's office, and they say like, "Oh, is everything okay, Mr. President? Are you feeling okay?" Like, no, I'm having a bad day.
I wonder how many of them have found out it's fake. Like imagine Biden getting really angry one day and pressing it and instantly regretting it.
It's just glued shut. He's like, no matter how hard I press this, it's not working. What the fuck?
Like he's ringing up the Pentagon going, I think I might have released a nuke, and they're like, yeah, you have Biden. We can cancel that though for
in
you.
your
Oh,
diaper. You've released a nuke in your diaper, Mr. Biden.
Mr. Biden.
You're ringing up the Pentagon to try and cancel the nukes that you believe you fired, and they're like, yeah, we'll go ahead and cancel them. Don't you worry. Oh,
come, Mr. Biden. Surely you enjoy killing as much as I do.
Yeah. Don't mean to interrupt, but Dicelo, are you in here? Dicelo? Hello? Dicelo?
if you hit
Yes
me,
or no? Yeah. If not, let's move on.
What about Joe Biden as the new Bond? How about that? That'd be.
How about that?
Like a super comedy.
I just headbutted my cat on accident. Oh, you can mute.
The name is Joe. Joe.
Biden that pussy.
Oh. I'll tell you this is like well, especially when we're talking about politics. Are you guys leaning left or right in this room?
Right now,
I don't think there's many of us that even think.
I gotta ask.
Funny. I don't think there's many of us in here that actually. Okay, settle down, guys. Settle down.
Sorry.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't think there's many of us in here that actually think that like politics is like a real thing where the president's running shit, and like I think we all feel that there's like this there's this group that's actually the ones running things, and these guys are just puppets.
Yeah, I agree. Like I came from that political channel. I got invited, and I was talking to that guy, and he was such a lefty. You can't he was so much of a show. I couldn't get anywhere near him. even given statistics and information, it's just one after another.
Are you a righty?
No, I would say I'm more of like a sovereign nationalist, man. Like, people should have their own homelands, and everyone should be fine. Their gods, their homelands,
Is
and
that
everything.
what a sovereign nationalist is? I mean, if you can define it, was that your attempt?
Yeah, that was my attempt. Like, I can't say certain things because everyone seems to deem that as like some sort of form of like extreme right Nazism or some shit when it's nowhere colloquial. Like, I was in that politic channel. And I go like, oh, National Socialism, because like that's nationalist with some socialist aspects, and I had to get like put in timeout jail and then explain, do you disavow the Nazis? Yeah, I do. Oh, my bad, I apologize. And they let me go. I was like, oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah, I get what you mean. I can
yeah,
relate.
Yeah. No, dude, you're a bit better off in here. Like, you ain't got to worry about anything like that happening. That's effectively why I invited you over here, because I felt sorry for you. And I clicked on your servers and I was like, wait, this dude and my mutual servers is this, but you hold like a lot of the same beliefs and views as me. So
Yeah,
I'm like,
but
wait,
politics aside, on the like the subject of the matter of the server, I guess. Where do you fall on the flat Earth versus globe side?
like I believe well, I'm on the two possibilities. So either Earth is a flat Earth. It's definitely like or it's a realm. It's one of those two based on ancient architectural evidence. Like I
Well,
don't believe we ever
you
went to
kind of said
space.
it's either flat or flat.
Yeah,
But yeah,
because
flat or
exactly it
globe.
is flat
Yeah.
or more flat with a basement. So
Yeah.
yeah, like I went through the whole NASA and even the even people that are kind of into the whole conspiracy things, they literally draw a line like when it comes to flat Earth, like no, don't tell me, bro. Like we went to
yeah,
space.
because they can't. Yep, fucking idiots.
I was like,
Oh,
so I go,
what would you prefer? Let me give you a good way of explaining space to people. Like the space race, it's like, yeah. So we got the whole race toward like at the time. So the way you got to look at it is a dichotomy between this, right? The American people either call their own government liars and then proclaim that the moon landing was a hoax, right? At that time, well, to do so, right? Effectively, for the whole country to have done that would have been like a suicide attempt, right? Because what we actually have, really, in the proving that someone got on the moon was the proof that we had a delivery system that was capable of delivering nuclear warheads to basically every location in Russia. That's about the amount of fuel that was in that one rocket that apparently went to the moon. Was about the same amount of fuel you'd need to like bomb 16 locations with a big nuke in Russia. And it's like, so people can either accept the world's biggest achievement after everyone going through shit and the wars and then all of that, and really getting away from war for a while, and you know the industrialization of America going from really a country that was clawing itself together to it being like a superpower, and all of this stuff. And so people were either to accept, like, I don't know, I guess calling out their own nation and creating it to look like a country that effectively is not only lying to its people, but that isn't capable of doing what this achievement relates to. So, thus, in their own mind, it's a dichotomy between accept the best achievement ever in the world or basically get attacked by Russia, it seems. So, it's obvious, like, I don't know. That's a pretty entrenched thing right there. Predictive programming at its best.
yeah.
So, is it a realm? which suggests there are other realms, or is it just the flat Earth thing? Just one thing.
I'm in right now. I'm mainly leaning on a strong belief that there are other realms, other dimensions, like the Nordic mythos being one of the ancients, religion as well as ideology. I look at the Orlinda books and I look at the comparisons of the similarians, and I look at a grander scope of things when it comes to pattern. And so at the end of the day, there has to be something more connected, because if you look at the Cabal, they're more into the occult and magic and studying. So I find it funny that they are more into that stuff, but in one exchange they're trying to tell us about science. So,
what do they teach us about science?
well, it's more of a, like for instance, you look at the formula with Earth and all that stuff and the curvature. Like how I got into the flat Earth is like I looked at a bunch of flat earthers when they were debating with globalists, and I went like, all right, let me go this with an open mind, and I'm gonna see how this goes. And they were talking about the horizon, right? And how when the boat goes past the supposed physical curve, you're seeing the boat sink into the from bottom up, it disappears. It's like, oh, okay, so it's going past the curvature. That's what the scientists are saying. Then they pull up the camera and they bring that fucker back into view, and it's like, oh, so is it going over the fucking physical curve? And I'm like, and the guy's like giving his whole, oh, no, well, I went to space and I had an authority, so I'm like, that is the gayest response ever, but okay. And the more I watch and listen, the more I was like, yeah, this definitely doesn't add up. And then you look at NASA's bullshit, whereas like they left the camera guy on the moon. So there's a lot of the science and history that just doesn't add up and doesn't make any sense. And yeah.
Right.
Hey, yeah,
So they used to claim that.
Don't disrespect the memory of the guy that lived on the moon to capture the moon footage, okay? Because that guy died for what he believed in, which
I know,
was
right?
space. All right.
Yeah, but you know the rebuttal for that, right?
Yeah, I've heard a whole bunch of different types of rebuttals for it, and honestly, it's gone to the point where it's like it's retarded responses. You go like I've seen modern day debates. I'm not sure if you guys ever seen that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've seen the flat Earth
from in here
debate,
go on
right?
there all the time. The people from in here go in there all the time. Well,
Yeah.
we've all been. You seen Witsit? Yeah.
Yeah, so like when you look at stuff like this and you look at the guy providing evidence, like, okay, I've went out there, I've done the observant, I've done the experiments, right? So these are my data. This is firsthand, so I'm not going on secondhand or third hand. And I've seen that bald idiot dude and the other guy that sits on the armchair with the glasses. They just completely are hyper resistant. You can even show that the fucking moon is either a lunar projection or whatever, or you throw their face into the dome. They'll still go says this is fake, NASA's real. So yeah, I've seen all these counter arguments, and it's just tiring. They're retarded. It's a very retarded response.
People are buying it though, so.
Yeah, but that's the problem. A lot of people are waking up. I've seen some videos where Spain, what was it, Spain or Portugal, did a thing on the news where Brazil, there we go. Yeah, the two twin buildings, right, with the little laser thing with the altitude. Is that what it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we all know. So they did that experiment, and you could see them after realizing that it was flat. They're like, okay, they changed their mind like real scientists. So when it comes to like showing these assholes evidence, they don't give two shits. And a lot of normies are still asleep, but there are a lot of other normies waking up. So give it time,
Yeah, you give me a second. What I'll do is I'll give you a quick rundown, like starting off where you were a minute ago, right? With the camera, okay? Like where we're at in the argument with these people, right? And then I don't know if someone like Jeremy might even want to take over at some point. So going back like maybe even 5 years, maybe more than that, right? So the original claim of the globalists was that, boats going over the curvature, right? This was a geometric confine, right? That leading edge of that sphere, the sagittar between you and that boat, would be the thing that was blocking the boat from the bottom up. They still somewhat would claim that to a certain extent, but as we know, the sagittar that's blocking the bottom of the boat, and how we see it when we use optics in order to increase our ability to resolve the image, we basically change our focal ability, right? And we push ourselves further forward, right? We defeat perspective at that point, and then we go past the limit of our eye, right? And then we put it back into view, right? But then again, it could go out of view for you again. At what point is it going out of view because of a geometric horizon? Well, at one point, they would have claimed it was geometric in the sense of us looking at it. Now they've gone fully away from that, right? They say there is a geometric horizon, and this is like the most you'll get out of them in the sense of there being a geometric horizon is that it's like a point that you won't be able to really define ever, but it's like a median of there's a normative amount of refraction that the geometric horizon is somewhere between a spectrum there, right? So now they've gone away from this idea entirely that it is a geometric horizon, right? They say that it's basically it changes based on the atmospheric and different atmospheric conditions on the day, right? The refraction is what occurs, and that's why we see way too far. When obviously that makes no sense because we see further when there's less refraction, right? Like we see further when the day's clearer, when there's less heat and pressure in the air. So like that doesn't really follow, but that's what they claim now, right? So from 5 years ago to it being like it's a geometric horizon, and why this is important, right? Because remember the geometric horizon is how they derive the radius, right? Go all the way back to Alberuni, dip angles from a certain altitude above the sea, and then taking those angles and equating a triangle on the outside, right? You remember you have to presuppose already that it's a sphere because you remember you're taking a radius calculation, right? So this is already presupposing the Earth's a sphere when they did this, and then you use that triangle and the triangle you create above, knowing the altitude that you're at, to create an inverse triangle to the center of the sphere to find out the radius, right? And they come with 3959. That's all needed to be baked in order for them to be able to go to space, all of that, right? The problem being is that you can do that if it's geometric. If it changes based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how did you ever derive a true distance to the horizon? You can't. And then we've got a simple formula, right, that to tell people so that they can look at all of the horizons that are way too far for the geometric confines of the globe, right? You just say to people 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot off the ground, right, it's, again, the horizon should be 1 mile away. At 6 feet off the ground, it should be 3.48 miles away, right? So it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's how far away it should be. So if you're on a beach and you're a 6-foot man, you shouldn't really be seeing any horizon that's past 4 miles on the globe, apparently, right? Well, refraction will fix all of that, right? And it will, terrestrially refract that horizon backward.
Here's what's happening. We know refraction is happening, right? Because there will be days where you have two static points. You can be static, and then you can have a static object in the far distance, okay? And over time, if you just wait there long enough, sometimes it'll be higher, sometimes it'll be lower in your field of view. So we know this refraction thing's happening. Now they'll make a claim that they know exactly how the light's bending and how this refraction thing's happening. And they just make it fit their globe, pretty much. Is what it comes down to.
Remember, they need especially for what they're claiming with the refraction in terms of what's happening with the land, they really need the R. Though, right? You could explain that, Jeremy. Like the begging the question and the presupposing.
Oh yeah, I've been in tons of refraction arguments, but their refraction relies on Earth being a globe. Otherwise, you don't get refraction like they claim it does. So it's like this weird circular argument where they constantly have to have it be a globe for the refraction to happen, and they know it's a globe because they know how the refraction's happening. It's circular reasoning, basically.
Well, yeah,
the only way they can have that refraction that they claim, globe. It's a globe because they know how the refraction's working. It's fucking bullshit, circular nonsense.
Definitely.
They don't even have to invoke 7/6R. You can get them without them even invoking that. Put him to sleep, Crack, with your monologue.
No, I'm listening.
All right.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No. I thought Crack put you to sleep.
No, I'm informing him because he's not been around.
This fucking
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah, like I've
Yeah,
gotten to a
so
part where I'll debate,
Whatever,
but
complain, Jeremy. I'm bringing new people in. Fuck you.
I'm just fucking with you, crap.
yeah, man. No, it's a good place, man. But like no, I've gone around and research and archive and stuff like this, and I would bring this information, and generally I'll get some pushback or some things like that. But there are some people that were able to wake up and they I literally tell them you don't have to believe me, do your own research, figure things out. Here's some links and read this stuff and then interpret what you think it is, and come back to me and we'll talk about it. And a lot of people have gotten to around waking up that way, versus just telling them to wake the fuck up, that kind of shit. But the flat Earth is the hardest pill, though. I'll tell you that. Like I can talk about the tiny hats, but the flat Earth, whew, that is the last red pill.
Well, like I said, their whole argument comes around this refraction thing.
Yeah.
And it's just circular reasoning that they do when they argue it, because the only way they can have refraction working the way they do is if it's a globe. And they know it's a globe because they know how the refraction is working. So you see how it's circular argument.
It's a spherical argument.
It'd be like saying we know how old this fossil is because we found it in this layer of dirt. And then if you ask them how they know how old the layer of dirt is, they say because we found this fossil in it. It's something like that, which they also do that.
Yeah, I saw geologists completely shit on this mainstream scientist. He was going like this. He showed like a sedimentary layers of like almost like a half of a cliff. He was like, "All right, tell me how old this shit is by just looking at it." And the guy just starts bullshit millions of years. He goes like, "It's not even million years. This thing is about 20 hours old. This came from a mud volcano that just erupted, and it was and it's just density and layer." And it's like, "Yeah, you're and the guy literally openly called him right there, "You're a fucking idiot." And this guy,
they find trees. They find trees in these layers that are standing straight up. So obviously, you're not going to have the one layer of dirt be 1,000,000 years old, and then the next layer of dirt on it be 500,000 years old. That's how trees work.
yeah. That's why.
Go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's why some of these scientists they act like they're in a religion. And that's why I goes like this. That's why I was on the other debate, the debate service politics. It was like some guys trying to tell me about the free market, and science is like, dude, stop trying to make me sub to your religion. I don't give two shits. It's a religion. He's like, it's not a religion. I'm an atheist. Well, you're going half beliefs, and you're telling me shit without evidence, and a lot of the stuff you're saying has already been debunked and already defeated. Like all the big bang happened. So I asked him like this: do you understand what gas or free flowing particles or even the pressure? Like, how did that all happen? Like, he was like, you can't get nothing out of something, man. So it's a religious belief. Just say it at that. And they get all butthurt about it. So I've learned to use just religious belief. Like, all right, that's your religion. I'm good.
That shit triggers people, though. I try not to even use that.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, when you get to a certain void of an argument, and that's why I've learned. I could have my sources. They'll say it's not credible. But then they'll go like, oh, here's my NASA sources. Like, I'm going to say it's not credible. But they're going to tell me, no, you got to take this because it's I already just stated with documentation proof that NASA is a pathological lying. And if it got caught lying in all these cases. But you still want to take.
You know what I did the other day in that politics server, though?
It's a funny. Can I just say on that one thing, though? Like religion, yeah, like it's actually it's like too heavy-handed of a thing to say to a glober to have it not get rejected. But it's actually like if you look at religion, it's like almost certainly so, that it does play in that game, in that league of shit, you know what I mean? It definitely is like a pseudo religion, if you will, or something like.
Yeah, it's heliocentric occultism.
Scientism.
Yeah, there we go.
But
it's right here.
Huh?
This guy's gonna fit in fucking great here.
Yeah, no, that's why I knew you'd like it here, dude. I was like listening. There was like about 10 people in this like room, and like I heard like a couple of things that he said, and I instantly like I was like, yeah.
Oh yeah, you were in the conspiracy when I was like dropping on a whole Hollow Earth thing and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to say too much. Like, so a good way of making points in that place, right, is to like effectively, and this is really annoying that it's this way, but me and Woods were talking about this recently, right? And he has a good tactic where he does this. Like Jeremy, you would have noticed this for sure, where instead of like having people think that you don't understand the globe, like you quickly recite to them the narrative of the globe quickly and concisely in an even better and more erudite manner than they could themselves, right? You quickly do it to show you have the acumen to understand it before you make one of your points, right? And then like so the other day I was like just talking about space time.
They're still going to tell you don't understand.
Well, it depends, but like if you can drop like 5 points, right, that you end up getting them to concede on before you bring up anything at all to do with like the Earth or whatever, right? Like it makes the landing a little bit different, at least to the people that are listening that like could have their minds changed, right? Like you end up stumping the person that would have been trying to argue against you, right? And that leaves an impression on people for real.
Or I've gotten these guys to concede to so many small points that lead to a bigger point. They just end up going back on it. It doesn't even. I've tried that so many times, dude. It doesn't even work, bro. They go right back on it and be like, no.
Yeah, but you're talking about people like Zanuck and Kosher, right? What I do is I repeat back the nutty shit that Zanuck says. You know what Zanuck was saying the other day, bro? Right, about no elevation change, floor rising up at 9 meters a second into your feet.
Hilarious.
Bro, but listen, bro, I went into that politics server, started saying all that shit in a big room, right? And the people are saying, what the fuck are you talking about? You're nuts, right? But then there's like a well-known like guy there who's like a chemist and a bit like he's basically has a physics degree, but he's also got a chemistry degree. And he comes in and everyone's ripping on me going, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't have a clue what you're talking about. And then he just turns around and they all respect him. And he's like, basically, this guy's talking about stuff at a level that's way higher than any of you are, and you're saying he's wrong, but really he's right. Because like Einsteinian, gravity is different to Newtonian gravity, and effectively what he's saying is completely correct. And they were like, what? Wait. And then they started like looking up because I was calling gravity a pseudo force. I'm like, well, that's how it was prescribed by Einstein. Like, we have the effects of a force, but no actual force that can be defined. And then like they're like calling me nutty, like I'm but then when they get corrected afterward, it's fucking funny to do that to people. And then it shows to them how quickly that they're willing to change their whole opinion based on an authority. Because like, no, you thought it was crazy 2 minutes ago too.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. Vanek, you get elevation change, or sorry, you get it's accelerating up with no elevation change. Dude, shut the fuck up. Anyone that uses that reference frame is fucking delusional. You're going to crash into the ground or something. I don't know what you're going to do, but you're definitely not going to do anything in the real world because that's not how it works.
Antipodal, two people antipodal as they fall. Both have the ground also coming toward their feet. That bit where Zanuck turns around and goes, you're falling, you hit the ground. I go, whoa, Zanuck, you mean you're falling and the ground hits you? And he goes, yeah, correct. I was just like, fuck, I'm dead. I'm done.
Yeah, dude, that shit's fucking stupid. Anyone that uses that as a reference, because you know that's not happening in reality. So why would you even use that if you know that's not happening? You're now in fantasy land.
But you're reading 1G on the G meter, right? So Zanuck's only explanation is that the fabric of reality itself is being warped and bent at a rate that's 9.8 meters per second squared up into your feet. That's the only way you could be reading 1G on a meter.
I'll tell you right now, if that accelerometer is trying to tell you what your acceleration is, it gives you an acceleration value while you're standing still, not moving. That shit is broke, bro.
But
and
then
it gives you 0 when you're falling.
Right.
It gives you 0 while you're falling, while you actually are accelerating, but gives you a 1 when you're just standing there. Like, that shit's broke.
or the way
You gotta
you
get your
understand
fucking
what's being
instruments checked.
measured, or what you're measuring, you don't fully understand, which they admit they don't understand what gravity is. Thank you. So you could be measuring something entirely different. It could be the ability to permeate to the thing that's being measured by even electromagnetism. He says it's nothing to do with that at all. Well, it actually could be completely to do with that. It could be that while you're falling at a vast rate down at a rate downward, that there's not much permeability to you, right? Something to do with the directionality of electric going down toward the ground, a bias down toward the ground, right? But then when you're resisting against that, going up at double the speed, right? You have 2Gs. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, at rest, at ground, it's a, it's a 1. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's
it's
saying you're accelerating when you're standing still. It's fucking broke. It's not how acceleration works. Acceleration is change of velocity. You need a direction and a speed for that. If I'm standing still, there's no change of direction and there's no fucking change of speed. I'm not moving. Hello. Fucking stupid,
that's what I had
dude.
to say to him. Like, I understand what you're saying, Zanik, but like, it doesn't fucking make no sense.
It's wrong. It's wrong. He agreed. Acceleration, change in velocity. What's velocity? And speed. So I'm accelerating when I'm standing still. Yes. Okay, this is dumb.
I don't know if you were there, but like Racket was there. Like the other day, I basically effectively was talking about the Magnus effect in ballistics, and like I told him what it was, and then by the end, he was like slowly he'd gathered all the little pieces from me. By the end, he's fully agreeing with me, but then he ends up saying, "Actually, I don't think you know what you're talking about." I'm like, "I just fucking taught you this."
He told me the Magnus effect. Dude, he told me the Magnus effect was caused by a crosswind.
I know.
He's getting crazier and fucking crazier, bro, as time goes on. I don't think he's even a good sparring partner. I wouldn't recommend anyone to, like, if they're trying to get their debate skills up, to go against him, because he's all over the place at this point.
At the moment, he is, yeah. A little bit, yeah. Yeah. I would agree with that, yeah.
Yo, my boy Mango.
Whoa, what do you mean about Mango? Where is he?
He just entered the chat. My boy Mango is here.
Eyebrow Mango. I still want to see them eyebrows, right? That look like
What's up, Mango?
Why does everyone sound weird all of a sudden?
What's up?
Yo, this guy is like I don't even know, dude. You're such an enigma, Mango.
Yeah, he's my favorite.
Dude, you're a flat earther. Shut your ass up.
Sir, you're an enigma of trolling. Like, you might be my favorite troll.
You guys gave him mad attention when he came in. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Bro, this guy's a flat earther, and he's questioning me. Dude, you need help.
You guys gotta get your shit
I do need help,
man.
Mango. Can you help me?
You're feeding right into it, Numpty. You're feeding right into it.
Maybe
I watched this live stream of FE. What's his name? That YouTube guy.
FT.
FE. Dude, that guy's hilarious.
Yeah, you would think that.
That was such a fake laugh. Holy shit.
Like the way he destroys you, Flurfs, is absolutely hilarious.
I know. He was wiping the floor with heads over it. He was wiping. That's not funny, because he was wiping the floor he was wiping the floor with heads over at that other server. Like, it was fucking embarrassing, guys. Come on.
Who did he wipe the floor with, Jeremy?
Everybody at that other server.
Onto Tartaria.
Whoever was in there and went against them got their ass handed to them. It was fucking embarrassing.
I didn't even see that.
Who was debating? I didn't see it either. Then was it filmed?
They were asking him stupid questions. It was fucking. Oh my god, couldn't even watch that shit, bro.
It was hilarious, bro.
Guys,
it was
man.
so funny.
First fucking day out. I don't know who was over there, but I'm gonna have to start giving I don't know, detention or something, or report cards out or something. I'm gonna need to see you motherfuckers after class.
Dude, I like when people say to me like it's almost like Globers and that, I'm like, how have you spent the last 5 years in the flat Earth side? I'm like mainly having to go at people that are on the flat Earth side. Yeah, that is literally what I've done to. Like I remember like me and Witzer being like, how do we tell people that they're fucking stupid? Like years ago, like how are we gonna like let people know that they should like stick to their strengths, right? Like like some people
Yeah,
have
but
strengths in some ways and
Witzer
others
got
no other.
destroyed as well. Witzer got destroyed as well.
Oh, come on for me.
I don't know about all that. When? Send me the clip.
Where is Wit right now? It's not online.
We're living life, bro.
Look, I know you're going through a
Okay.
period of embarrassing situation. You can always come back. You can always come back to Globe Earth and just be normal.
This guy's the best, man.
Don't
You hear he
feed
called
into
into
it.
Jeranism? This guy called into Jeranism and talked on Jeranism for like 2 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Jaren didn't know he was a fucking troll.
I think Jaren just liked leading him on. Bro, bro, this guy's interesting.
I
He has a
never
way
was
of
on for
trolling
2
that's
hours.
just
I never
entertaining.
was on for 2 hours. That's a lie. It was literally 5 minutes.
5 minutes for you seems like 2 hours, bro. And with women, it's the opposite way around.
So what do you think, Eyebrow? When we're standing still, are we accelerating?
Yes, Eyebrow, I love it.
Excuse me?
When we're standing still, are we accelerating?
Eyebrow.
Yes, we are. We are accelerating.
Yes. An acceleration is a change in speed or direction.
Mm-hmm.
We're not on about being on the edge
So we're
of a
just
globe.
standing still. Hold on, Crypto. So we're just standing still and we're accelerating on the surface of Earth. That's what you think?
Because of gravity.
Yeah.
We're pinned down as we're moving, so like for instance,
you're pinned down. Wait, hold on. When you say pinned down, you mean pinned down, not moving?
Well, because we're on a moving object and we're not flown, everywhere, gravity ensures that, we don't get tossed around into space.
It's kind of like insurance, right?
Yeah, but Jeremy, he's thinking about motion being on the outside of a globe, on the outside of a gyroscopic system of gravity being the thing that, contains what would usually happen with that.
Yeah, I might have phrased that wrong. Let me rephrase it. I got you. That was good thinking, Crypto. If we're standing still on the ground, Eyebrow, are we accelerating up?
Sonic's in the room too now.
Was that better, Crypto?
Yeah, and it's crack, but
I was gonna say
crack.
like
my
Crypto.
Bad. You English British motherfuckers. Eyebrow, are we accelerating up and we're just standing on the ground, not moving?
Well, actually, the full story is that the ground is accelerating up into you, and it also is accelerating up into somebody else that's antipodal to you, and then so that's more the claim of the globe.
Well, actually, a better way to look at it, you're inertial.
Oh
Think
boy,
about it that way. You're inertial.
Yes.
Think about what happens at the center of the Earth when you're floating in if you could possibly float.
There ain't no center of the Earth.
Well, let's say there was
magical fantasy ball.
Let's say there was.
Model.
If you're at the center of the Earth, you could be floating in some like a little miniature sphere, like 10 feet diameter. If you're in that, you would be floating. But so where are you going? If you're floating, you're inertial. But the Earth is going around the sun. It's going on all these paths. How could you be inertial if you're contained in the Earth? That's another
I
way.
don't know. Just tell
Exactly.
I have a question for Zanuck. I have a question for Zanuck. So, with special relativity, right? Technically, we're in free fall. We're not moving, right? The Earth is moving up towards us. Okay. Now, I'm standing here. Well, I'm not on the East Coast, but hypothetically, say I'm standing here on the East Coast, right? And I say I'm free falling. I skydove on the East Coast and I'm free falling to the ground. Technically, from a special relativistic point of view, the ground is actually coming up and accelerating towards me, right? Now, let's say, I'm almost done. Zanuck. Let's say there's another guy, like my good buddy. He's in China on the other side of the world. He's also skydiving at the same time. He also experiences the same relativistic effect of the Earth accelerating up towards him. How do you resolve that paradox, Zanuck?
Well, special relativity talks about time dilation. General relativity talks about the bending and warping of space-time. So you're talking a little bit about both, and I don't really know which one I should focus on, but keep in mind that what really is distorted, what causes most of the phenomena we saw is time dilation. That's the general theory. The time bending or warping is what we're seeing. So your progression through time is taking a curve path. Through time, hold on, only through time.
Let him finish.
Only through time it's turning. Now you want to go straight. You want to be inertial, and you would be inertial if you're circling the Earth. But once you come in contact with the Earth, you are forced to take a straight path or a different path, and that change in direction from where you want to be going, which is the geodesics of the geodesy of taking a curved path based because the actual medium is curved. Is the difference between that path and what you're forced to take creates a force, and that force or an acceleration. It's not that the surface of the Earth is expanding in all directions equally on the North and South Pole or on the other side of the Earth.
10
It
seconds.
means that your progress through time. Okay, sorry.
10 seconds. Go ahead. Wrap it up.
Your progress through time has
Let him
been,
wrap it up. Hold on, guys.
Your progress through time has been forcibly changed, and when you're forcibly changed through your progress through time, you will feel acceleration. Just no different than when the car decelerates or accelerates, or no different than when you're on the outside or inside of a centrifuge and it's spinning. If it wasn't for that wall, you fly out in a straight line. Thank you.
No spinning. Let me try to rephrase.
But it's analogy. It's why.
Let me try to reanalyze my statement. Let's just suppose, just for the sake of this thought experiment, okay? This is not your reality or whatever, but just for the thought of this experiment, you don't have to take into account Earth's rotation or Earth's revolution around the sun or the sun doing anything of that, right? Let's just take into account a ball, a sphere, just there in
the middle of space,
right? Okay, so you have one guy on one side, East Coast, another guy skydiving on the other side, China. So they're both skydiving
on the ground.
They're both skydiving down. Relativistically, they're not moving, right? They're in free fall. The ground is actually accelerating up towards both of them. So how do you resolve the paradox of the sphere of Earth accelerating in two different directions at the same time? Thank you.
Remember, we talked about, velocity is made up of two components. You know what they are?
Distance.
Yeah, I just told everyone what it is. Everyone should know this.
So what
if not, I'm going to need to see you after class.
Yeah, right.
Velocity, direction, and speed, or direction and fucking distance over time, basically.
Yeah, good.
There you go.
So direction and speed or magnitude. So we're not changing the speed. We're not changing this. The distance isn't changing over a period of time. What's changing is a direction. It's a directional change, and that directional change is what's causing the force. And it'll appear that you are accelerating to the ground when actually the ground is accelerating to you due to the geodesic path, which would be the free fall path, being different than where the ground is with respect to that geodesic path.
Right. So you've admitted now that the ground is accelerating up towards you relativistically, not you accelerating down towards the ground. Mm-hmm. So now, if two people at the same time on opposite sides of the globe are skydiving, how do you resolve planet Earth, sphere Earth, accelerating in two different directions to go up and meet the two skydivers on either side?
You just missed the whole point of what I just said. And that's easy.
Yeah, please break it down very simply.
Okay, I thought I did, and I know it. Believe me, it is mind bending to wrap your hand around. This fourth dimension is not intuitive at all. Called time. Time is being distorted due to gravity. This is what mass does to time. It warps it. It changes the direction of it. Anytime you have time going by a mass, it'll make it bend. And the stronger that, the larger the mass, the more the bending. So what happens is you are forced off the geodesic, which is the geodesy would be you traveling in a straight inertial path. And that straight inertial path, because space-time bends, is a curved path around the sun, around this ball, this mystical ball that's in the middle of nowhere that people are skydiving on. This ball that you talked about, not orbiting, just out in the middle of space, like you said, but it has atmosphere, and two people are skydiving. I get your analogy, or your setup for that. Where it's not we're by skydiving, our path has been changed due to the object moving toward us in space-time. It's bending time, and it'll appear that it is going toward us based on our inertial path, because we are inertial initially. Now, we're not inertial the entire time because you're skydiving, and once you hit terminal velocity, you're not accelerating anymore with reference to the ground. You have a constant velocity, so no more acceleration, but you're still moving. So this is where it gets kind of mind bending. You're not accelerating anymore. You're now not inertial anymore, because now you're being forced to not follow the geodesic, this curved path due to the bending and warping of space-time around the object. It's like being stuck in a centrifuge or being caught pushing against your seatbelt when you're
Stay on track, Panic. Stay on track.
I am.
Mind-numbing retardation. Holy crap, Xanax.
That's how it works. Let
me just
time is
something
bent.
quick.
That's inertial.
Xanax.
If you are forced to deviate off that geodesic, you will have a force acting on you, no different than a centrifugal force. It's called a pseudo force, and it will hurt when you run into it or when something tries to take you off of it.
So, like, I've actually got, we were speaking about this last time, right? Before you left, you're like, yeah, Craig, you got it, like, keep it going or whatever, right? Like, I was on your side. It was funny. I guess it's because I was
saying exactly right.
Right. So I've went away and I've used this, right? And said it to like loads of people that like, are globers, and they're all like, you're fucking crazy. And then it takes like someone to come in that they know and respect, to be like, actually, no, he's completely correct according to the globe narrative, right? So just to really focus on, so like, I think it was Numpty that was speaking to you a moment ago. I feel like the point he was trying to get to with you, right? More what he wants to speak about is the relativistic part, but we don't need to be skydiving to talk about it, do we, Sonic, right? Because when we're on the ground, one guy on the ground, another guy antipodal to him on the ground, right? No skydiving at all. Actually, that's the same thing, right? So we, at this point, are measuring 1G, right? Both men are measuring 1G of force, right? And we know what that's equal to, so there has to be, like you say, a pseudo force acting on them. So at this point, Numpty, this is the claim that these two men antipodal on the ground, that the ground is accelerating up into them, right, at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Because you're being forced to deviate.
Let's let Numpty finish this up, though. If you
want,
Numpty, you want to finish this up with Xanac?
Crack made a great point, and just to reemphasize, what he's saying is that the globe model, or this general special relativity idea, talks about the ground accelerate into you. So you have a force acting up on you because you're being forced to not follow the geodesic. And because you're not following the geodesic, there's a force acting on you. That force is a pseudo force, and that's what gives you weight on the surface all the way around it equally, because it's the way time is being bent around the sphere that has mass. So Crack got it right on the money.
What does the geodesic have to do with two skydivers going directly down? No curving. No, don't even account for hitting. Don't even talk about hitting the ground. You know what? Let's not even have an atmosphere. Let's just have a ball of material in the vacuum of space in our thought experiment, and two skydivers on either side, right?
Yep. Okay.
Well,
so the geodesics.
How are you resolving it? No geodesics, because they're not going around a ball. They're just going directly.
No, that is the geodesic. That is the geodesic.
They're going direct. No, geodesics is the shortest point.
No,
interrupt me. steamroll me?
You're getting it wrong. You want me to fix you?
Hold on,
Steamroll over what I'm
hold on
saying? Okay.
hold on a
Well,
second, guys.
we're done,
Come on.
Jeremy. I don't need to talk to him anymore.
No, it's okay.
Zanuck,
I wanted to.
No, it's not okay, Zanuck. Bro, relax, man. Relax. You just got here. Let's take it easy. Have a cup of tea. Maybe you get some coffee and a cake or something. Relax.
Yeah, bro. Sip some wine or something.
No, listen.
Or
I
smoke
was
a
just trying
joint.
to, I knew your confusion was
Take
that you
some
just
laxatives or something.
Wait,
I don't know,
listen.
bro.
Numpty, just real quick. I'm not arguing with you. It's just a misunderstanding. You're talking about the geodesics of the surface. I'm talking about the geodesics of space time. Completely different. I get the confusion there. That you're not wrong about what you said about on the Earth and arguing with me about that. But there's also a geodesy of space time, and it is curving around mass. It is forced your paths through time curves when it gets near mass, and that's the geodesic I'm talking about, not on the surface of the Earth. That's where the confusion comes in. So I get the misunderstanding.
Yeah. Xander, next time, just wait until someone like finishes what they're saying,
right.
even if it's a misinterpretation, bro. Because like, yeah, I know, try not to do that, because then everyone starts clipping each other, and then it becomes like a race to talk, and then it's hard for someone else to take over from when I'm talking, because you're going to try and get on right at the end, and they're going to try and do the same.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah, so this comes still completely. So, what?
Geodesy is not only about the surface of a sphere where you start at the equator, 2 different points, and you end up at the same spot at the end. You were both going in a straight line, but because you're on a sphere, you end up getting closer together. Now, there's forces and things that can be generated by you doing that. Those are pseudo forces. But we're not talking about the sphere. We're talking about space-time. It's like mind-bending stuff here. I get it. Space-time is bending. The geodesy are the lines through space that are basically straight for you, inertial. Those straight lines bend and curve around mass. So when you're forced to not take that geodetic curve, then you will have a force acting on you. Like you can run into something. That'd be a force. That'd be a pseudo force that stops you from following the geodesy because you're inertial. You're not moving, but everything else is moving into you.
And this is how global make flat earthers, man.
Dude, this is why, Lou, how long have you been here?
I know, right? You're probably right, true about that. It gets very confusing, and it's easier just to say, "Fuck that, that's stupid." I'm a flat earther.
you have to listen to yourself and how ridiculous that is. Instead, you go, "I know it makes no sense, and you have to bend your brain and everything that you know in order to make it work." But this is it. This is what we have to come up with to live on a ball.
Can I have a one-on-one with you real quick, Lunatic?
I'm not going to debate with you about relativity.
I'm not going to debate. It's not a debate. I just wanted, because you have your head on straight and you made a great comment there, and I want to just address it. So if that's true and it's all made up shit and it's crazy, it's like ludicrous, right? Lunatic. What if I just say, okay, fine. Then you please tell me what you think happens when I jump off a building, feel completely weightless, ball bearing floating in my mouth is just floating around in there. And yet I can watch you fall off the building or off a bridge under the water or whatever, and I can measure that you're accelerating. Why are you not feeling the acceleration when you jump off that bridge?
Dude, have you ever fallen? You feel yourself falling. You can tell that you've.
You're just going to argue with me for the sake of argument. You know I'm right. When you jump off a building,
dude, you don't. Yes. Dude, you don't just like not notice that you're. Dude, you accelerate and you feel it like right away. If you slip and fall off of something, you feel that right away. I like to snowboard. I injured myself when I was younger on big air jump. Yeah, you feel the acceleration and as you go up and as you come back down, you feel those changes.
Nah, you're floating. Nah.
You're wrong, and that's the general, knee-jerk response.
I'm not wrong.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm talking now. Let me speak real quick. So, if you wanted to verify this, you could do it really easy. You pick up a plexiglass sphere or a box and put something in that box. If you were snowboarding, you jump off that big radical cliff or a big ramp or in the snowboard park. Once you leave the ramp, once you leave it going up, that ball inside that box would be floating around, floating the same way it floats.
Yeah, I've never done it with a ball bearing in my mouth.
Please just trust me on this because I've done it and you can do this yourself. but you can go up and see that ball float in a container on the way up and on the way down equally. Doesn't change. But yet I could measure you trying to hit that 20-foot mark off the rim of that friggin' big pipe, right? I can measure it up to the 20 feet and down as you make contact again. The acceleration would be measurable going up and down, yet the ball in the box would still be floating. I'm asking you, not what you feel. We all know you fall off a building, you feel like you're falling, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah, essentially, I thought you were asking if I could feel it, and yes,
well,
I could. But then I realized you were talking about a ball bearing inside of my mouth
well,
if it would feel it.
We're talking about you being inertial, you'd be floating, and we know this to be true because all you feel is that it's different. I was standing, and my stomach was down, hitting my pelvis, and I jumped off a building, and now it doesn't feel like it's doing that anymore. That's not what we're talking about.
Let me get 2 minutes with Zanuck. Let me get just 2 minutes with him, please. So
think about that ball. What's the reason why that ball bearing is inside this box when you jump off a trampoline, off a building, off your snow, off your snow pipe, whatever you want to do? Why does it float going up and going down?
It's just falling at the same rate
over and over again. Hold on, guys.
Well, no one seems to get it, Jeremy. That's why I keep on saying it.
Can I just?
He agrees with you. Nobody's agreeing.
Okay. So
yeah. Let me just say this.
So why
Hold
does
on,
it do
Zanuck,
that?
real quick.
Measured acceleration.
Come on, bro. This is what you do when you come in here. This is why nobody can stand when you come in here, bro. Because you do this shit. You just steamroll over everyone. Now, listen. If you have two people antipodal to each other and they're both skydiving, we know that the ground is not actually accelerating upwards to meet them because Earth would have to expand, right?
Wrong. Hello? Yeah, I was muted.
Oh, so the ground is accelerating upwards and Earth is expanding.
Correct. No, Earth is not expanding. You keep trying to cut me. It is accelerating, but it's not expanding.
Okay,
how is it accelerating? How is it
sphere?
I was going to say, how is it accelerating in two opposite directions at the same time? Doesn't that seem like a paradox to you, Zanuck?
You would have to have an expanding Earth to do that, which is why we know it's impossible. We know the ground's not actually accelerating up. We know that in reality, we're accelerating down towards the ground. This whole thing of the Earth accelerating up is nonsense fairy tale shit.
And then on top of that, add a third person in there who just stayed on the ground to watch, or a fourth.
All true, and I like the third person as well. Jeremy, you haven't listened to a word I said over the last week about talking about this. No, the Earth is not expanding. The ground is accelerating to you. And you could prove this and the question I asked the lunatic, and he's going to think about it and give me an answer in the next couple of days. Why is it we can measure this acceleration, yet you feel nothing, and the ball in the box, if you have one, is floating in the middle the entire time?
Okay, so
hold on, I'm almost done. We know you're inertial, but so you're asking what the mechanism is. The mechanism is that the geodesy that you would follow as being inertial has been altered by the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. You literally can't have a ball where you can't have a ball expanding up like the globe. You can't have the surface expanding up, accelerating upwards, and the ball's not getting bigger. That's nonsense. We know in reality that you're actually accelerating towards the ground. We know that. We know the ground's not raising up. That's just dumb. I've been trying to tell you this shit for days.
I'm dumb. That's not nice.
I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying anyone who thinks the ground is accelerating up and we're not accelerating down towards the ground, that is stupid to think that because we know that's not true.
If that was the case, why don't you feel any acceleration? Number two, let me just finish the second point. Number two, you're forgetting to realize that I'm not talking about a magnitude or a speed change. I'm talking about a direction change only. And direction changes when you have a path. Your progress through time is a path. When that is forcibly altered by the ground, or the ground is moving toward you, not following the geodesics that you'd be following, it'll appear like it is accelerating to you, or you're accelerating to it. Regardless, you're still following the geodesics of a inertial path, meaning I'm not turning, because space-time is already turned. It's basically making you change.
Hold on, just slow down, bro. You said too much bullshit
for one person to handle to rebut
at once.
Sorry.
Yeah, nobody understands what you're saying when you kind of just steamroll everyone and go on forever at an extremely high rate. And you're going to do it exactly now.
No, I was trying to give an explanation.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, Zanuck, It's not your information, bro. It's how you communicate that's fucking wrong. I'm gonna be honest with you.
My AirPod died. I'm back. Okay, so we know the Earth isn't expanding. And in order for you gave us a direction. You said the Earth is accelerating up. That's your direction. So now you're saying it's the direction, not the speed. So it's not moving, but it's changing direction while
Correct.
not moving. It's
yes,
changing
because-
direction while not moving.
Yes.
Can't change direction. You have to move to change direction. You literally have to move to change direction. You can't change direction and not have moved. That doesn't even that's incoherent.
Well, I know it is because you haven't thought about what's actually changing direction.
You've also hold on. You've also said it's accelerating up. You've given us a direction. Up is the direction it's accelerating in. You didn't say it's accelerating up and then to the left and then to the east.
Relative
you said
to
it's
your
accelerating up.
Relative
stop
to
fucking talking through me, Xanac.
I thought you were done.
You're obnoxious, dude. You're saying just dumb things. The Earth would have to be expanding for the shit you're saying.
Essentially, what?
Let me respond.
Everything you never move. You're just in a what do they call it? The holodeck. You're in a holodeck, and the environment around you is what moves.
You could be moving at a constant velocity, but you're not. You're following a geodetic. You are now inertial, and through time, everyone's moving through time the same, and then suddenly time is bending. It's turning. It's actually slowing down, but it's bending, and because it's bending, and the surface of the Earth is not bending to follow that geodetics, it stops you from. It appears that it starts accelerating to you because it's curving. You can measure yourself accelerate to the object. We can actually look at it in any reference frame, and the object we'll run into it or it'll run into us. But we know we're not accelerating. We can't be the one accelerating because we are inertial. We can measure that by the ball in the box. So until you can address the fact that I'm talking not about the surface moving, I'm talking about time bending. Our geodesic, our path through space-time is bent.
So the surface isn't moving now. Now the surface isn't moving.
It's not moving. It's changing direction.
Okay, you said the direction was up, so it's going up, and then which direction does it change to? You've been telling me for a week now that the direction you've been telling me for a week.
Yes.
You've been telling me for a week that the ground. Dude, stop, Xanac. You've been telling me for a week the ground is accelerating up.
Yes.
You just said not, dude. You got to get your shit straight. You're all over the place.
No, it's not moving though. It's accelerating, but it's not moving.
So it's changing direction and not moving.
Correct.
Okay, show me how to change direction without moving.
Jeremy, you got to think about. Jeremy, you got to think about the
Odysee
ground.
says that I'm moving through time, and I'm inertial. I'm not changing direction. I'm going straight through with no forces acting on me. In other words, a free fall. This geodesy tells us that when you get near mass, that straight line path starts turning. My straight line path is now a full turn. It's a U-turn in some cases. And that U-turn, if I stop it in any way, shape, or form, is going to be an impact and will create a force on you. That's when you stop and have weight. So the lines just don't say, I'm going straight and then I go in orbit. Some of them go right to the surface in a straight line path to the surface. And that straight line path to the surface is a change of direction from your intended path, your geodesic of going straight through the Earth because of the magnet, because of the attraction, or because of the distortion of space-time, because of the mass. You're now supposed to go through the center of the Earth, and you can't.
I know he'll just keep going forever.
Let me just
one last thing. Just one last thing. In reality, we know that when somebody jumps out of a plane, they're accelerating towards the ground. Like I said, anyone that says the ground's accelerating up towards them is clearly delusional and doesn't know a thing about reality.
All right, I want to say something very quickly. So Jeremy, like, we know when you're saying the ground, right, it doesn't move. The ground that we're talking about is like the fabric of space itself that is like in line with the surface of the Earth, but it's like ether ground, right? So it's almost like it's accelerating up into you, this ethereal ground, and then the moment after it hits your feet, it does this like ethereal U-turn away from the thing it's absorbing
Before
into,
you
the thing
get deep,
it's
hold on,
generating
Craig.
into.
Hold on, before you get too deep, Zanuck, were you talking about the actual ground or this ethereal ether ground that Crack's talking about?
No, the actual ground's going to
The actual
change.
ground. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so you're saying it's the warping and bending of space time, right? Okay. So
Your
that's your
path goes directly to
motion.
the ground at some point
I'm just,
because of the mass. The
which is
bending of space,
what
and
you
warping
say.
of space time actually points directly to the center of the Earth, and that's where the path now wants to go. So you're going through this
But you
path,
said a
and now
U-turn.
you're going to the center of the Earth, and the Earth is in the way. And when the Earth stops you, that is the force of acceleration of it to you. You're just going in your merry way, inertial. No force is acting on you, but this change of path is being stopped by the physical object called the Earth.
Right, when we say that we're falling and we're weightless, right? Like the problem is that everything that's falling is falling at either at a similar rate, depending on the air resistance, right? But when something's like inside of a box, it's completely protected from the air resistance, so it will fall at the same rate as the thing that it's in. It's like, how do you weigh yourself if you're falling? Well, you can't stick a set of weights underneath your feet, right? Like while you're falling, and then weigh yourself, right?
You're just eliminating
We're there.
maybe
I won't finish. I'm saying unless like you could register something on a scale while you're falling. How you would do that, right? Would be that the scale would need to be like a big fucking like 10 by 10 foot square, right? And as you're falling, it obviously has so much surface area that the wind's hitting it, and then you would be able to stand on that scale maybe for a little bit and register a little bit
yeah,
of
you wouldn't
weight
be
on it.
accelerating anymore. There'd be no more acceleration, but you'd still be traveling toward the surface of the Earth. You wouldn't be accelerating anymore, though, right?
Beside the point of what I'm stating.
Well, not really.
Well, it depends. Acceleration's based on what
Change
vector,
of
right?
distance with respect to time.
Yeah, but it's
You're
also
not
based on.
accelerating. I mean, excuse
Well,
me,
yeah.
second derivative of distance with respect to time. Change of
So
velocity.
yeah.
You're not changing velocity.
So, but it's a tapered effect up to terminal velocity, then beyond, right? So if you're falling,
yeah, you're thinking about it in the right way. Let me just say, because yeah, you're right. You're weighing yourself on this big, huge floor that's floating with you, and you're now at terminal velocity. You're still moving down at 100 miles an hour, let's say.
120.
But you're on, and even in a parachute, same thing, right? Force in the parachute equals your weight, almost, and then that velocity that you're traveling downward is just a difference between the drag and your weight. And that'll tell you the speed at which you're going to be traveling downward.
Right, and this is the exact same way I've been structuring this to like I basically like have been saying this argument to globers and having every glober that I've come across disagree with this argument. And you yourself have admitted that I understand the argument due to the last time you were here, and you said it when you were here earlier when I brought this up with you, right?
But I think
so I've been using your argument though, and then I've just been called out by loads of globers, right?
Well, they're not going to. They don't understand it either. So you know it. Let me just say. I think I explained it to Jeremy. Hold on. I think when I was explaining to Jeremy, I did the best job that I think I could possibly have done. And the first time I've done it this way, that not only do those lines bend around the Earth, they bend straight to the center of the Earth. So your geodesic line out in space, when you get in contact with this, you see the Earth and you start moving toward it. You are weightless the entire time, and the line goes right to the center of the Earth. And it looks like the Earth is accelerating to you, but you haven't changed. You're inertial. You've sped up. You're accelerating to the Earth 9.8 meters per second the entire time. You've been accelerating at some, but the rate changes, right? It changes when you're out in space to where you hit the surface, and it changes because the gravitational strength changes, and the bending of warping of space time also changes until you make impact. So you have to think about that. That's what's happening, and that's why you will feel weightless all the way to the point you make contact, where it's stopping you from following that progression. Now, the progression is caused by this change of time. It's primarily caused by the distortion of time, the dilation of time, or the slowing of time. The closer you get to the object, the slower time goes. So this progress through time is changing. It's mind-bending to think about it. I get it, but it's the only thing we can come up with that
Right.
explains why you're inertial right up until you hit the surface. If you can
That's
come up
a
with another
shame.
logical explanation, who else was Numpty? I want to hear it. But that's what's happening.
Well, just
That's
to
why
say
you
my
feel
last
weightless, and
comment.
then you hit.
I feel like you just made my last comment almost for me, unfortunately. And my last comment, effectively, before I asked someone else to continue this conversation, was exactly almost what you said, but I'm going to put it in a more, I guess, in your face way. So what we have, right, effectively, what we're talking about here, you can try it, and I feel like I've told you a better way of making this argument, but there's a part of why I believe why you're not doing it the way I told you to do it, and you agreed it's a better way of illustrating it, right? And I'm going to go into it now. But I think I know why you don't want to illustrate it that way, and you keep not doing it in that manner, because if we break this down effectively to the phenomena why Xanix's saying all this stupid shit, right? Right, that the floor is accelerating up and it's warping the bending of space time because you get to the mass, right? Then the actual fabric, is effectively incumbent and in some way in line with the geodesy of this whole mass, right? And that, right. So I feel like you're trying to stay away from this, which is like, why is it that we're saying this? We're saying this because when we're stood still on the ground, okay, we read a rating of 1G. Okay, we have 1G. When we're falling, we have 0G. So this is why you keep saying you're weightless, right? You're weightless. Well, no, the instrument says 0G. Everyone disagrees, however, that they don't feel a form of acceleration or a form of movement. The idea of feeling weightless or whatever, right? Like any weightlessness that you could or could not feel is based upon, again, some of that wind resistance hitting the bottoms of your feet, your body, all of that, right? But the point is, Zanik, is that the real phenomena here is just this instrument that tells us 1G stood still, which doesn't make sense because to feel 1G, apparently you need to be moving at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? So why isn't that happening? If we go up at twice the rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, we get exactly 2Gs of reading. So this doesn't make sense, right? So to explain that phenomena, you then have to assert that while you're stood still, the ground is going up at 9.8 meters per second squared to make your gravity meters work, because you're claiming you're measuring gravity with this shit. So this shit needs to be accurate. So that means that when you're still, you have to be going up at 9.8 meters per second squared. Otherwise, what this shit's measuring isn't measuring anything that you're claiming that it's measuring. Hence the reason you don't really want to talk about the measurement devices, because if you did, people will start saying shit like this. I assert that what you're measuring is completely, you've quantified something completely different, even maybe, and you don't really understand what you're talking about at all. It could be
I
that,
do.
right?
No, that's I got everything you said, and I just disagree with your conclusion. Most of everything you said was correct. We measure the G with the instruments, but just take the box of the ball. I think the box of the ball I just came up with talking to you guys right now. A little box of the ball, you can make it yourself as long as you can see through it. Put something in there. On the ground, the ball is on the ground. It has weight too. Put a little scale in there. It can measure its own weight. You can measure your weight. The ground has to be accelerating, because when I jump up off the trampoline or jump off the building or jump off the bridge, whatever, in free fall, that ball will be floating in the box. And not until I make contact with something does it not make contact.
What if you took, while it was floating in the box, right? You had a box that had a door on the bottom that you could slide off, right? And you did it very carefully. So now the air started to go up into the container. That ball would stick to the lid of that box quicker than snap, buddy.
No, not really. It would just pressurize it. Pitot tubes do that same exact thing, and that doesn't happen with.
Doing 120 mile an hour
No,
terminal velocity.
Just creates an eighth, a tenth of half of a psi or something inside the box. So the air doesn't
Can I
push
ask
the
a
ball to the
question?
back.
All right, I'm done. All right,
It
cool.
would float around.
Yeah.
But the point is, the geodesy. So the geodesy is what we got to think about. We are going through space time. We are making a curve path, which to us still seems straight. We're still inertia, even though we're making a curve orbiting the Earth or the sphere in the middle of space, whatever you want to call it. Or if we get too close, we go straight down. And we're still following this geodesy. We're still following the geodetics. And then not until we hit the object that is accelerating into us because we're progressing through. It's not. See, we got to take it out of the 3 dimensions and add space time or add time to it, and time is being
No,
bent.
you don't, dude. You're falling towards the
We're
ground.
running into that.
Zanuck, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a
Falling
question, Jerry.
towards. Go ahead. Go
Uh,
ahead.
Zanuck, if I look into Medusa's eyes and I turn to solid stone, and I'm standing on the earth, I turn to stone, and then through some magic, the earth becomes a sentient being, and now it's standing on me. Am I now the ground accelerating upward towards
Funny,
the living
what the
earth?
fuck, bro?
Well, why is it favored? Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's a good point. So yes, we distort space time as well. Our mass, by virtue of ourselves.
Yeah, that's my point.
But we only have a very small perturbation of time, whereas the larger mass has a much greater. And all the things we talk about are all due. Like 90% of this curvature and the effects that I'm talking about right here are caused by not because of the bending warping of space time, general relativity, but special relativity, the time dilation or the slowing of time near the mass. The slowing of time to the mass is making this all happen. That is what determines us. It's accelerating into us. Now, if we were larger than the Earth, this monster that turned into a person, and we were a big person too to begin with, we're much bigger than whatever we're orbiting. All of a sudden, it changed dimensions and volumes and densities. Then it would be the opposite. It would be running into us, and we would be distorting.
But what you're saying is both are going on at the same time, just that it's accelerating towards us more than we're accelerating towards it.
Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. Yep.
Okay, so it is a paradox, because it's accelerating towards us while we're accelerating towards it, but we're both standing still.
Not a paradox. It's a the opposite.
It's a paradigm shift.
Paradigm. No, it's a paradigm.
To where you have to pretend there's this whole other layer, this whole other dimension.
Not even a paradigm shift. It's a paradigm
that doesn't exist. It's kind of like what they claim the ether is. This is exactly what they claim the ether is.
No, because it doesn't contain energy.
Hold on, man. Just hold on a second, please. You got the ground accelerating up. You said it's not moving, but it's changing direction. So it's going up, and then which direction? Now, meanwhile, I'm falling towards the ground. So which direction is the ground changing to where it's not going up anymore?
Relative to your path, going directly up. It's going up towards you.
You said it was not moving. It was a change of direction.
Right, but that's the direction. I pointed up. You're moving through space time.
So it's not changing direction. It's going up, steady up.
Right.
Not changing direction.
Right.
And it's not moving, right? You said a minute ago it wasn't moving, right?
Not moving.
Not moving, not changing direction. Where's your fucking acceleration?
Well,
you son of a bitch, Zanuck.
The reference that we looked at it from.
You are a lunatic, bro.
No, I'm not a lunatic's already in the house here. Not me. We have.
I'll give you the
You're an actual. You are an actual lunatic.
It can't change direction because it is a solid. It's got a shape.
You told me 5 minutes ago it was changing direction.
No, but I'm talking about.
I hate you. I hate you.
Talking about. You're not going to be finished. So go ahead.
Go ahead. I hate you. Just
come to erroneous
take
conclusions, and you're going to get it wrong, and you're going to mute me.
You told me 5 minutes ago the ground wasn't moving. You said it was accelerating. Then you said it wasn't moving, and you said it was changing directions. Now you're saying it's not changing directions.
Relative to the other side of the sphere, no. The other side of the sphere is not moving relative to the other side, but the surface is moving relative to us upward. It's accelerating to us.
So now it is moving up.
Yes.
I think I get that.
I absolutely
depends on the reference frame.
With all my heart, I fucking cannot stand you.
I think I get where he's.
That's a mean thing to say. Mean spirited.
I think I get where Zanuck is coming from. It's sort of like it's all about being like foundationlessness, or being foundationless, right? Like if you were just floating, right? Everything just floats in space time, and you just stay there. Uh, and but say there was like a drone, right? Like a drone that could fly in vacuum space. Uh, it could stick to your feet, and even if you jumped up, it would return back to being stuck to your feet underneath you, because it's like it's providing the acceleration up at you, right? That's the just this little drone you're standing on. It's accelerating upward, and that's why you're stuck to it. Even if you jump, it'll accelerate back up to you, and it's the one doing the acceleration. But of course, the analogy, you can't take it too far, because this drone would somehow be needing space and time to be doing its acceleration for it. Not that it's accelerating, but it's letting someone else do the hard work for it, or
Right.
some
Well,
force of
think of
nature.
it. Yeah, that's a good analogy in a way too. Let me say one more thing about just to kind of review a little bit. If you're in space, and let's not even say we're moving. We are inertial. We're inertial, but we're not even moving relative to anything out in our surroundings. Yet, and we kind of get nudged a little bit by something. A little jet engine in the back, kind of moving a little bit and stop, move a little bit and stop, reverse jet. So we just kind of move, and suddenly we see eventually millions and millions of years go by, and we see this round, big, huge sphere, size of the Earth as it's supposed to be. Not the Earth, just some big sphere. And we now see it, and we just say, "Hey, I think we're moving toward it." Now, we didn't accelerate anything. We are now accelerating toward it relative to it, but I'm still floating. I have no force, even though we started moving toward it. Our direction toward, let's say we can see some star like way trillions and trillions of miles away. We kind of got our eyes fixed on that, and now we're moving away from it. We know for sure the tip of our rocket or whatever we're in is moving toward the whatever the sphere, and we start accelerating toward it. We can measure this. We can see the thing getting bigger and bigger in our field of view. We still go, but we're inertial. We have no weight. Things are still floating, and we're going toward it. Eventually, we get sucked into the orbit. We're going 22,000 miles an hour around the thing. Why am I still floating? We're like in the ISS. We're still floating. But I know the thing's moving. We're going 22,000 miles an hour because I can see the ground beneath me moving that fast. That shows right there that this concept of the bending and warping of space-time is valid, because we did not feel any forces to do this. The ground actually is accelerating to us.
And if the ground's accelerating up, but it's not. Hold on.
Yes, because it's bent.
Hold on a second. The ground's accelerating up, right? That's the direction it's moving in, but it's not moving, but it's changing direct. You've said so much fucking contradictory shit in the past 20 minutes. It's unfucking believable.
No, I mean it's in the name of the theory, though. It's all relative, because just like Xanax said, we wouldn't feel an acceleration even though we're speeding up towards the surface. The planet also wouldn't detect anything. Neither party detects anything until they collide.
Really, we can't feel it. Ask them how much acceleration we can feel, and then ask them how much we're accelerating when we're falling down.
Fractions of a G.
Tell them, Xanax. Tell them we can feel a fraction of a G.
We are accelerating. So we're accelerating. So let's say that we're now orbiting. Something happens, and we start falling to this sphere. We have this immense velocity. We have immense velocity directly to the Earth or to the sphere, and we make impact. All along the way, we were accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared. We felt nothing. Let's say it has no atmosphere too, so it didn't slow down. We felt nothing up until impact, because space-time was bent. Our geodesic path was to the center of the Earth, and we followed that until the Earth hit us. We didn't hit the Earth. The Earth hit us.
Hold on. Let me just clear it up for everyone in the room. We can feel a fraction of a G.
Right.
Yes or no? Right. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what you say. Yes. We can feel, and a G is 9.8 meters per second, right?
Squared.
And 9.8 meters per second squared. Yeah. And when we're falling, we're definitely moving at 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
We're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, but we can't feel it though.
That's the point. Yeah, you can't feel it.
But we can feel a fraction of a G.
Yes.
That is contradictory, Xanax.
No, because I have one thing to respond.
No.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Because this will clear it completely up. Yes, we can't feel it because we're not accelerating. We're accelerating with respect to the surface. Yes, we can see the surface accelerating to us, but it's accelerating to us. That's why we don't feel it. That's the whole point.
No, the
You got
ground
it.
is not accelerating up to you.
It
We know that
is.
you're
In the
accelerating down
geodesic
towards
model, in the time bending warping space time, it is accelerating to us. We're not accelerating. That's why we don't feel it. It's exactly the point. Thank you.
In reality, when we fall, are we accelerating towards the ground?
With respect to the ground, yes.
What else would you have it in respect to?
To you.
Okay, so if I'm falling towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared, am I accelerating towards the ground? And what are you saying?
I'm saying the relativistic view is that we're not accelerating; the ground is accelerating. Even though we can say from either observer,
that's incorrect.
No, because if you're following and you're passing this building, you look like the building is falling. You're inertial. You don't see the ground accelerating to us. We're stationary. It's accelerating to us.
Yeah, but you're also accelerating to it just to a lesser degree.
No, we're talking about reference frames. The inertial reference frame or the accelerated reference frame.
Yeah,
looking at it from the inertial. Hold on. Looking at it from the inertial reference frame, everything's accelerating to us. Looking from the accelerated reference frame, the accelerated reference frame, you're accelerating to us. So which is right? Well, we're right because we have no forces acting on us because we can feel it, we measure it. They're wrong because they're sitting there with weight, looking at me come down and he's going to land on me. Oh shit, it's going to hurt. And it does hurt. And he fucking kills everybody. It splats because we were accelerating into him.
Zanuck, I'm advising people to not even debate with you. I think it'll make their arguments worse. Maybe not. For maybe the new people, it might be worth it debating with you. I don't know, but you're just saying insane stuff.
It does sound quite insane. I would have to agree with you.
It's
Zanuck,
dumb.
Quick question. So we have two objects that are at a large distance from the surface of the Earth. They get dropped towards the surface of the Earth. You say that the Earth is accelerating towards those objects, right?
Yes.
Okay, so these two objects are antipodal from one another on the Earth. How does that work?
Again, Odysee explains it perfectly.
Yeah.
Odysee, can I finish answering? Right when I answered, you interrupted me. Odysee explains it perfectly.
So the Earth is accelerating, so it's effectively expanding outward to meet both of these objects, but remains the same size.
Not effectively. The lines, the Odysee, the lines, just no difference than what happens when you're on a sphere and you start at the equator of the sphere and go to the North Pole. You will get closer and closer together, even though you're both going in straight lines. The lines through space-time have bent because as you get nearer a large object, time slows down. Gravity of the mass causes time to slow down. They call that gravity, the effect of gravity. But
So
all it is the warping and bending of
space-time. If you drop these objects, one at the North Pole, one at the South Pole of the Earth, you're saying effectively that the North Pole is moving upwards towards this object, and the South Pole is moving upwards towards this object, effectively opposite directions of one another, but the surface of the Earth is not expanding at all to meet these objects.
Perfect. Well said.
Yeah, let me just say something real quick. Zanuck, this whole sort of like, which one is more massive thing, I think is what most people are confused on. And your answers are kind of one-sided because you already told me earlier, like we're accelerating towards the Earth. The Earth is accelerating towards us just to a larger degree. But if you'd explain the example of two objects in space of the same mass and size, then they're both accelerating towards each other, even when they meet, right? Even when they meet and they're touching, two things of the same size would still be both accelerating towards each other equally, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so Zanuck thinks that two things the same size, touching, not moving, are both accelerating to each other equally. He also thinks that
that's why they can rotate. They can rotate around each other. They can be in orbit with each other. They have these parallel stars. star pairs that are rotating around each other, if you could do that in space, rotate around something else, you would both feel no force. You would both be floating.
Yeah, a lot of
You
people
wouldn't feel anything because you'd be following a geodetic that would be these curved paths through space time. And even though you're going through space time together, because time moves the same for all that are in the same geodetic path, and the time is either faster or slower depending on how much mass you're around, you would feel weightless until, let's say, something happens where it got closer and closer and closer, and then they collide. Now they're both one, and then it would start forming this new ball because the geodetics inside of it are also following the laws the laws of special relativity. Time is still different at the edges than at the center, and this causes the thing to collapse, and it stabilizes and has this new sphere, which is bending and warping space-time around it and inside of it. Because that's why I mentioned it when I first started out. What does the person feel in the center of the Earth if he's in like a little capsule? What is he? He's weightless, so he's inertial inside of this mass, which is bending, warping space-time. Yes, even though he is inside the Earth or inside a sphere, he is inertial. His path through space-time is okay. He is not being altered. He's inertial.
Check it out, Zanuck.
That's mind bending right there. By the way, I just thought of that today.
What you've done, Zanuck, is in the way most people would speak. Like most people would agree with what you're saying, but what you've done is you've replaced. And I'm not saying you're wrong in your model, whatever. But what's going on is you've replaced attract with accelerate towards. Like I was saying about standing on the drone or whatever. If you guys just think about every time Zanuck says accelerate as attract, it's what we all would normally understand. But he's saying that the attraction is actually an acceleration towards something. It isn't actually attracting you towards the surface of the Earth. It's actually, well, that's how it seems, right?
Yeah,
It
but
seems like
you
you're
can't
being
say
attracted.
that because that would imply a non pseudo-Romanian force, which is what we feel. We feel nothing. There's no force. There's no attraction. There are no gravitational fields. They don't exist. We only have the bending
There's
and
no,
warping of space.
yeah.
We
There's
only
no
have the
such thing as there's no attraction. There's no UFO tractor beam going
no,
on.
no.
It's always an acceleration towards something being
Well,
perceived as an attraction, right?
yes, perceived. It's a pseudo force or a pseudo attraction. It's not real. It's only you're following the lines of geodesics. Geodesy explains it perfectly. And if you say, well, that's bullshit, I can't, then think about it for a second. God, then why is it he's right? If I jump off any trampoline or off any building or any bridge, anything out of an airplane initially for the first 3 or 4 seconds, this little ball in this box is going to float. But I know I'm accelerating to the ground because I can measure it. I can measure the distance that I've traveled. I'm accelerating, but I don't feel it. Why? Think about that. Why? Why don't you feel it?
And the
Because
answer to
it's
that
not real.
wouldn't be because time is warping, dilating, and bending up into my
It's
feet
not.
while I'm stood
Time is a
still.
concept. It can't work.
Wait there,
or
dude. I
dilate.
know that. I can say that stuff fine. Don't worry. Whatever.
Actually, check this out. See, Zanuck, everything reaches its terminal velocity when it starts to fall, and that 9.8 meters per second squared allows for basically all of that acceleration happens in those first few seconds.
10 seconds.
That you feel it, yeah. So it doesn't take very long before now you reach that terminal velocity, and yeah, that's when your ball in your box sits still again.
That's right. Now you've been forced out of your geodesic. You're not free falling anymore, and that's when you have weight. So, like Crack mentioned earlier, big huge plate falling with you. It has aerodynamics. It probably would start falling at maybe it only falls at 80 miles an hour or something, and you're standing on it. You put a scale on that. If it's not accelerating with reference to the ground, it is now taking you off the geodetic path, and you are now being forced to not follow the geodetic path. So now you have weight because you've created a pseudo force. Your weight, and you weigh yourself, and shit, it's the same thing as if I was on the ground. No different, because you're forced off the geodetic path. You're forced off of it because you're not accelerating anymore.
Yeah, give them your hand, they'll take your arm.
Jump off that floor. You start accelerating for the first. Well, if you say into a tube or something, you can jump into. Because you're already going too fast.
Don't you mean shove the earth down with your feet?
Pardon me?
Oh, I can't jump anywhere. I can't jump up. According to you, I'm pushing the Earth down when I do that.
You can jump up. Sure, you can apply force and jump up. Once you leave that surface, you
No,
are
not
now
according to everything
inertial.
you've been saying.
You're inertial again. So you jump up off that plate. You jump up. You're inertial until you land back down on that plate again.
No, I jump up, and then the Earth hits me. Remember?
It hits you. Yes. You're not. You're inertial. The ground is hitting you. You've pushed away from it, but you will land back on it because the Earth is going to fall back into you. It's not you push the Earth away.
Relevant, like it's relative. It has
relative,
to be.
exactly.
Yeah. Funnily enough.
All this can sound like craziness, but just think about it for a second. Why do you feel inertial? Why do you feel in free fall when you're falling? When we know we can measure an acceleration, answer that question. What could cause that? And we will get closer to like this. Fuck, I'm totally, I have no idea. To like maybe the space time curving thing has some merit. And by the way, it's been the most accurate way to measure the things we see and experience since we discovered general relativity and special relativity.
Yeah. What you're saying is potentially, since something is unfalsifiable, I can plug in my narrative, which might make the most sense viewed in its initial form. Therefore, it must be true.
Nope, it is falsifiable, and it has predictive
Which
qualities
part?
as well. Measurable.
No, predictive. Like if it's predictable,
Yeah,
has nothing to do with its falsifiable, like falsifiability. You already agreed that it's unfalsifiable. Like you voiced it.
No, I'm not. It's sure you could find a different reason for why you feel inertial, yet you're still accelerating to the ground. Yet we know
Exactly,
acceleration is possible.
unfalsifiable.
No, it is.
Therefore,
No, it's not. You could think if ether has this crazy quality when it turns into a superfluid and does
no,
make up
unknown.
something. Make up something.
No,
But
no.
Show that it works. Mathematically show that it actually has the same characteristics, and you have it falsified.
Mathematically, you're only describing something that maybe is falsifiable, but in this instance,
You're not
we're
describing
showing it's.
something. You can actually show an equation for why certain things happen. Values that you would experience.
Equations are
Hold on. Let me
just
finish.
descriptive.
Let me finish. You will get actual values of what you expect to occur using math if these circumstances are present. Not even just say math. Oh, math. I was going to describe it with math. No. If this happens, this is the value I will have, and this is the rate of change of velocity, or this is the weight you'll have, or this whatever metrics you want to use, you could use with using math. And with special relativity, that gives us all these values. They all work out with incredible accuracy.
No.
Yeah, within a fraction of a nanosecond of difference between the satellites and the ground absolutely dictates whether these devices will work or not for GPS.
No, that's how they coincide with a model upon which you built your assumptions on.
Okay.
You're just affirming the consequent.
And every test they do,
logically speaking. Let me finish. Let me speak. Yeah, sorry. I'm just saying, what you're doing is you're making a claim and using a descriptive matter or manner, in this instance, math. I mean, 2 + 2 is 4.
I haven't used any math. I haven't used any math at all.
Yeah, but you're saying math is a way of prove. No, you did.
No,
that's
you did.
What exactly.
You said through math.
No, that I said the opposite. I said math is descriptive.
Yeah,
that's what I said. Yeah.
And
so what does that mean?
I said it wasn't.
Right, exactly.
What I said
exactly.
To you,
let me finish. You're interrupting me by saying what I said, but saying I'm wrong somehow, which is weird. But what I'm saying, you can't let me finish
because you've been going. I've been trying to interrupt for a second just to kind of.
I didn't even go, but go ahead.
Just the point is, I don't care if you think it's falsifiable or not. Here's the reality: when you're accelerating measurably, you are in free fall. Why? Come up with your own answer.
So anybody can come up with an answer.
Let's hear yours. This model that I've stumbled upon works.
That's the whole definition of unfalsifiable.
Doesn't matter whether it's falsifiable or not. I'm talking. Doesn't matter whether it's falsifiable or not. It matters that in fact it works, and in fact it works to a really super high degree.
What do you mean it works?
For all
I don't mean to be pedantic here.
You are being pedantic. It works to explain everything in astrophysics, in orbital mechanics, in satellite communications and laser communication. It just works. Now, if you have something better, now here's my question to you again. This whole, I don't want to get into the details of it or even get into the math of it. All I'm saying to you is that it works, and it basically derives from the fact that when you're accelerating measurably off that building, you are in free fall, but yet I can measure you accelerating the entire time till you hit. Why has that happened?
That only happens using an assumption of relativity. That's the whole point.
It's what we measure. It's what I'm telling you.
No,
stop doing this.
That's not what you
let me
measure.
talk for a second. Let me talk for a second.
What do you measure?
Let me talk. We measure the acceleration based on someone on the ground looking at you falling.
Exactly.
Hold on. Just let me finish, and you can talk. And then we measure the person jumping or something falling within it with a camera or whatever. Things are floating. There is completely inertial. Nothing is changing inside that box till it hits. If it's in a vacuum, for example, or the first few seconds. So we know that happens. Why does that happen?
Where does that happen? Can you give
everywhere
me an example?
Everywhere on the earth.
Yeah, give me an example.
Throw this box off for a second. Whatever is in it, throw it up and then throw it down. It'll have a floating ball inside the box. I'm telling you.
I'm asking for evidence.
Stop. The drop tower has it perfectly shown. So yes, things float on the way up and on the way down. The best example that you could experience, maybe you never have, is in the vomit comet. Now, it doesn't matter if there's any air. We're forcing an acceleration downward, matching 9.8 meters per second squared. The entire time going up at the apex and going down, everybody's floating, water's floating, steel's floating, helium's floating. Everything floats equal. Why does that happen when the entire... Hold on.
Do you derive
almost done. The altimeter tells us, or radar tells us, from the ground, we know the entire time we are accelerating to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. We know this. So I'm telling you, we have measurements. Stop fucking contradicting me because you're being an idiot. You're being an asshole.
Sorry,
too.
man. No, I'm
Stop.
not. I'm not trying.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm having a conversation. Are you willing?
Assume it. Yes, I'm game.
That's fine.
Just assume I'm right. Answer me why that happens.
I'm not going to assume anything. I'm asking you, how do you derive the fact that you're right about this statement you're making? The 9.8 per meter second squared, right? How's that fact? How did you derive that?
If I have to explain it to you, we shouldn't even be in this conversation.
It's an agreed upon average, right?
No.
Average of what?
Oh, it's not an average?
Hey, no, we're not talking about an average. We're not talking about anything other than I do this. And he want to know if I measure it. I can measure it. Something close to 9.8 meters per second squared. I can measure that acceleration. Yeah, something close to it. 9.8. 9.9. Not to say 9.9. I'm at 9.9. Everything in that vehicle will appear to float. Everything will. Steel balls, helium balloons, people, water will just kind of have bubbles everywhere. Nothing will have bias. We know that it's happening because we can measure it, the distance that we travel. We're where we are with the distance to the ground, with laser, with radar, whatever you want to use, we can measure that. We know it's true. And you know it's true. All right? So stop arguing with me. It's such a stupid argument. And what I'm saying is, why does that happen? Why does that happen?
I was asking you a question and arguing. Look, I never argued.
You're just being an ass. I'm not going to engage.
By asking questions?
You're
disengaged.
You're being willfully ignorant, or you're
disengaged.
Don't ask questions. Just accept the doctrine.
Yes.
He's asking me pedant. He didn't want to be pedantic, but ironically, that's what you're being. So we know we can be.
It should be simple to answer.
We know we can accelerate. We know the more we accelerate to the ground, close to 9.8 meters, the more we seem like we float. Why? Don't ask any more stupid questions.
That's a stupid question.
You answer the question.
Because of special relativity.
That's just a statement.
So special relativity is the cause. So if Einstein
Yes.
would not have come
No.
around,
No. Special
this
relativity
would not have taken
describes the
place,
cause. The cause is time dilation near mass.
which
Yeah,
has
so you're
no
describing
justification. Cool.
Okay. All right.
describing an
I
unfalsifiable
like the way
claim.
nice attack, nice switcheroo there. I
Hey,
asked the question.
define
We
mass.
see what we measure. What we
Switcheroo.
measure. We measure what we measure. Stop. We measure what we measure. Why do we measure that acceleration? Yet we feel nothing. Why?
Define mass.
Any amount of matter.
Good question, actually. Oh, any amount of matter. Isn't
Correct.
it the resistance to acceleration?
That's
I
a
mean,
property of. That's a property.
are these?
That's a property of mass.
So, what did you define then, if not a property of
What
mass?
mass is. Any amount of matter.
What is matter?
Wait. The
Something
property
that
of
takes up space.
mass
Is
is
inertia.
not
Yes. Is inertia.
inertia. Inertia is a different. So
Is a property
mass
of
equals.
Inertia is a
Wait,
property of mass.
Hold on, man.
Same units.
Just
Zanuck.
take a
How are
breath.
you doing? Yeah. Could you let him ask a question, please? Thank you.
Yeah. My God, man. So inertia is not mass.
Inertia is a property of mass.
Property of mass. So mass displays inertia.
Mass has inertia.
Yeah, like I said, mass displays inertia. Is there
How
a
does it
problem?
display inertia?
It has it.
It has it.
Like
yes.
you said.
It has it. Yes.
That's exactly what I said.
No, you just said it displays inertia. How does mass displays inertia unless something acts on it?
Let's not
display
get
inertia?
into that.
No, if you have
mass,
inertial mass and it's just floating in space, how does it display inertia?
So your definition of mass is the amount of matter.
Any amount of
right?
matter, not the amount of matter. The amount of matter would be
any
mole.
amount of matter. Well, yeah, the amount of matter would be mole.
Or sorry, no. Sorry,
let's
matter
not.
would be I misspoke. The kilogram would be the amount of matter.
Yeah, let's not get pedantic here.
You are being pedantic by definition. Everything you're
My
asking.
God.
Why do you
By
feel
asking a
weightless
question,
when you accelerate?
How is by asking a question can I be pedantic? If I'm asking a question, if I'm making a claim, it could be pedantic. But by asking a question, how is that possible? How is it possible?
I think you know why. But go ahead, ask your question.
No, you claimed it. So
Because you said whether inertia is a property of mass or is mass or caused by mass, those are pedantic. Because what are you really asking for? What do you want to know?
they're not pedantic. They're actually specific to the claim and
What's
the
the claim?
definition. Okay, let me. Okay, so
that shows you're being
a lot of
pedantic.
people. Okay, a lot of people, or mistakenly, you can have the idea of mass being the amount of matter, or the resistance to acceleration. These are two different understandings.
No,
now,
they're not.
I'm not saying, well, hold on. No, they are. I mean, I can show you this, and I can quote people, and I can quote scientists actually making these different statements. If you're willing, do you have the breath to hold on? I
Why?
can give you.
What is your goal? What are you trying to describe? or have
All
me
I'm saying is, people have different understandings of the word
no,
mass.
there's
That's all I'm saying.
There's a lot of definitions of mass, but I'm telling you the accepted definitions. No one would disagree that mass is any amount of matter, and no one would disagree that mass has resistance.
I'm already disagreeing with you.
Can I finish?
saying
Can I finish? So mass has
you're-
mass has resistance to acceleration, which is its inertia property called inertia, and it also has a unit of measure, how much it is. But for one, for example, would be the kilogram. Now,
what is mass?
what are you trying? Other than that, what are you trying to get at?
What is mass?
Any amount of matter, and it has inertia.
Any amount of matter that has inertia.
Any amount of matter,
So,
and it has inertia.
and it has inertia.
Correct.
So an amount of matter that does not have inertia is not mass.
That's a counter to statement because all matter and all mass has inertia.
It's a question. It's a question.
All mass, all matter has inertia. The property of inertia.
Regardless of whether
a property of, just like entropy is a property of the second law. It's not the second law. It is a property of, and it's incomplete without it. So yes, your definition of mass without inertia is incomplete.
Yes, that's all I'm asking for, man. Don't get
You haven't asked for
defensive.
anything. You're just being pedantic by definition.
By definition, you don't even know what that means.
I don't know what definition means.
But how am I being pedantic by definition?
Because you don't. No one knows what you're asking for. Are you saying it does?
I'm clearly asking for something.
Here, I have a different.
What are you asking for? Reword it then. Make it clear, because no one knows what you're talking about.
So, mass, the definition of mass, is it defined or does it have multiple meanings?
See, this is why you're being pedantic.
So by asking a question,
that question shows you're being pedantic.
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Does it have multiple meanings? It has multiple descriptions, elaborate, some very books long describing mass, and you can do it in one word, like I did, or two words.
Yeah, listen, a rose by any other name. All right, so I got a quick question. Then, if I may, I'll go away after this. Is this similar to like when I can see the effects of curvature, but I can't see the actual curvature itself, or we can see the effects of gravity, but we can't actually measure or manipulate gravity in an experiment? Is that kind of like that?
No, nothing like that.
Okay, well, whatever. As you were.
So I can change the bending warp in space-time by increasing the size of the mass. It can be measured by the pseudo force called weight.
Careful, pseudo force is not force.
Pseudo force is a force. It's reference independent. It has no.
No, that's why the word pseudo is on top of it.
What is that? What does pseudo mean? What does pseudo mean?
It means not.
Pedantic? Am I being pedantic?
You are, yes.
What does pseudo mean? Answer the question.
It mean in the physics world, or physics context, or an English context.
Both.
Okay.
They mean the same thing exactly.
No, well, you said almost exactly. How
now remember, in Globeland, there's 155,000 definitions.
Can I respond? Hey, he asked me the question, not
there's
you.
155,000
He asked me the question, not you. Glow flat. Hey, glow flat. He asked me the question. Just shut up. So you asked me a question. I'll say in the physics world.
Zanuck, chill. Be nice.
Well, he was talking over me. Why don't you tell him to shut up?
To be fair, I was being a dick.
Yeah, but he also doesn't need to be so rude about it and tell you to shut up.
No, he said he was being a dick. People that are being a dick need to be dealt with. So almost exactly. The English definition of pseudo means fake, not real. The physics definition of pseudo means reference frame dependent and without origin. Is that clear enough for you?
No.
Why would you have to?
It means fake also. And it means the same exact. But even in the context you're presenting, right? Like an actual force versus a pseudo force, it means fake.
Isn't it technically called a fictitious force?
It's the same thing. Yeah, fictitious. It's not the actual
Lambert force, pseudo force, not actual force.
Yeah, why are you differentiating? Yeah, it's not actual.
Because
why
it is actual in the reference frame that you're viewing it from.
That's subjective. We're talking about
you can measure it.
Definition.
I can measure
objective definition.
I can measure
not your feelings.
I can measure a pseudo force very easily. A centrifuge does this all the time. When you spin a centrifuge, you have a centrifugal force, which is a classic pseudo force, can be measured pressing against the wall of the spinning container. The container itself would be applying a proper force to the object trying to get out. The reason it's trying to get out is because it wants to be inertial, but it's forced to be taking a curved path, and it's not doing it because it wants to do that. It's doing it because the outside of it is forcing it to do that.
You're just affirming even your own definition. I mean, I don't see how you're making a point here.
If you had a scale, if you had two scales, one was on the centrifuge and the scale was facing it, both would have the same reading. One reading is a pseudo force. That end of story. Also, you're being pedantic again. And if you're going to ask one more question about that, I'm going to have to disagree.
That's incorrect.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
disengage.
And no one agrees with you, so I'm disengaging.
That's fine. So,
All right, where's the curve? Back to it.
No, I agree as well.
no
Luke. That's
curve.
literally why I'm bringing this up like all the time now, because this is like a really good point for the globe. I mean, for the flat Earth. I mean, for us both. But everyone, when you bring up this example, you don't need to go, two people antipodal falling down toward the ground. You don't need to do that. Just say stood on the ground. He will say all the same stuff.
Yeah, the problem is with the globe, they kind of reference science, right? Which kind of alludes to the idea that things are pretty well defined and they're pretty well measured, when in essence, the term, like we were using earlier, mass or force, or any of these well-known terms, are very poorly defined. Like mass has two meanings. He already admitted to that. He's like, oh yeah, it is resistant to acceleration. That's a property of mass, but quantifiably, it's the amount of matter. That's admitting two definitions to one word,
Any amount of matter.
which defeats the idea of a scientific definition, which should be very well defined and should not have multiple meanings.
It doesn't
A
have
word. It doesn't.
No.
You just presented them.
No, I said
Zach.
mass is any amount of matter, and it also possesses something called inertia. It's a property of mass called inertia. It's resistance to acceleration.
Which one is mass?
It's not contradictory. It's not contradictory. It is descriptive. I could have 5 or 6 more characteristics of
describe
matter.
mass. Describe mass.
I think I did. I gave a very short and very accurate description.
No, you gave
mass is
two
any
of them.
mass is any amount of matter of objects or items or particles that take up space, and this mass will have to have resistance to acceleration, which is called inertial.
Inertial or inertia?
Inertia.
Yeah. So mass is inertia?
Mass has inertia.
How much? Okay, what's the ratio mass to inertia?
Okay.
First explain inertia. Explain inertia to him.
Inertia is an object's resistance to
acceleration. Yes, that's not mass. Mass is the amount of matter.
Property of mass. Property of mass.
So
all mass has inertia, but all inertia can have different types of mass.
It's a goddamn circus out there, isn't it?
I can have. What is the inertia? What is the inertia of something that is on the edge of a merry-go-round?
Hey, can you give me the 45 definitions of a banana right now? Thanks.
If I have an object on the outside of a merry-go-round, what's the inertia to make that move? Is it the same as the mass?
I don't know. You tell me. You said mass is the same as inertia. That's what you said.
Yes, mass has I didn't say mass the same. I said mass has inertia. But inertia is it's resistance to acceleration. So if I'm trying to accelerate something,
so if you have two objects,
same mass. One is I have a big, huge log, and then I have a steel pipe. Both have the same mass. Which has more inertia when I roll it? Remember, it's all resistance to acceleration. So which has more mass? Same exact mass. Which will have more inertia when I roll them?
You tell me.
Well, the bigger diameter one.
Why?
Because it's harder to get it rolling. Because of the point of where the center of mass is.
Oh, we're getting into center of masses now.
There's a center of mass. All mass has a center.
Yeah. Oh. Is that part of the definition of mass?
And the distance and its radius for axis of rotation. So the larger the distance of the axis of rotation, the harder.
These are assumptions.
No, these are measurable. You can take
No,
a large. You can take a large sphere and a small sphere and roll them down a hill and see which one takes longer to get to the bottom.
Well, what if it's not a sphere? It's your body. Your body.
Roll it. I'm talking about rolling.
Yeah, your body. Let's roll your body.
The reason you say, well, inertia has multiple
your arms,
meanings then.
legs,
Rotational inertia. So we have rotational inertia and then not rotational inertia. There's two types of inertia.
Can you not rotate your body?
Yeah, that would have rotational inertia, which is different than your inertia in a straight line. Translational inertia is not rotational inertia. They're both inertia, but there's two types. What types of mass are there?
They're not two types.
There are two types of inertia: rotational inertia and translational inertia. Do you not know the difference? Of course you don't.
No, I do.
What is it? What's the difference? What is translational inertia? What is translational? What's translational inertia? What is it? Go ahead. You said you knew. I thought so. Why don't you Google it real quick? Takes that long for you to Google it? Anyway, way to divert the conversation. We were kind of going someplace that was kind of interesting. This whole thing about the Earth accelerating upward and not getting larger, like Jeremy objects to. I'm with them. It's very confusing and mind bending. I agree, and with Crack as well. It's not an easy concept to grasp. Bending and warping of space time is friggin' out there. But then again, just go back to why things are inertial, no feeling, everything's floating. Yet we can measure acceleration of that object or you.
It's out there because it's bullshit.
Okay.
I realised the real argument isn't more about discovering more what it is that we're really measuring when we're on the ground, measuring 1G versus falling, measuring 0, right? The idea is for me that as the thing that's measuring as it falls, right, much like the ball inside of the box, when it's contained in that way, the ball doesn't bang off any other sides, that there's a freeness to the motion at that time, right? That you're unimpeded in your directionality. In no direction, in all directions you are free, but obviously you're moving in one direction. I understand that, but the point being that you're free from equilibrium. But when you're at equilibrium, you're obviously not free from that weight that's pressing down, right? But this doesn't translate to the floor accelerating up into my feet while I'm stood still, as an effect of the, warping event in a space-time, me being close to the surface of that mass and, that being in some way, I don't know.
That would be translational velocity, according to fucking Zanuck. Oh my god, I don't know.
Well, then we also have the movement of the person, the floor that's accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. The person's actually doing less than 9.8 meters per second squared. So we have something moving someone else while still, but the person actually going at a lesser rate than the thing that's moving them. That's akin to saying that if I were to push a pencil on a table, but I pushed it from the eraser end, that's the same thing as saying that when I pushed the eraser end, the tip of the pencil, the lead, didn't move the exact same time I pushed the rubber end.
Is Zanuck still here? Or
Meh.
yeah, is that Zanuck thing? Yeah,
Nah.
I think he's gone.
No, I saw him type.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm not going to engage anymore. I think you're going down a rat hole there. I wasn't
Oh,
really interested.
you're not gonna engage anymore.
Well, I gave you a question about what you're objecting to. You're just trying to get me on some pedantic gotcha, and I wasn't playing your game. And then I asked you about different types of inertia. You didn't like that.
I
You
wasn't
said
even
no.
speaking. I
No,
wasn't
you
even
were.
speaking.
You were speaking. You were speaking. So because you didn't answer the last question, and because you didn't realize, or you disagreed that there was two different
I
types of
didn't
inertia,
answer one
so
of
thanks
your
for talking over me.
questions.
Thanks for talking over me. You posted your little definition of mass PDF. I read that. Very good. So maybe you learned something by reading it yourself, but I'm not going to play a game anymore with you. I'm tired of it. It was actually fun for a while, but now I'm kind of bored.
Oh, thank you for your input. So
what about what I just said though, Zanuck, about because obviously the claim is that rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared, the thing that it's moving into, it's technically accelerating too, but it isn't anywhere the same rate. You were saying about this the other day, but I can't remember exactly how you characterized it now.
Yeah, it's accelerating into you, but 9.8 meters per second squared. Because the lines that the geodesic line, your line that your path through your progress through space, your path through space, your non-inertial state is now being disrupted by this object which distorts time and space and now pushes into you at 9.8 meters per second squared.
well,
Because
if
your
you
path was
read,
straight, now it's turned.
Which changes my rate, correct?
Sorry, Zanuck, if you'd read my article, do you understand the difference between an operational definition and a conceptual definition?
I understand what mass is. You don't need to quiz me on it.
Well, you actually presented both. You said mass is the amount of matter and has the property of resistance to acceleration, right? Correct?
That's what I said. Correct.
Yeah. So, in the context of what I posted, because you said you read it, you said you read my mass article, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
So, in that article, it actually defines these two terms as either being a conceptual definition and an operational definition. So, can you point out either or just give me an understanding? Because you read it and you seem to understand it.
Everything I've read in the article is exactly what we were taught, and that's just there's no very little that most people in the world of physics need to know about the word mass and what it means. We know
Yeah,
that
but
mass has there's many definitions.
I can't believe you just got away with saying that.
no, but in the article itself points out two definitions, and it calls them operational. One is operational, and one is conceptual.
There's like 10 definitions in this, right?
No. Two in the article. Have you read it?
Yes.
And
I leafed through it. There's a bunch of definitions.
yeah, you've skimmed through it, obviously. Like, have you
I'm talking about
digested it?
the definitions of Maxwell, who had multiple definitions. He had 7 or 8 definitions.
But
It's mentioned. Did you read that they talk about Maxwell in the article?
Yeah, but in the article,
what did they say?
The first paragraph, or actually,
oh, I see what happened. You read the first paragraph, and suddenly you think you read the whole article. Did you read the whole article?
I did.
The whole article.
I posted it.
I know
It's
you posted
my
it.
article.
Did you read it?
Yes,
The entire
I read
article.
through the whole thing from
all right.
beginning to end.
Okay, good.
I can
talk about it.
You can ask me about anything in the article. I'll give you an answer. But in the article, the whole point was in regards to mass. Let's not veer off. But with regards to mass and the definition of, it clearly defines two types of definitions. one being an operational definition
operation conceptual. Yeah, what about it?
and a conceptual. Exactly. Do you understand that?
Of course.
I don't need you. I don't need you to agree with it. Do you understand that these are two types?
I understand it and I agree with it.
Oh, you agree with it?
Of course.
Okay, so there is two types of definitions for the word mass.
There's many types of definitions. Broadly, it says right here, broadly speaking, there are two types of definition of used in physics. Traditional conceptual definition, which specifies the meaning of an idea or term or other, or more fundamental notions, and a somewhat newer operational definitions, which specifies procedure which the concept can be measured.
So, in that context, can you tell me how we? I would guess this is the disconnect between me and you. So, what's an operational definition of mass?
That'd be a process which you can measure, like a scale would be an operational definition. When I weigh a certain mass in the gravitational field using Newtonian mechanics, I will get a value in kilograms. The kilogram is the unit measure of mass, and I measure it in its effect in a gravitational field or in a pseudo force.
Yeah. Would you relate to that, the resistance to acceleration, for example?
No, I'd see how fast we. Yeah, you could say I apply a force to it, and it accelerates at this rate based on this force being applied consistently.
What's being resisted against?
Acceleration.
What's the other thing being resisted against? You know, it's circular.
It's not circular. It's not moving. It has
I
to
didn't
move.
ask. That's not a question.
It's not circular. Forces
So-
are what impart in acceleration in mass.
Yeah, and the other definition, the conceptual one, which you already admitted and you accepted, that you have two different definitions. That's the funny part.
There's many different
Yeah.
conceptual definitions
Oh,
of mass.
not two? You have 100, maybe?
Probably 100, yes.
that just adds credence to my point.
No.
I mean, yes. Listen
No,
to what I have to say. Listen.
No, it's not. That doesn't increase anything you said. Mass, quite simply, is any amount of matter. You can break it down as deep and minute if you like, and its resistance
Don't do
to
yourself that
acceleration.
disservice. There's nothing simple about this. Don't do yourself this.
Very simple. You can do it simple. You can get as deep as you want, but at the high level, mass is any amount of matter, and it also has a property called inertia. Now you can get it. We can talk in rotational inertia. We can talk about, but mass has those two basic fundamental descriptions.
What is it? So what's mass?
Any amount of matter that has
What's
inertia.
What's matter? Dude, you just can't do this. You can't make up a bunch of shit and then say, "Well, I
don't
can
make up
tell you
anything.
nothing to tell you
Matter
about."
is anything. Matter is anything that is stuff. Matter is just stuff. That's what the
How
universe
much?
is made of.
Okay, how many units of matter are in a
space.
banana? How many
What's
banana
that?
matter units?
How many what?
How many units of matter are in a banana? How many banana matter units are
What unit of matter? What unit of matter are you talking about?
there? Whatever makes up a fucking banana, dude.
Well, whatever.
Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds?
No,
I
you
can't
sound
give you a
ridiculous.
banana molecule.
You sound
could you?
ridiculous. Well,
Yeah.
it could be a 1
Just out of
kilogram banana.
just out of curiosity, what would you classify matter as an alternative for a word to describe molecules and whatever construct we devise?
I wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that I could quantify something like that.
Well, here's the thing. It's interesting that you say that. I don't know if you know, but there is an international data bank of all genetic makeup of all. Well, they're attempting to catalog and categorize each plant.
That's fantastic. I don't buy it.
Yeah, so you hold by the definition of mass being the amount of matter or the resistance to acceleration. Which one is it? It can't be both as a definition of mass. Mass, the amount of matter.
What would you quantify the material as then? Because if there's a resistance to a force, how would you describe that? What language would you use? Well, that's what you're talking about. The matter itself has to have some sort of, the object in hand has to have something to describe it, because there's obviously a force involved that has measurable effects, right? So we have to use a language to describe it. So when you say that you
You
wouldn't
have to
be
prove mass first to describe it as being resistance to anything.
well,
First,
if you
you
look
have
at
to
what
prove it.
if you look at why they're trying to use mass as a one-worded explanation, is because you have a description of an object that has two functions to it. One is the matter material it's made of, and it's the size. So those two particular attributes of that one object has to be quantified into a relatable mathematical equation. Like, let's be honest, what's going on? It's just to quantify a
Yeah, but
mathematical
in the
equation
context,
for
yeah, in the
a
context of
construct. So what would
science,
you do? Because it's a measurable effect. If we're talking about matter, because matter is in the physical reality, right? So it's a measurable effect. What would you do to teach children about this measurable effect?
I'm doing an internal critique. Do you understand what that is?
What words would you use? Because Marxists like
It's
to
not
change
about what
syntax,
I
right?
think, right?
Oh, it's not?
It's about what you think. What you're presenting is truth.
Wrong.
I'm
It's
debunking.
it's the same thing
Hold
as
on, let
gravity,
me
right?
finish.
It's
Let
the
me finish.
You're not
Let me
debunking nobody. You have no
Oh my God.
explanation for an observable, measurable effect. And then you want to
I don't need
quantify
to.
this. You want to quantify this
I
by
don't
saying,
quantify.
my ego,
That's what you're doing.
my ego is no. What we're doing is we're taking something that we can observe because it's a physical object, and we can we could categorize and catalog these objects, and this is what man has done for thousands of years, right? So it's an actual reality that we have to deal with. So if you're saying that of thousands of years we're using these words, and of course the connotations with these extra words, like gravity has a altered connotation to it, depending on what mathematics systems we're talking about. But you're trying to say that there's nothing to teach children with. That's really what your response is, and this is why I agree with.
No.
Ironically,
I'm
I've
saying,
never agreed.
how do you
I've
measure?
never agreed.
How
I've
do you
never
measure
agreed with
mass?
Zanuck once. I've never agreed with
How do you
Zanuck
measure
once.
mass? You can give me two answers, and you will
So
give me
that
two answers.
it would be
How
depending
do you
on
measure mass?
what context. It'd be depending on what
Exactly.
context. But that's that you have to
That's
quantify it that
all.
way.
You'd have to get by the
Because
Stoke scale if we wanted to
because you
worry
have
about.
to explain an effect or a result. Now,
Mass.
yeah, sure. So mass of an object, as they like to describe it, is the resistance to inertia, right? And then they also like
Is
to
it
conflate
or
mass.
the amount of matter?
Well, that's the thing. I also like to say that it's the amount of matter, right? But again, it's the context of the situation. Now you have a contention there, but you're not clarifying the contention. The contention is
You already voiced it.
no, it's not whether the word has two meanings. I understand that. The contention is what the application to those meanings are involved in. That's really the contention. That is which is involved with space and space time, and that's why they have to have this alternate meaning.
Okay,
They have to have
let's
the
say.
two meanings.
Let's say.
So if you were going to have,
myself.
hold on, I'm almost done.
Myself.
I'm sorry, you're
Okay.
almost done. So if you had a theoretical explanation, you would have to have a word have double meaning, right? That's all I'm saying.
No.
I'm not saying that it's correct or whatever. No, if you're not going to, then you have to have another.
Myself.
You'll have another explanation of what it is, because the contention is not the descriptor. It's what's behind the descriptor, the motivation behind it could be the problem, because you don't have any alternate explanation for the effect.
I don't need to. Within the context of science, right? If something is scientific,
When you say you don't
let
need
me
to,
finish.
can you explain what you mean?
That's what I'm doing. Okay.
Why don't you need to explain?
In the context of science, when you use a word, it should be pretty well defined, because in essence, the way you're describing science, like in a like as I said earlier, math is descriptive, right? But Zanuck kind of said, no, it's not just descriptive. You can actually derive meaning from it, right? So in a mathematical equation, when mass equals resistance to acceleration, and it also equals the amount of matter, which one am I going by in this equation?
It depends on the context. How are we
exactly
categorizing?
So
that's the choice. That's the choice in the words, because they have applications to their. It has an application to their philosophy or theoretics,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
but
No
there's nothing
objective
wrong with
meaning.
it.
No,
But
there
there's nothing
is.
wrong with it. No,
No,
because you're
I
not
pointed it
you're
out.
not
Listen,
you don't
listen,
have
listen.
listen until you have
Listen.
until
Let
you
me
have
finish.
a
I'm
replacement.
speaking, man. I
If
mean,
you have
I don't
until you have a
know.
replacement, then you have nothing. You have nothing
One
to
at a
argue
time.
for
No, I
because
don't need a replacement. I
yes,
just
you
need to
do.
call you out for your bullshit. I don't need to replace your bullshit with some more bullshit. I just need to call it out. Now listen. So in the context, when you're trying to claim scientific context of your claim there, right? It has to have one meaning. If it has multiple meanings, then it's irrelevant in the context of science, in a mathematical form, at least.
It's
In
it's
math,
defined or it's not. Defined or it's not.
yeah, exactly. X is such and such. It can't be such or and such, or depending on the context. Math
But
doesn't do that.
aren't they applied in two different areas, and that's why that's what the issue is for you guys. But at the end of the day, for their theoretics, they can apply that based on whatever scenario they need, whether it's here on Earth or up in space, right? Really, that's really why that word has
That's
double meaning, right?
yeah. That's like it has to do with the instances and the definition of the meaning per se. Like it doesn't prove anything, but in this context, I thought you were trying to prove something. Are you? Or
No,
do just
what I'm doing is I'm trying to get you to see that while you're trying to say that there doesn't need to be a replacement, I'm saying that that's not how you're going to win the argument when you can obviously see the context of these words and how they're applied. It's not crazy or bizarre. It's not unusual. Maybe in the like I said, the contention isn't actually the words to say, but how they're applied in reality. And I think that's the underlying contention. And you don't want to address that, maybe, which the underlying contention is you have an issue because it's related to space, time, and space, and this is where this double meaning of this word really originated from. Is an
well,
explanation.
actually, space and time are both concepts. They're not physical things that you can measure.
I'm just saying towards this mass word, right? And how it's applied.
Yeah, a concept
right
in your head that you
Sure.
just made up,
That's really
and you want me to follow. Is that a religion? Like
No,
it's
because
weird.
what context are you going to use what context are you going to use it in?
What does space mean?
Well, we're in space right now.
Oh, good definition. I like that.
Width,
Well,
depth, and breadth devoid of all matter.
That's not real space, though. We have all, the space we live in right now is
What's
full of
real space? What's real space?
the space that we're occupying here has nothing but matter.
Space is space that we occupy. Like good on you.
Yeah, the space that we're in is full of matter. We're part of that matter. So the space between you and me is full of all this wonderful matter. Wouldn't you agree? It's that we're breathing in matter.
No, I don't.
Exhaling matter.
I don't agree. You don't even give a fucking definition. You couldn't be
Well, you want me to give like a
in one
clinical?
sentence.
You want me to give a clinical definition?
No,
I haven't
just
really.
be
I haven't really
cohesive.
thought of. Be what?
Cohesive
in
in your
England, we've got a
definition.
saying, right? We got in England. In England, we've got a saying. Yeah, it goes something like this: "You couldn't fill in a fucking form, mate."
Well, I've always said that the space we live in is a field array. That's what I said. It's a field array, and it has a combination of sound, light, and matter. That's what I've always said, dude. So the space we live in is described as a field array with a whole bunch of light, sound, and matter in it. Is that a good enough definition to come up on my own? Even alternate words for it?
Not for me. It doesn't work. But I don't mean to interrupt the conversation. I mean, if someone wants to take on this abomination,
If you're gonna have an issue with mass, at least have an explanation of an alternative. Because
no, I don't
you
need to
should.
come up with all I need to disprove the idea of mass, because mass is defined at least in two different ways. So which one is it? Which one is the definition?
Wouldn't it be in the context of the situation? Yeah.
So the amount of matter. What context would you use mass in the amount of matter?
Well, what are we
definition?
talking about? We're talking about.
I'm asking you.
We're talking about the function, the word, and what it's associated with, its function, to whatever we're applying the scenario to, right?
Yeah, so he's asking for an example from you, the one who's claiming that it can be used differentially. Go ahead.
Well, it wasn't my idea to come up with a response for the Globers.
Yeah, but you're claiming that there are. Yeah, but the problem is you're saying that.
He's claiming he doesn't need.
Yeah, but
to,
you're claiming
right?
it follows logic. That's the point. You're saying
He's claiming
it's
he
logical.
doesn't need to have a rebuttal to it. I'm saying acknowledge that it's based in the context of the scenario, right? Whether it's
what context and what scenario? If you don't know of a scenario,
in space,
you can't claim that it is in that context.
They in space you can have no mass, right? Which is no matter, right? Essentially, in the way they describe
in what
it.
context?
Well, we're talking about celestial. Like I said, there's a difference between terrestrial.
The
and
amount of matter, or the resistance to acceleration.
Are we talking terrestrial or celestial? Because aren't they applied in two different contexts? And the function and why they need to have that mass in space that has nothing but still has resistance.
I don't think you're following.
It's actually a scale that they use for that.
Yeah.
Based on a vector and a size of the nearest and closest mass. That's what they base that on, a vector, and it has to have inputs of local bodies of masses and distance from them and size of them. What you're talking about. So there's more than one factor as to what changes the regard in which they speak about matter. If you want to get precise with it.
In essence, the claim is mass can mean the amount of matter, or it can mean the resistance to acceleration. And to me, it sounded like you were saying it depends on the context. So I'm asking you to present me with both contexts in which mass could mean the amount of matter, or it can mean the resistance to acceleration, because what you're claiming is context. That's why we have the two different definitions. So can you give me examples for each?
I'm on the phone, man. I'll be right back.
He's on the phone. But he unmuted and said that, so I don't know. Could have said how long you'll be. The thing that's good about this point that Xanax brought up about, the measurement of 1G stood still. Oh, you're weightless, and you're basically, I'm saying this to other ballers in other servers, and they're all like, "What the fuck are you on about?" And I'm like, "That's the globe." They're like, "No, you're nuts." It's a really good FE point. This globe point, I mean.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the point. Yeah.
Well, when Xanax is describing it too, like the more convoluted
Okay,
and crazy
right.
it gets.
Well,
Go
here,
on.
okay, so I'm back again. So
One
this,
sec.
Just
I was
wait, dude.
in the middle of a sentence. The funny thing to me was when Xanax explaining all this stuff, the more convoluted the story gets, the more excited he gets. And I know this just makes no sense at all, and it's crazy, but that's why it's true. It's pretty much what he's saying.
I appreciate that. Yep, I get what you're saying.
well, I'm saying that on a terrestrial plane, we quantify mass the way it accelerates here, right? So we have direct evidence on how mass accelerates here. So we have to describe a linear motion in this mass. So when we're looking at that mass is an object. It has quantities of matter, right? So
No,
it's not.
that's what you're stating, but
Well, that's what's
not
being analyzed. Okay, that's what's being
no.
analyzed. So we have an object.
No.
Let me finish. You
You're
asked for an
saying
answer,
it.
right? No, we have to describe linear motion when objects move, right? That has mass to it because as it moves and is accelerated, it gains mass or
Yeah,
gets
that's
heavier, right?
resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, I understand that. But the initial first principle observation is that particular object has quantities of something. It has two effects. It has the matter material, what it's made out of, and the acceleration that is doubled upon its distance from whatever A to B.
Yeah,
Like
and you're conflating both
equals
definitions.
E equals MC square is the quantification of that, right?
So is
And
mass
here's
a
the thing.
quantification, or
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What I want you to realize when they drop things at 9.8 meters per second squared, it's no different than if you look at line of sight technology. They use a square root calculation. It's 1 over the distance squared of light, right? So it doesn't matter if it's E equals MC squared because it's light traveling, speed of light traveling squared. And so if you look at the 9.8 meters per second per squared, this is Einstein's gravity, but the next one is equals MC squared, which is Newton's gravity. The point is that you have this object that has quantities of two things: a resistance to acceleration, and it has matter that it's made out of.
so Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity are both true? And
I'm not talking whether they're true or not. Just address what I just said about the
Is that how you define them?
About the mass having quantities of two things. So the mass it could be described as a shape of something, an object, or whatever, right? It has to have quantities, and so when we measure linear motion, you have to have this acceleration calculated, or this mass calculated, which is the effect of the matter, basically the density of the matter. Because if you have a light matter and you accelerate it at the same speed, it's not going to have the same force, right? So we have to have a way to explain these first primitives. And so if you're going to say you don't have to, then what object that you know of that has no resistance to anything and no acceleration to anything? Because we have already words to describe that primitive, those first observations.
So is mass the resistance to acceleration?
Again, mass has two quantities, two observed results. Okay, the object is the mass.
It's not well defined.
I'm just telling you how it's defined.
Yeah.
It has two quantities.
What you're
it has
stating
resistance
is
to acceleration,
two
and then it has
definitions poorly
and then
defined.
it has its material, but it has material matter density that changes the equation. So if I have a denser object that has certain different matter, well then I know that when it accelerates, it's going to have a different pressure force or you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right?
See,
So
in colloquial sense, a word can have two meanings. I have no problem with that. But in scientific,
it's not two meanings. It's two quantities. It's two observations from looking at an object, buddy.
Yes.
Remember that you're just looking at an object, and it has two
you're
quantities that you're measuring.
Mass.
I'm saying that the object. Well, you can call it whatever you want. You just have to put it in a formula.
It's not what I call it. It's
you have
what
to put it in a
call
formula.
it.
It's either
formula,
F equals ma
mass.
or E equals MC squared. Those are the two.
It's still mass in your formula. formulae.
Yeah, but if you understand that it has two
Mass.
quantities,
M.
and so I was talking about two contexts. So linear motion, and then you have angular motion, right? So when you're looking at this
That
formulation in this
doesn't
first primitive,
differentiate. Wait. Linear versus what?
angular.
How
So
does that
linear
relate to
motion
the
is
definition
linear
of?
motion. Linear
Wait.
motion is calculated at F equals
Linear,
ma, right?
linear versus angular. How does that relate to the two definitions I presented? Mass. Does it?
So angular, well, I don't need to talk about angular motion. I can talk about linear motion regarding the object and how we calculate it. So when we look at an object moving, the object itself has two quantities. This is why you have this two meaning for this one word. And I don't know if you understand that, but like I said, I'm just pointing that out. Your contention is not really with that; it's how it's applied to outer space, right? Because the equations are the first primitives of observation. So when you look at an object, it has to have two quantities because there's a resistance to acceleration, and it has matter in it. So without that understanding, how does the equation work? Like, what would you translate to equal a force, the result of density and the acceleration of it?
Not my contention. I think I voiced my. Yeah.
Well, you're saying you don't have to, right? That was your response, and that was
no.
my.
I
you said you didn't have to explain it.
No, I explained it.
Now you know
The
the word mass has two quantities: resistance to acceleration and the matter that it's made of.
See, that's you voicing the fact that you didn't understand my explanation. Because I explained it.
Mine?
Well, yeah. Yours
Go ahead,
is
repeat back
mass can be explained in two different contexts. One being.
That's not what I said.
Oh no. So.
I said that, but I just told you a better explanation, which is mass has two quantities. Okay, resistance to acceleration and the matter that it's made out of. Those are the two things that we have to deal with when you measure linear motion in an object moving through space.
That's exactly what I'm stating, because you don't have a point. Nothing has two.
You said you didn't have to replace it.
Because the way you're explaining it just doesn't make sense. How do you say something has two different quantifications?
So if you make an observation, you have two weighted objects. They have two different weights, but they fall basically locally at the same rate, but they have a different pressure force when they fall. Well, what is the cause of that, right? Well, we'd have to look at the matter that it was made out of. The matter it was made out of. One would obviously, if there was two same sizes and different densities, well, then it would have a different pressure force when it would hit the ground, right? This is basically the fundamental observation of how gravity came to be, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Buddy dropped a marble. Dropped a marble on a tile, and it didn't break. And then he just raised the marble a little higher, and then it broke. I can't remember the guy's name. That's the first birthings
therefore
of gravity.
What?
So again, the issue isn't gravity. Your issue is the contention with the coalescing of the center of mass creating planets. That's your issue with gravity.
Mass. What's mass? That's my contention.
Mass is the resistance to acceleration and the matter content that it's made out of.
Yeah, exactly. You just contradicted yourself.
There's nothing wrong with that
on live TV. if there's
no contradiction.
No, not at all.
How did I contradict myself?
Two different. Yeah,
it has two observed. Okay, so do you ignore the observation? Do you ignore that?
I don't ignore anything. I asked you for a definition.
I told you. Mass has two quantities. One is the resistance. This is what's observed. Okay, so you have a problem with the observation or something. I don't understand. Again,
what
if I had two objects,
do I have a problem with?
If I had a marble and I dropped it, it's going to have an accelerated rate. If I drop it higher, it's going to even get faster and drive even more force, right? This is just what's observed. The first primitive.
Well, so what is mass? So
do you follow at all? Do you smoke so much weed that you can't follow? What's the deal, dude?
Hey, is it me not following? I mean, I already.
Do you understand the first principles? Okay, so we're making an observation.
I'm making an observation. You're not answering my question.
Data's being very clear, and I rarely agree with him, but this is a great argument because he uses great logic. Sometimes I think it's misguided, but he is explaining this perfectly well to you, and you're just not taking the information he's given to you. You're just like
I did. I agreed. I said I agree.
So
what more should I say?
He's giving you the
Or-
definitions, and he's using them in
Dude,
very discrete examples. You're just like discarding them.
Well, what I'm drawing the
What am I
line as
discarding?
the first primitives of the observations when you have to quantify what you do see. You're coming in here going, well, that's just dumb. I don't need to do an explanation for it. You have to look at an object and describe something. So if you're going to bastardize the explanation to benefit some emotional contention towards the idea that it has to do with outer space, then be honest about that. But the explanation is fine, and the formula works locally. Although there is discrepancies and there's well-known errors, etc., there's still an observed phenomenon that you either want to deny or mock and make fun of. That doesn't make sense, dude.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm asking for a clear definition of mass. And
I just told
gave
you.
Yeah,
when we're
hold
making
on,
an
hold on.
observation,
I already,
listen, you have an issue
listen,
again. You're not listening.
Come on, man.
When you make an observation,
can I voice?
you have to
like,
see, what are you
I
looking
heard
at?
what you said.
Are you conjuring
gave
some
you-
just imaginary scenario? I'm talking about a real scenario. You're
not.
looking at an object, a physical object. It has physical results depending on what you do to that object or whatever the density matter of that object is. It has physical
So what is mass?
attributes that are quantified and measurable.
What
So
is
if you want to
mass?
look at, okay, so Matt, if you want to be really clear about it, if I look at an object and I throw that object or I manipulate that object in a way that it has motion through space, well, that object will, if I throw a piece of fruit on the ground, it will smash. If I just drop it, it won't smash, right? So there's an
Okay,
effect
let's go
that
with
we
that.
can measure. We
What
can
is
measure these effects. So we measure these
What is
effects. So
space?
how do we
What is
measure this effect in your world when you have no explanation for this object? How would you measure its force when it hits the ground or whatever it does? Whatever you decide
Why
to
do I
manipulate with
need
this
to?
object.
You're
Okay, so
hung
are
up.
you just stoned out of your mind? Because these
No,
are
you're
actual
hung up.
physical things that we use in reality, like for instance in ballistics.
I just asked you for a
Or-
definition. You couldn't even provide me with.
So
but
are you
you're
having a
calling it
hard time
physical.
struggling this as well? Are you ready again
No.
for the definition? A mass is two quantities, has two quantities, right? Which is the
That's not a
resistance to
definition.
acceleration.
Mass.
You don't make the
Is-
choice for the definition. I'm telling you what it is because you have a problem with observing an object in reality.
Tell
and
me what
applying
it
to a
is.
scenario.
Tell me what
Your
it is.
your response is, and if you're a flat earther, you make flat earthers look terrible. Your response
Tell
is,
me what it is.
I don't
Stop
need to
ad hominem.
explain it. I mean, like I don't.
Stop the ad hominem and explain.
It's not ad
and give
hom.
me
That's
the
literally what you
definition.
said. That's literally what you
Give
said.
me
And you
a
you
definition.
talk like that, dude. You
Answer
talk
my
like you smoke
question.
like 5 bowls of weed. And
Answer my
you know,
question. Yeah, I smoked 20 bowls of weed. Answer my question. Can you?
well, you sound like that, dude. So again, I'm
Can-
going to tell you one more
can you
time. When
answer
we're
my
looking at,
question?
I already did.
Do
I
you
don't know if
even
you're
know
hard
what
of
my
hearing.
question is?
You asked me over and over to describe mass for you.
What's that? So answer my question.
It is an object that has two quantities. One is the resistance to acceleration, and one is the matter. Are you happy with that definition now?
No, I'm not at all.
Well,
That's-
at least
that's-
if you're not, if you're going to come here as a flat earther and try to rebuke what you've been taught,
Let me
at least
let
come
me-
up with an explanation
I
for
don't-
actual observed phenomenon.
Well, you haven't presented any. You're just coming up with. You're just agreeing with, at best, a mathematical equation. Nothing to do with
It has
reality.
physical results in reality. Again, I'm going to give you a simple demonstration you could try for yourself.
So-
Take a marble
so mass-
and a piece of
How do you
tile.
measure mass? How do you measure
Hey,
mass?
Data. What if we use like an aviation to do with like airplanes and things? We're in this airplane and it's nose high. We can't get the thing trimmed to nose down. So we put a bunch of mass that's sitting with us in our cockpit, like a bunch of lead weights. We put it in the tail. Sorry, it's
A bunch
nose down. Sorry,
of
it's nose
resistance
down.
to acceleration, or a bunch
Hold
of.
on. We can talk about that. So hold on. So we got a bunch of the plane's diving down, and we want it to, and we can't get it to climb and cruise at normal altitude. So we put a bunch of this mass we have in the front of the cockpit. We move it to the tail. So what have we done? We've moved mass, which has what? It has weight in a gravitational field. It has a force. Mass has a force in a field, or does it?
Which
Are we adding
mass?
acceleration? We have
Which
lead
mass?
weights. We have lead weights. It's
Mass, the amount of matter?
The amount of matter, the amount
Or
of
is
mass
it both?
we have. Hold on, the amount of mass we have is 100 kilograms. We're moving this 100 kilogram mass to the back of the plane, and that effect will help it put a pressure on the tail, a force on that tail downward, so that the plane can actually fly level. So now we just did a real life example of how we can use mass to do something that we intended to do and predicted to do, based on the force developed by its weight, by virtue of its weight.
Yeah, but
so there we go. Now we could
is
have
there a
added
context?
inertia.
Is that
We could have.
let me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, is there a context where this does
Yeah.
not
Is that
apply?
do we add inertia?
Are you asking me the question, or am I asking you the question?
No, you said context. So what did we do? Did we add
Yeah.
inertia? Is the inertia what we did, or did we add weight, or did we add any amount of matter? Was it any amount of
In
matter?
your
that we
definition, again, in your definition, you said mass can mean two things depending on
I
the
didn't say that.
context.
I didn't say that. I said mass is
Oh,
any amount of matter, and it can. Hold on. I said mass is any. Don't get it screwed up. Any amount of matter, and it has a property called inertia.
okay. So any amount of matter must have inertia.
All matter has inertia.
Yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So mass, as in the amount of matter, right, has inertia. That's what
Yes.
you're saying.
Yes.
Correct?
Of course. Property of mass.
Awesome. So how do you prove mass? Like, how do you, in the amount
What does
of
that even mean?
matter? Like, in the amount of matter, how do you measure that? Not prove it,
scale?
measure it
On a scale?
on a scale.
The units of measure of mass is the kilogram,
Weight,
for example.
weight,
So
or
weight is mass in a gravitational field. So we can create that gravitational field in a centrifuge too, by the way. So we know what the mass is. We can know what the force is, rather, the weight. If we accelerate
the
it
weight,
9.8
or the
meters
mass?
squared,
I'm
if we
confused.
the weight of the mass is a force. We can accelerate that mass by turning it in a circle a bunch of times.
You're trying to
And measure
prove the
the force,
mass
measure the
itself.
force outward. I'm just saying, no, we already know that mass is any amount of matter, just stuff.
No, we
And
don't
we know
know
that
that. That's what we're challenging.
unit of measure is the kilogram, and that mass has inertia. We can prove that.
Weight would be a pseudo force, right, Zanuck?
Correct.
So, what's your point? I'm lost. Maybe I'm high. Maybe that's my problem. Although I'm not, I can guarantee I'm
I
not
think you've
high.
been smoking
But
too many bowls.
actually, I've quit smoking for over 2 years now. But yeah, you could be right. I mean, because you claimed it, then it must be right.
I literally have my popcorn out. This is so good between you and Data.
Yeah,
I want to hear more.
yeah. No point. You're going in circles.
Not circles. Just not getting
Circle. Concentric.
How do you go about measuring a phenomenon such as a marble dropping down at a certain rate? And if you raise it higher, it has more force. And you notice this observation with many other things, and it becomes eventually a usable calculation locally at terrestrial level for the most part. So what would you do? How would you describe it?
Let Sync Cleanser answer the question. I heard him out there. I didn't recognize that voice anywhere. Sin, why don't you answer?
You guys say that mass is a property of matter?
No. Inertia is a property of matter.
Okay. Is mass not a property?
Yep.
Or was it a property of?
An object.
So matter, like that's interchangeable with matter, right? A unit
If
of
you're looking
matter.
at if you're looking at an object and whatever we're going to measure, you're going to have to use a language to describe it.
All right, about my question though.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You're asked to use your language and your point of view to describe a word that you're using in this context.
In this
Where you're
context,
using
it's an
it,
object. It's an object that we notice there's two quantities that we can measure, which is the mass of the object, which is the matter density, right? We can break all that down because matter has density to it. And so it has a force upon that release to when it accelerates, right? So these are measurable things that we observe in a phenomenon. It's not that
No.
it's not that, yes, it is. Don't say no. It
Why do
is.
you
I
consider
can take a
walk me through the
matter
measurements.
density?
Walk me through
Okay,
the two
so
different measurements.
I gave you a quick example of observed phenomenon of taking a marble, dropping it on a tile, and then taking the marble higher up and dropping it and breaking the tile. The idea is that that object that you're using, which in this case is a marble, has a shape to it, which is mass is a definition of shape, just so you know. Mass is also a definition.
No, I don't know that. That's the
Well,
third definition there.
Well, see, that's the contention that you must have, because again, you don't have a translation of your own to quantify the phenomenon that's measurable. You just say
Why
no,
do
I
you
don't.
why do you consider matter's density?
So again, in real life, we're looking at an object. That object has a shape. So if you want to put a language together in an equation, probably will sound pretty silly if shape is the cause of shape, right? And,
the language is English. If you're confused, I mean,
I'm not confused. I told you earlier that the object
English.
you're looking,
English.
the object that you have has to have words to describe the phenomenon. So if the object has a shape and it has matter and it has density to it, those are a lot of words, right?
Yeah, but you're using them for the same thing. You said mass is
exactly is my
things.
point. Is that when you no, it's exactly my point, because when you're looking at an object, how do you describe all of its contents into one mathematical equation? You can't put size, density, all these added equations into one when you can quantify it into one thing. So your issue is the quantification of all the meanings that go behind the object, which is shape, size, density of it, right? That's what you want to have an issue with, so that we can take the formula backwards and add all those in, or just use one word that would encompass all of those three concepts. Because at the end of the day, it's an object you're dealing with.
No,
it's not an answer. You're dealing with an object that has.
I'll explain it if you'd like.
You have an object that has natural phenomenon effects in reality, right?
Isn't density mass per volume? So how can mass be the density of matter?
So again, you're going to have all of these attributes associated with the object. So if you have a natural phenomenon that you're witnessing, which the object's density would accelerate more at certain heights, so increase its density, right? Or its weight, or its force, or its acceleration. So but you have to understand that that's what's being observed. That's the first primitive of it all, in a language to describe it. And if you guys aren't happy with the language to describe it, I'm saying my contention is where's your replacement? And all I got, I don't have to.
Because you're confused, bro.
So again, that's not a response, and refrain
No,
from the ad
I don't.
homs, like you just
Actually,
said, right?
to
Trying
disprove
tell me that I'm
something, you don't
confused
need
or
an
whatever, right?
alternative. To disprove a claim, you
It's not
don't
about
need
disproving
an
a claim.
alternative.
If you have,
Hold
if
on,
you
let
have
me
an
finish. Let me finish. To disprove a claim, you don't need an alternative. All you need to do is to disprove the claim. Your whole thing hanging upon, I need to replace the theory upon which I'm confused. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but you
I mean,
haven't disproved
you have
anything yet.
anyone.
You have
You
no
haven't.
argument, dude. Again, nothing.
Yeah,
You
you
didn't say
you haven't.
anything.
What was my argument? I said mass is
Your issue is
fully
that mass, the
defined.
one word, has all of the contents of the object described in a calculation. You have an issue with that. And yeah, you do. You have an issue with it. I'm saying if you have an issue with it, how would you calculate this phenomenon? You'd say, I don't have to. So you don't have an argument. You don't stand for anything because you're not willing to falsify any of your beliefs. So again, what is your point? Mass can't be quantified into matter, resistance to acceleration. It can't be quantified
mass
into that.
is poorly defined since it has at least two different meanings. That's my claim, and you've already proved that to be true. Now, you want to go beyond that and make claims, that's your prerogative. I didn't make those claims. That's your thing. Go ahead and do that. Bury yourself under your own grave. I mean,
There's no bury, dude. It's just observation and a language to describe it. The object has weight, has matter, has a size, has all of
weight,
these
matter, and
attributes.
size. Three different
Has
things.
all these yeah, but that's reality though. Unfortunately, you don't like to admit that. I don't know why. But
You call them all mass. These three different things you just cited. You
because
called
I
them
said
mass.
if you're going to have a formula, you need to quantify it. So there's an observed result that has all of these things quantified into a phenomenon, which is the observed acceleration of this object. Okay, so if you want to break this object down, you understand that that object itself has its own attributes, but it has a phenomenon when a person is involved. I'm not saying that gravity is causing this. I'm saying to you, you don't have a point because you're saying I don't need to replace it, but it's an actual, real, applied physical result in reality. So if you have this object with all these attributes, how would you formalize it?
Yeah, I'm not going to dwell on, but do you understand the fact that you can disprove a claim without proving one yourself? Is that possible in your realm? Or the fact that the only way you can disprove something is if you come up with an alternative? Is that the logical formulation you're putting forward? Because I'm confused.
You have an issue.
It
Yes,
doesn't make-
you are. You are confused
Yeah.
because you have an issue with being the word mass having all of these other what do you call it? The word that's attached to mass and how it has multiple meanings, right? You are offended by this or insulted by this, but I'm asking you if you're offended and insulted by this, then what would you explain
No
this
ad
object?
homs needed. I'm never offended. Why would I be offended?
Well, because you fight against
did
it,
you
right?
come-
It's an observed phenomenon. There's nothing. See, the thing is, I find funny is there's no attack on the
You're not logical,
formulation.
man.
There's no
Be
attack on the
logical,
formulas.
please.
There's no attack on the formulation, or there's no need to attack the formulations or any of the equations, unless you have another contention to what they mean or how they're applied.
No, that doesn't follow logically. I mean, are we speaking logically here? I'm again confused, and it might be my fault, but I'm asking: is this logical? Is this a logical formulation you're putting through that I'm missing here? Is this logical? What's your logical formulation?
I think
Can
you're.
you voice it out?
I think you're missing. I think you're missing my point. You have an issue
I'm gonna shut
You
up.
have an,
Actually,
you have an issue with
I'm done.
objects.
I'm done.
You have issue with objects having a formulation attached to them that has mass, and that mass in that calculation has quantities which are measurable, which is the resistance to acceleration and the matter that it's made of, which matter in itself is also size. These are not illogical or irrational things. It's just what words would you use to describe an object? You could say object instead of mass, but then your formulation, your logical follow through would be, mass equals mass or inertia equals inertia, whatever bullshit thing you're trying to eradicate. The idea is you observe a phenomenon. So how would you
That's
describe
what
it?
you're doing. You said mass has two different meanings, and that's what you're doing. Why are you projecting that on me?
It has two
it's
different
funny.
quantities. Mass has two different quantities. That's what I would look at mass as. The word.
What do you mean?
And how you
What do you
apply it.
mean by two different quantities?
Well, the resistance to acceleration, right? And the matter that it's made out of, and the size.
So which one is mass? Are they both mass?
So when you're describing an object,
Answer the
and
question.
you're doing a formulation, and you're trying to put a formula together to describe a phenomenon, you're going to write down size plus
I can use
density plus.
I can
Hold on,
use
I'm just giving you. You
Italian
keep interrupting just before I finish, right?
because see,
When you're doing
you're missing the whole point.
No, I think you're missing the whole point because you're not letting me finish, dude. So again, when you're adding a formulation in because you're observing a phenomenon, right? We observe this object that has these properties. We can quantify these properties, but in a formulation, you're not going to probably want to put size plus density plus weight or whatever you want to whatever you want to add. You want to quantify it into a simple observed way. So if you have a logical formula that you can apply to the observation, A plus B equals C kind of thing, then you have a way to quantify it, right? So what's your contention? Is that you can't mask the word itself can't have two quantities, which is the matter and the resistance to acceleration?
That's part of it. I mean, the way you're formalizing this argument is just funny. You're saying since it's mathematically valid, it must be true. I mean, 2 plus 2 is 4. Now,
No, I'm saying is that when you observe this phenomenon, you have to have a way to describe it, which I don't take any personal attack to the way to describe it. It's just how they apply it as a whole. And if they have the particular, see, it's like taking the good with the bad,
okay.
right? You
A
can
question.
take a simple.
Can you answer? Can you answer this question? Do you think parts of reality are not feasibly answered? Like you cannot come up with a cause or even a definition for? Do you think parts of reality hold this to be true, or you must answer or must have an explanation and a mathematical equation for all aspects of reality for them to be true even? I mean, that's the way you're presenting it.
The way I look at it is if you devised a pulley system and you're building buildings and so forth, that would probably be a good thing to understand.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking.
Hold on, but I'm saying how does it apply in reality, and why would you come up with the ideas? Because you're observing phenomenon. So
I'm not coming up with the ideas.
A pulley system with a weight at the end that brings something else up. They would calculate that stuff, right? How much weight do we need to on this end to bring up this end? And you would have to slowly observe this phenomenon, and then you would have to use the language to describe it. So if you have this object that you're using to lift another object, or I mean, dropping things, I'm not certain unless you're destroying things or whatever, but the application of it is based on something we observe. So it's not like crazy to understand the object has to have a quantification of the matter, the size, and the density of it, or the weight, right?
I think the question Egypt was asking, well, I'll give an answer to it. No, there's just things that don't fit into the idea of being answerable, like why is it that there are 3 spatial dimensions to reality? Or what makes it so that there are 3 dimensions to reality spatially? Yeah, I mean, you can't, it's nothing you can do there, but just accept it. It's how it is.
Well, there's definitely consistent measurable things, right?
Sure.
At least when you try them out, there's a lot of discrepancies on formulations and how they work out, and that's well known. The errors in the calculations are well known. I'm
Hey
just.
man, you ever seen the movie Incredibles?
I don't think so.
Ah, dang. Okay, this makes it a little harder to explain. But basically, there's this evil villain, right? And he can shoot this like laser out of his fingertip. It's all some sort of scientific gadget he's developed. He's a scientist, and he has this glove. He can shoot this laser out of his fingertip, and he points it towards this guy, and it like freezes this guy, and it also like wraps him in this force field. And wherever the guy's at like 20-foot distance, and he's pointing straight at him, and wherever he points his finger, the guy moves to, right, like immediately. And so like this defies any sort of like torque put on, like, you know what I mean? Like there's no inertia. The guy he's like controlling with this beam, he's still a guy made out of stuff, but he can move him freely, at whatever speed he can turn his wrist at. There's no effort involved in moving this guy freely around space. So this is science fiction, of course, but that would be where something has mass but no inertia. You know what I mean? It's like this object, but
Well, that's the issue. That's the issue with outer space. Is how does an object weightless have resistance to inertia, right? How does it move itself, or you know what I mean? It can't, right? There's no resistance there.
Well, if it's in motion, it stays in motion, and if it's not in motion, it doesn't move.
Yeah, but
Unless a
that's
force is
if you're
acted
talking.
upon it.
Yeah, but that's what you're talking. You still have to have a physical force to cause thrust, right? In that particular, you're talking about perpetual motion in that particular scenario. I know Newton's
Right?
first and
But
second
also,
law.
you can just be moving. Whatever is in motion stays in motion. So if you're already moving, you just keep moving, right? No friction to stop you.
Yeah, but you would have to have there'd have to be no resistance, right? And that's the idea that
In the
in
vacuum,
it,
because
yeah, like
the only thing that
you had
stops things is friction, and if you have
yeah,
no
so
friction, then
you
you
would
wouldn't
have
stop.
no. Um, when you have no way to propel or no way to move when there's no resistance, right? You need a pressure force. So if you're talking about you're talking about two stages
All
of
you need,
technology. You're talking about a
all you
stage
need
of
is a
technology
force.
that no,
Yes,
no, you
force is
cannot.
acceleration times mass.
Yeah, no. Again, you're talking about outer space, right? This is not provable in the context of the formulation that you just used. It's just based on a simple observation here on Earth. So you cannot quantify the two of them to be both reality. You can't. That's cognitive dissonance, bro.
What part of it is What part is cognitive dissonance?
You're taking F equals ma as a quantification of each observation here on Earth, and you're trying to apply the second and third law to here on Earth as into space. You're talking about using technology to leave the surface of the Earth for the formulation here, and then applying the same formulation in outer space, right?
So
So you're
you
saying
think that you think that F would not equal ma in space?
no. There would be no way to get to space based on the transition between that momentum and the distance that you need to go. And then if you were in that environment, there would also be you would have no resistance to change direction. There would be no inertia on it. So
So you're saying that if space was real, the three laws would not apply there.
I'm saying you're taking
Main
terrestrial
Newtonian
laws and
laws.
applying them to space is what I'm saying is wrong.
Okay.
If your equation was true in outer space, then it would be equilateral in translation between what the properties of there and here, then I would say to you there would be people with their own spaceships and getting up there, right?
Well,
If
no,
they
because
translated that easy,
well,
yeah.
no, because people can't even hardly fly. most people that fly have to get on a passenger jet. Most people around the world are too poor to fly, actually. So for you to
Well,
think that we would just easily go to space is kind of ridiculous because
you know what?
I mean,
What's kind of ridiculous?
flight is at three fucking 30,000 feet or whatever. Isn't space supposed to be way further than that? And people can't even afford to fly normally on Earth. Why
Well,
would
I'm just
people
saying
just be
you're
flying
saying
in
that
space?
you're saying that if I got high enough or I left the surface of the Earth, that the second law and third law would come into play, right? That's
Well,
what you're
no,
saying.
they would just always be in play the whole time from takeoff until you get to space, right? There'd
No,
be no
because
point in which the three
there's no
laws don't
reality.
work.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to navigate or go anywhere, right? There would be no resistance, so you'd have nothing to work off of. So you're talking about just leaving a field. This is what your hypothetical is leaving that field and being able to go in a direction. And then what happens is in the model is that you come across a gravity field which brings you into an orbit, right?
Yeah, gravity is a field. I don't know. We were talking about leaving a gravity field, so going against it. All you'd
Well,
have
if
to
you're
do
talking
is
about leaving this, you're talking about leaving the surface of the Earth. That means you have to leave gravity behind, right? To travel into space, you have to go. You have to
well,
become weightless,
as long
right?
as I
So if
overcome
you're
the
weight,
acceleration,
if you're weightless and there's
it's like
nothing to push off of, you can't move anywhere.
if I'm weightless and there's nothing to push off of, right? But don't they in space? Don't they use the second law? Right? They're not pushing off of anything. Technically, they didn't push off of anything.
And then they
They
wouldn't be able to change direction, right?
Well, no, because basically for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if I have a huge torch of flame pointing one way on my ship, shooting out that side, then my ship is going to have an equal and opposite reaction and go in the exact opposite direction. This is all hypothetically, like if we were in a
Dude, there's no
gravity-less
resistance. There's nothing.
vacuum.
Your rocket's pressure would be the inside and it would eject outside.
It's
You
like
wouldn't go anywhere.
it's like a
I'll
grenade.
give you an
It's like
example.
it's like a grenade, my guy.
No, buddy, I'll
Right?
give you an example here
It
terrestrially
expands.
to show
Yeah,
you you're wrong.
it is like a grenade
I'll give
because
you a
the grenade
terrestrial
expands.
experiment to show you that's wrong. It's done with a balloon. It's so simple. Put a balloon on a straw, take the end of the balloon, make an open area for the balloon to blow exhaust, but then have like a bridge put over top. So then when it blows through, it just blows on the back of the bridge and not actually outward. And when you do that, what do you think happens to the balloon? So the idea behind that observation
Your
is there's no
example went over my head.
listen. Okay. So there's no resistance in space. There's nothing to push off of.
Wait, I
Okay.
don't even understand the
And
balloon
matter
part.
has no inertia. There's nothing there. It's just weightless, right?
Okay,
So
weight
if you have
isn't
an
mass.
explosion if you have an explosion inside of it and it shoots out, it has to still have some sort of resistance to move anywhere. And here's an example you can do terrestrially to show my point. Take a balloon, put it on a straw, tape it on there, put a string across the room, and then blow up your balloon, let it go, it'll move across the room, right? But then all you do for this one is say, well, there's no resistance in space, okay? There's no inertia, there's nothing. It's weightless, and there's nothing to work off of. And what you do is you just put a bridge, so you still have a full open valve of the balloon when you let go of it, except for when it pushes, it's just going to push against
I
this
have a
little piece of
picture
paper
of
that you
this.
put over top, right? And when you do
Is
that, the balloon
anyone
doesn't
getting
move
this?
anywhere. So this is just
What?
an observation you can
Do you
do
have
at
a
home. Take
video?
it.
Do you have
Yeah,
a
there's
video
lots.
of
There's
this?
actually there's a video online. Sure,
Can you link
I'm
me
not the
this?
only one.
Because yes, can you link me this? Because I'm gonna be
Okay.
honest with you. All I
Yeah.
understand is that there's a balloon so far. Everything else went over my head.
So put a balloon on a straw with a straw and a string so you can move it across the rooms. In other words, when you blow up this balloon and it's taped to a straw and you let it go, it'll zip across the string across the room. You follow?
Do you have a link or a name for this type of test?
Can you follow this
You
or
want me to
what?
screen share and draw a picture?
Yeah, see, even Fundy doesn't understand it.
Get your fucking crayons out.
Take a balloon, tape a straw to it, put a string through the straw,
Okay, hold up.
blow
Here's
up
the
the
thing, dude.
balloon,
Here's the thing,
let it
dude.
go across the room. It'll
Let me
zip across the
okay.
string, right?
You're just repeating yourself. So instead
Well,
of
I don't
just
understand.
fucking
I don't
instead
understand
of
how complex it
well,
is. It's fucking
yeah,
crayon time, like you said.
Well, here's the thing, dude. If you would just let people fucking ask questions instead of just repeating yourself over and over again, maybe
It's crayon
we'll
time,
come
brother.
to a better fucking. So
Get your crayons out.
you can't articulate what you're saying to us, and instead of letting us ask
Put
questions,
a
instead of letting us
balloon.
ask
Hold on,
questions,
Data.
you're not gonna let us like fuck.
Put a straw in a
Hold on a
balloon,
second.
dude. Put a fucking
Where
string through the
is
straw.
the bro?
Data,
You need to
hold on.
slow the fuck down.
Fucking crayon
Slow the
time.
fuck down.
Hold
Alright,
on,
so you
Data.
don't want us. We don't know what you don't want us to know what you are saying.
Noah,
You don't
Noah,
want us to
listen.
understand. You don't
Noah,
want us to
listen.
understand, do you?
I'm gonna tell you right
You
now.
just want to
Relax,
repeat
bro.
yourself.
No, relax. You got a balloon. Okay, there's a balloon.
Yeah, got it.
You blow the balloon up.
Got
you
it.
tape you tape a fucking straw to the balloon.
Where?
And you put
No,
it.
that's the part. Wait, hold up. That's the part. Where is the straw being taped onto the balloon?
Anywhere.
And it's being taped like so that
So you
it's
want to make the exhaust parallel to the string, right? So when you tape
What?
the straw, when you tape the straw to the balloon, you want to make
we're
sure the
gonna need new
exhaust is
crayons for
parallel
this
to the
one.
string.
I see. So the string goes through the straw, and the
Correct.
straw is taped tangentially onto the balloon. That is okay. Now I understand what you're saying.
Awesome. And when you do this, the observation is the idea in space is that if these laws work, well then here's a observation that I made that it's not new. I didn't come up with it, but the idea is you can have the balloon have exhaust, have nothing actually blocking the outlet of the exhaust, but it's pushing against a piece of paper because you put a little bridge over the exhaust part of the balloon, meaning there's like an inch gap with this little piece of paper, and then when you let it go, do you think it moves across the string?
Well, it's all connected, so the thrust is pushing against, like, the bridge is connected to the balloon, so it's just pushing against itself, going nowhere.
So the idea
Yeah,
in space is
that demonstrates
there's no
is you can't
resistance
blow.
there's no resistance in space. That's what it's
Yeah, you
demonstrating.
can't. No, it
If there's no
demonstrates that
resistance,
you can't. Yeah, okay, let me finish that. It demonstrates that you can't blow wind into your own cell and go anywhere.
yeah, the idea behind it is that there's no resistance in outer space, right?
It ain't got
And
nothing
so
to do with outer space.
if you still have an exhaust that's being propelled, opposite and equal reaction, meaning the bridge doesn't care. The bridge over the exhaust doesn't care about the reaction of the balloon and the exhaust coming out. According to the what was said here terrestrially is that reaction that happens inside is what's causing the opposite reaction to make it move in the opposite direction of the release of the
Yeah.
nozzle. So
There's another
when you say
interaction
that,
where you're blowing against the
when you
bridge
say
part
that,
connected.
when you say that, again, you're saying that that's the cause, but it's happening terrestrially, which we know that it works off of the medium. Yeah, right? So when it's a hot gas and hitting the air for brief seconds, I think the air super cools and gets really dense and then heats up. And that's kind of how it pushes off the exchange, right? Because if it's a high velocity gas and a denser medium, because it's a high velocity gas, then it's gonna make a barrier and push against, right? So the idea is there's none of that in space. There's none of that reaction that you observe. So that's just
that's not connected though. I mean, I'd recommend you drop this, like abandon this example. I think it's a really bad one, actually.
I don't think at all it's bad. It proves my point.
I still don't understand the example. I understand that you have a balloon and you have a straw taped to it and you have a string through the straw, and that's all I understand so far.
So again, this is not my demonstration. This is like on YouTube. It's just
Still willing to draw a picture.
Crayon time thing. I'm just saying that the analogy behind the observation is to show you that you'd need resistance, because if there was just a principle that it would go in an opposite direction based on its release, then it wouldn't care about the air if it didn't push off of it. But in this case, it demonstrates that you need the air to push off to get the opposite direction.
So wait, like, is the example that they did this in the air and it went across the string, and then they did it in a vacuum and then it didn't go across the string, or what?
I'd love to see a balloon vacuum that size. That's 2
So,
points.
so do you think a rocket would work better in water than it would in air?
That has nothing to do with what I'm
That
talking about.
is
Oh wait, but it's still the atmosphere. It's still like its medium in which it's in. If it needs the
no.
So
atmosphere to push off
they
of,
have
then why
technology
wouldn't it
right
push
now.
off better if it was in water?
They have technology right now. It's where the matter actually repels water, and so that when these objects now move through water, they actually got a physical barrier that actually allows them. It's hydro. It's what's it called
Yeah, the
now?
supersonic torpedoes.
No. Well,
Yeah.
the idea behind it is that hydrophobic. Yeah. So the surface that they're made of is hydrophobic. So you want to talk about different different things. I'm just talking about
They do have a
the
supersonic
the
torpedo.
basic observation.
Hey,
Yeah,
left
they
lane.
do
It
have a
was left lane,
supersonic
right?
torpedo, right? But the supersonic torpedo, what it actually does is it heats up the water in front of it and turns it into a gas so that the torpedo isn't
Pretty
having to
amazing, yeah.
fucking go through water, right? Because if I had to
Makes
swim through
sense.
water, it'll resist me a lot more than if I have to pass through air. So, yeah.
That kind of technology blows me away, man, because it's just all based on terrestrial synthesization, right? Taking
I'm gonna help.
natural
Do you know what
substances
this
and
do you know what this balloon test is called? Because I'll actually look into it if you could tell me what it's called.
well, more importantly, it's the statement that it's trying to make. Is the idea is that if you have a opposite and equal reaction, in this
Like,
case, it doesn't work off of the air, then the balloon should just move in the direction based on the release of the gas, but it doesn't do that. It has to work on air. This is terrestrial anyway.
so data. If I say I want to take this statement seriously and look further into it on my own time, right? Where would I start at looking into this test and what the I
Why don't you
guess the
just do it
conclusions?
yourself? Why don't you smoke a bowl and go get a balloon and a straw and a string and let the
And what
exhaust of the balloon out. Just put a little 1 inch bridge over top, whatever, I don't know what you would call it, but
what's the bridge? You
goes
mean the
over the
string?
exhaust. No. It goes over the exhaust. So you tape like a piece, like a small parallel, small little line of paper, and you bend it over the exhaust to make a bridge over the exhaust. Well, it doesn't allow it to push off the air, but it still gives perfect gap size. That the idea is behind the principles that if it was expelling itself, and therefore that motion of the compression
the reason
inside, and hold on, the
the
compression
reason
inside and the release of that compression would be the only force needed. And the examples to show that's not the case, right?
Dude, the reason
Noah.
okay, hold up. The reason I'm gonna need a link or a name of this test is because you've explained it now like 7 times, and like each time you explain it, there's something new that didn't. So I'm gonna need you to like somehow get it so that I can understand and look into this on my own time. Because either I'm
Bro,
not
go to the
understanding it,
dollar store, get yourself a balloon and a straw, and have a party.
and then what?
Hey,
It's just not gonna go across the line. Is that what
Do a
you're saying?
video, post it up, and critique what I said.
No, this
what?
is a
What the
waste
fuck
of your
are you
time, man.
talking
It doesn't
about, bro?
it doesn't demonstrate what he's talking about. It's like a misinterpretation of it, in my opinion. I could draw a
Well,
picture
I don't
easily.
even know what he's fucking interpreting in the
Yeah,
first
I mean,
place.
I can explain.
If you had someone else who did it before, I could go home and
It's
replicate it. But he
Yeah, a lot of
refuses
us
to
have
give
seen
me a link or even the name
a,
of the test.
a lot of us have seen the video before. You could probably look up, and I'd be better equipped to do it than you, but you could probably look up like rockets don't work in space balloon experiment.
Thank you, Fundy. That's what I was asking for. And that was a very simple thing that you told me. Thank you. Rockets don't work in space balloon experiment. That's all I needed.
Left
That's all I needed.
left lane left lane
actually
explained
come
it
up?
concisely though. You can't get on a raft with a generator with a fan attached to your raft and use a fan on your own raft to blow wind at your sail because it's just gonna cancel each other out.
Right.
Yeah, see, my example is highlighting the compression of inside as a rocket would. In this case, I'm not a fan or propeller like you suggest.
We can replace the fan with
I'm
a
talking
balloon.
about Yeah, I understand. I'm talking about a compressed balloon that shows you two factors. One is that it needs the air to push off to move. That is one demonstrable fact. Why is that true? Is because if I put a gap allowing the air to come out, but it's still a 1-inch gap from the exhaust, it's not pushing off the air anymore. So if the action inside was due to the action or opposite reaction due to the compression and the release of that compression is all you needed to function in a linear motion, then that should be demonstrated regardless if I put a gap over or a bridge over it or not. That's the whole contention that I had.
The balloon exhausting is wanting to push the balloon one way. The exhaust hitting that piece of paper is wanting to push the balloon the other way, and they simply cancel each other out.
Because
Well,
the
the
bridge
idea
is
behind
attached to the balloon.
Yeah, the idea behind it is you have to have resistance to something to move because again, this keeps getting lost in translation, I think, is that if it's an equal and opposite reaction, then that's all that's needed to move, then it shouldn't be contingent on pushing off of air, as I'm stating.
But couldn't it be argued that since the little deflector splits the airstream into two jets flowing in exactly opposite directions, that it is creating thrust, but it's just creating it in two opposite directions, and so they cancel each other?
So again, I'm just saying that for the idea that you need resistance to have any kind of opposite direction. So to push off or to go any direction, you need resistance to do so. That is the hypothesis, if you will. And so the balloon is the controllable variable that I can control the exhaust. And the idea is that if that law is true, that every equal opposite reaction will cause whatever I keep forgetting the fucking first phrase, first law, second law, whatever. I understand that. Sorry. When you do this, when I have this hypothesis, when I do this observation, well, then it has to be either it works off of resistance or it doesn't work off of resistance.
What if instead of putting a deflector which split the airstream, it redirected it all to one side? Wouldn't it just create a side thrust?
Listen, dude, it's just a crayon time observation of. Let me just give me a second.
Yeah, I've seen the video, and I think you're misrepresenting what it means.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
split.
I'm not misrepresenting anything. I said I have a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is that if the law is true, that it wouldn't matter if I still allowed the gas to expel because it didn't move based on resistance to the atmosphere. That's the contention, right? So the balloon and objects don't need to move, like according to the law, they do not work. They don't need to work off of the air resistance, right? You follow me so far?
No. You're saying they would work just fine in a vacuum?
No, not at all.
You're saying they need air? You're saying they need air to push off of?
So according to the Newton's law, one of Newton's laws is that this opposite equal reaction and how it's applied in rocketry is that it's not contingent on the atmosphere that it's around. That's basically your argument, right?
Correct.
So I'm saying, okay, if I have a hypothesis and that is true, then I want to apply the first law, which is watch an opposite and equal reaction, or whatever the actual saying is. Then I could allow the exhaust to still move in that direction, but have a bridge over top of it so that it's not pushing against the air for acceleration.
So
and
let's.
The observation shows that when I do that, I don't have any acceleration because it isn't working off of the air. It's still expelling in that direction, outward, creating an opposite force, but it has nothing. See, that's the one body. The second body would be the resistance. And without the second body, you can't have an interaction creating any kind of physical resistance or force.
So let's say the balloon is creating 1 gram of thrust by accelerating a certain amount of air to a certain velocity. Would not that be the exact amount of thrust that was then recovered by your exhaust cap?
So again,
when it
the idea
deaccelerated
behind the observation is that if the law is true, there's a reaction that is, and again, it's applied to your teaching of the rocket, which the rockets don't need anything to have resistance off of. So if I'm going to apply that into an experiment, then I have to say, well, if there's no resistance to it because the reaction is inside the rocket and it's pushing off inside the rocket, causing the rocket to move in a direction, well, then it doesn't have to work off of any medium around it, because that's the first law according to what you guys say, right? Or not the first law, but the is it the second law? The can't remember the order of them. You have to apply the idea that there is no resistance. There's still a reaction, but there's no resistance. You're taking out of the resistance, right? You're taking that out of the equation. It's not whether you have an amount of force coming out and you're preventing that force from coming out. You're not. That force is coming out. It just has nothing to push off of.
But wouldn't the force on your deflector be equal and opposite to the force being exerted on the balloon? And since they're tied together, they can't move apart?
Again, which you're not listening. I'm applying that for the idea that there's no resistance in space. You're saying that there will be a force created from that rocket, right? I'm not trying to cancel out the force. I'm just not allowing that force to interact with a second body. The first body is the compression made inside. The second body is when it's released and it's interacting with that medium. That's the second body.
But it's interacting with a third body, the deflector, which is attached to the first body. So the force of acceleration, which you exert upon the balloon, is exerted in opposite sign to the deflector, right?
No, the idea again, you're I don't know if this is getting lost in translation. Your claim says the rocket doesn't need anything to push off to work. Okay? I'm not preventing that exhaust from leaving. I'm actually letting it leave. I'm just not letting it push against the atmosphere around it by attaching a bridge to it. So you want to talk about force? You want to talk about forces equal to no? That's fine. I'm saying that I'm applying that demonstration with the ideas there's no resistance in space, and this is one of the common problems with outer space, is having to navigate with hardly any resistance. And gyroscopes are really important, so forth. So the point is, I'm talking about applying that reality to this scenario, and then taking a hypothesis on that scenario by applying what space would be like with no resistance. If you want to deflect and have a red herring towards well, isn't it canceling its force? No, it's still expelling. It's still going in the opposite direction that it's compressed in. According to you guys, according to the law, it doesn't need anything but that. That's the whole point. Not whether or not it's equalizing its force because it's pushing against a bridge. Again, the bridge is put there because there's no resistance in space.
So if you were on a fan boat and you crank up the fan, it makes you scoot across the lake, right?
If it has a second body to push against, yeah, that's independent of the first body.
So tell me this. Let's say you take your fan boat and you build a lightweight dome over the top of it, completely sealing in you, the fan, and everything. Now you can still run the fan, you can still create 100-mile-an-hour winds inside your capsule, but it doesn't get out. Is it still going to propel the boat?
If the exhaust from the boat is independent of the medium around it, it will propel itself.
There's no exhaust exiting. It's inside a capsule. The fan is inside a capsule, like a guy.
If the fan is interacting independently with another body, which in this case a boat, for example, who has a fan pushing out from the back, the fan and the boat are together as one body, right? The medium that it's pushing against is the second body. Do you follow me?
So the answer is no, the boat would not move forward?
So again, I don't know your scenario. You're talking about a capsule bullshit. I just gave you one. I'm saying that it will propel itself in all scenarios if it's a separate body from the second medium. It has to be two bodies' interaction to have any physical resistance or force.
Not that rockets work in space or anything, but the whole, standing on a skateboard with a bowling ball in your hand does work at least once, throwing the bowling ball backwards, propelling yourself forward on the skateboard. It runs into issues with like continuous acceleration and how much weight you
Okay,
need in
so
the
let's
first
let's
place.
let's
But
let's look at that. You have resistance. You have two bodies independent of each other, right?
not at first.
Of
Me
course
and
you
the
do.
bowling ball
You
are the
are.
same thing at
Yeah,
first.
that's one body, and then it separates from itself, right? So how you're doing that is you're
Right.
pushing away from that resistance. That resistance is going to be the force that you're pushing away from. Again, you need an interaction with two bodies.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Well,
or
you
one
you
body that
can't have
comes
that in
through.
space if there's no resistance. So your example is moot.
Well, what if instead of bowling ball,
Yeah.
you had 100
But
golf balls?
You tell me, brother. It's your little question.
Every time you throw one, it'll give a little more acceleration to you. And you throw another, you just keep throwing them till you're all out.
If there's no inertia to them because they're weightless, then there is no resistance to them, and that's the idea of being weightless. There's nothing to push off of. You have no
They
intrinsic
still have
inertia,
mass.
resistance to anything.
Wow.
You have
They
your
still have
shape.
mass.
You have your shape. You have your body for sure. Yeah, but there's no actual and density. You have all that. You have physicality, but if it's truly weightless, then there's no resistance to anything.
So if you throw a ping pong ball, I would think not much would happen. But if I threw a bowling ball, yeah, I think I
No,
would get a reaction.
nothing would happen. If you were in space and you had a bowling ball and you threw it away from you, nothing would happen because the bowling ball doesn't have any inertia. There's nothing in there. It's weightless.
It does have inertia.
who is the
It
guy with
keeps
the
its
golf balls?
mass.
You're
What's
telling
your
me you
name,
wouldn't
golf
get
ball?
pushed back if you threw a bowling ball?
In outer space, no. On Earth, yes.
What
Who's
about in
the
a
guy
falling
who's?
elevator?
What's
Jesse,
your name,
Yeah, what
man?
if you were just
Jesse.
falling?
Okay. Well, Jesse, I want to talk to you about the bag full of golf balls here. So, say you got like you know say you got a bag of 1,000 golf balls, right? You throw, and you're on, a friction, perfect ball bearing, greased up, frictionless surface, right? Or floating, I don't care, right? You throw the first one, and let's say you're only capable of throwing them at 100 miles per hour. Like that's your throw speed, your professional baseball pitcher. So the first time you throw one, uh, that baseball, it has to move you plus the 999 baseballs, right? So it's going to move you a lot less than if you weren't carrying all those extra golf balls. Yeah, right.
That's
The
true.
rocket, it's the tyranny of the rocket equation that Kosho's always on about. That's why they say we can't go straight up, because you would need so much fuel to go up that by the time you get all that fuel, you can only go so high up, straight up.
Well, I want to go through a few other basics of this. So throwing one golf ball at 100 miles per hour, on that, perfectly lubricated skateboard or frictionless ice or whatever, or floating. Throwing one is going to be able to move you a certain amount, but add 999 other golf balls and it's going to move you a lot less.
That's why they start out so slowly.
That's what are you saying?
That's why rockets start out so slowly. They can just barely lift themselves.
Okay,
You become increasingly efficient as you expend your fuel. The bag of golf balls is your fuel, and you're expending it, and you're becoming lighter with each toss. So you're becoming more and more efficient.
Sure. Okay. So you can only throw the golf balls at 100 miles per hour.
Relative to myself.
Yes, of course. So when you get to 100 miles per hour and you throw a golf ball at 100 miles per hour, that means you're no longer capable of reaching any higher speed, right?
Wrong.
Well, why is that?
I'm still creating a speed differential between it and me, and that still takes force and time, and it affects me just like it affects the golf ball, just not as much.
So look at this, Numpty, and that's a good point. That's a really good
I'm not.
point. But
I'm
think
not
about
numpty.
this.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
numpty.
I thought it was.
Fundy.
I'm sorry.
It's funny.
Fundy. I'm sorry,
But
Fundy.
are you gonna tell the guy how he's wrong? Because I'd like to
No,
do
but
that.
look.
Are you
If
gonna tell me how I
you
was
say
right?
you're going 50 miles an hour now, and you're throwing the ball 100 miles an hour back,
Yeah, you
relative
might
to
go to 51.
so relative to you're still accelerating, and your balls that you're throwing at 100 miles an hour relative to you are only moving at 50 miles an hour relative to the surface or whatever. But you're
Yeah,
still
we're taking a step
accelerating.
back here. Yeah, we're taking a step back here. I already said you throw the golf balls and say, you got this huge amount, but you eventually reach the speed of, you've thrown backwards 100-mile-per-hour golf balls enough that you've reached the speed of 100 miles per hour. So, like I say, you can't accelerate any, or you can't speed up to a speed any more than 100. Once you reach 100 miles per hour, you throwing 100-mile-per-hour golf ball backwards can only maintain your speed, but never increase it past that speed.
Do you have a friend with a pickup? Because all you got to do to disprove that is get in the back of a pickup in the redneck country with a sandbag and have them get the pickup going, 50 miles an hour, and then throw the sandbag back, and you're going to see that you will still push yourself faster than the 50 miles an hour as you accelerate that sandbag backwards. Because the sandbag has already picked up that 50 miles an hour. It's already traveling with you. You already worked to get it traveling with you, so you can push off of it.
That only
What
works
is this?
if
Newton's third law? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
that only works if you if the car is like constantly engaging the gas. If it's coasting, right? Because that's what we're talking about, just coasting. It would be up to you to maintain that speed. It's slowing down. You're not going to do anything but just maintain that speed.
No, I'm talking about get the car going just an even, straight, level 50 miles an hour, not accelerating, not deaccelerating, just like it was on frictionless roller skates, right? You're in the back and you're holding this 50-pound sandbag and you throw it back as hard as you can. It will push you forward momentarily, and for a brief moment, like if you were on a skateboard in the back of that truck, don't actually do that, but it would push you forward a little bit faster than the truck was already going.
That's because you have two bodies interacting, but you have actually three bodies not interacting with the two. But they're all going to be having resistance or their inertia to whatever position they're in. When you talk about outer space, there is no
Every change
inertia.
in momentum is a force. So
I
you
know,
apply
but
the
that's here on
force.
Earth. That's here on
No,
Earth. So celestially, there's no inertia. There's nothing. There's nothing to have
Of course there
resistance
is.
to.
All mass has inertia.
There's
We
no
already talked
resting
about that.
state. So each object that you described to this scenario have inertia, right? But
Yes,
when
it
you
has
are
inertia. Everything in
weightless,
space has inertia.
yeah.
Everything in space has
When you
inertia.
talk about weightless, though, there is no
You still have
resting
inertia.
energy. Or
Yes, there is still
let me finish,
inertia.
buddy. Let me finish, buddy. So here
No,
on
you're
Earth,
right.
there's
There.
a
Still have mass.
You know that, right?
okay.
You
So
know that
hold on.
all objects
When
in
you're
space
weightless,
have.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You guys want the timer?
no, man. I'm not gonna be around. I'm only a few more minutes kicking around here anyway. The point is that you can think whatever you want. All objects here, when you quantify the observation, have inertia. But how does something weightless have inertia?
Because it's not massless.
It's right. All mass has inertia, and even if it's floating in that box,
You
I
have
always use.
no
Hold on, my
resistance.
turn,
You're
my turn, my
weightless.
turn, my turn, my
Data,
turn.
let
Real
him
quick.
respond. We got you.
So
Go ahead.
you could be in the box. You could be in the box, and you could be falling completely weightless. If you push off something, you will have an equal and opposite reaction, the opposite direction. The object will move one way. You will move the other.
Does that object have inertia, or does it have?
Yes, of course it does.
Oh, it does.
It
Well, if
has
it has
mass and
inertia, then
inertia.
you can push off of it. I'm talking
Yes,
about
you do,
being
and you
in
do push.
space.
I just got done saying you do.
I'm
First
talking
off,
about being
even
in
in
outer
space.
space when you're
Yes.
weightless. You can say that you have
Yes.
density, matter, all that
There's
stuff,
no
but you're
difference between
weightless.
weightless in space as there is weightless in a box with
No,
an
because
object in
on
your hand.
Earth, you're not weightless. You have inertia here on Earth.
No, you'd be dropped off a building. You're weightless.
No, you're dropped off a building. That has
Yes.
nothing to do with weightless.
Yes, drop off a building, or I forcibly accelerate you downward, like the
Yeah.
vomit comet. We can
You're,
all
you're
be in the
not.
vomit.
You're not weightless.
Let me talk. Let me talk. You're not being fair. You were good before with you talking to what's his name. Now be that way with me. So we're in the vomit comet. We're making sure we have an acceleration to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. We guarantee that on the way up, the apex, and on the way down. And while we're doing that, we're all floating. We all have a big sandbag in front of us, and we all push the sandbag away from us. What happens? We all move in the opposite direction, and based on our mass and the object's mass and the force which we apply to it, determines the acceleration away from it. Right?
So
if we can
that
produce
observation that you're talking about, being in a plane. Now you're not in outer space. That plane still has inertia. Okay, it still has a stop. Number one, it has inertia because it's in a terrestrial environment. It's not weightless. Now the functionality between the plane dropping at a rate and acceleration and everything maintaining a certain balance within inside of it, that has to do with the actual plane interacting with the second body, giving the force to allow the interior body to appear to be weightless, but in fact you're not weightless. You still all have inertia because you're in a terrestrial environment. I'm talking about a celestial environment where there is no inertia. You're claiming that space has inertia. I'm saying it doesn't.
It's not space that has inertia. Objects have inertia. And
sorry, let me phrase that. Outer space. Outer space. I mean outer space.
Doesn't matter. Every
Because
object,
the reason why I say that,
I gave you space.
let me clarify.
You can't finish. Stop. My turn. When you're in space, all objects still have inertia. Doesn't matter whether you're in space or on the ground or in the box or in the vomit comet. It's not the space that's inertia. It's not the terrestrial environment that has inertia. These objects have inertia, and that inertia is the resistance to acceleration. And if we apply 100 newtons to a 10 newton or a 10 kilogram mass, we know the acceleration rate will be about 10 meters per second squared. We know for that same mass, right? We know that whether
So
it's
you
on Earth
cannot
or
be
in space.
weightless and have inertia. There's just
Yes,
no
you can.
way.
You're saying, how
you
can you be
can't.
so smart and so logical about a half hour ago, and now you're talking like an idiot? Seriously, why are you doing this?
Because you claim that the force of inertia is caused by gravity, right?
No,
So
it's not.
let me
No
finish.
one said that.
Let me finish.
No one said
well,
that.
that's so okay. So the idea that objects have weight and density and so forth, or weight in general, is due to the gravitational field that it's in, right? And as we move this object away from a gravitational field, the gravitational field gets weaker and weaker as we move out, right? I can't remember the equation, but it's like the inverse square law as far as that.
Square the distance.
Yeah. Yeah. So as an object moves, so that's the idea, is that the object becomes weightless, and the removal of inertia is what happens because there's let me finish. Let me finish. There is no resistance anymore. In other words, let's say hypothetically, I was attached to a one-bodied surface where I was stationary. And I had this extension all the way up into space, okay? And the object that was up in that area, if I interacted with it, it wouldn't matter the weight of it. It wouldn't matter the mass of it. There would be no resistance to it. So a person who would be, let's say, physically attached to something that would have force based on inertia, because you have to have a resting state and acted upon a force to give it energy and so forth, or pressure, or whatever you want to call it, you would interact with that object very easily. In other words, if, let's say, the spacewalk guys had more inertia because they had more gravity, they're in the gravitational field, and that spaceship that they work on, they'd be able to turn that spaceship really easy because there's no resistance. There's no inertia there. There's no resting state there.
You know, I don't understand. Are you the same guy that was talking about an hour ago? You were so articulate and you're so correct, and now you're so wrong. No, the gravitational field does not give you inertia.
Demonstrate celestially this way, and
I'm
you
talking.
still don't understand.
I let you talk. I let you talk. Let me talk. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Just because you add more words and throw more words at it doesn't make your case any stronger. It makes it weaker, actually, and takes us all wait for me to come back and correct you. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it really quick. Give me like 30 seconds, and I'll tell you where your problem is.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Fundy, you there? You want to drop into Livestream too, so we can finish our discussion?
Sure.
Okay, so all mass has inertia. Inertia is this resistance to accelerate. That is present whether there is gravity acting on it or not. In a gravitational field, objects have weight. And that weight is dependent
Then
upon that
how do you
field.
become weightless? How does it become weightless then?
You
How
match
does an
when you match
object?
when you become
It has.
inertial. When you be hold, let me. You asked me. I'm asking you. When you become inertial, you are weightless, and you have no forces acting on you. You can either be in a gravitational field falling and acceleration in a gravitational field. That's key. Remember that. Or
So
you're in space.
your
You're no.
resting state.
I'm still talking. I let you finish. You can't. If you listen, you'll learn something. Because right now it sounds like you're very confused, and it's not me being Mr. Know-it-all or of an instructor to you. This is common knowledge, and you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. It doesn't matter whether your gravitational field or not. Things having weight does not make them have inertia. Weight is the effect of gravity on an object when it's not moving against the surface. When it's in free fall, like the Vomit Comet, or you throw it off a building, or you're in space, it has no weight, but it will have inertia. So all you have to do is apply a force to this object that's floating next to you while you're in free fall or in space, and you will have an equal and opposite reaction based on your mass and the force you use and the mass of the other object. If you both are equal masses, let's say you're both 100 newtons, 100 kilos, and you put a 2,000 newtons of force, just do the math. That'll give the acceleration rate at 9.8 meters per second away from you. It's that simple. Don't make it more complicated. You were so right before talking about mass, and now you're off the freaking reservation with this confusion of what.
It's because weightless is the antithesis to gravity, and gravity is what gives matter weight.
Not
weight
necessarily.
gives
But
weight.
weight is not mass.
Let me finish. The weight is a pressure field. Okay, that pressure field can be described by the matter. That matter is then described by density or molecule,
wrong.
whatever you want to.
Wrong. Nope.
It's not wrong.
Not even close.
The point is that we describe it that way.
You're not right. You're wrong about everything.
We describe it that way so that the objects that you can say I'm wrong all you want.
Not right.
So when an object has no interacting force to it, has no resting state, it has no inertia, because inertia is a resting state of an object, and you have to put a force upon that object to move it, right?
No, it's not. That's wrong also. Everything you're saying is wrong. You haven't been right about anything yet, Data. Seriously. I mean, I hate to humble you, but you're going to have to be humbled here. You are not right about anything you're saying. Mass is not weight. Inertia is not resting state. All these things are all wrong. It's just patently wrong. I mean, there's no question in anybody's mind that has any bit of an education on anything in the field of physics would agree with you. No one would agree with you at all. It's wrong.
So look, the way I understand it is that it's either in uniform motion or it's in a resting state. These are properties of inertia, right? So if an object terrestrially is...
No, that's not a property of inertia. Inertia is
literally the definition.
Change. No,
yeah.
Inertia is a resistance to change its velocity.
Yeah, so if you have a force that's causing an object to move, it has to interact. There has to be body one and body two, right?
Sure.
And then what gives this pressure field is based on what we describe as mass, which is matter and so forth.
No, the pressure field. I don't know what you mean by that, but that's caused by what's making the action. You pushing on this object is the force
you need
acting on the
physical
object.
interaction, correct?
Right.
And the only reason why that you can move forces is because one has to be greater than the other. There has to be a differential.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask Dad a question. So, Dada, you're weightless. You're in space. You've got a tennis ball and a bowling ball next to you. You can rear back and punch that tennis ball, and of course, it's you're going to punch it and it's going to go bang. Reach back and punch that bowling ball, and you'll break your fist.
Yeah,
it still has its mass. It still has inertia.
I'm not going to say that it doesn't have its properties as a physical object. I'm saying when you do punch that thing, you'll make that bowling ball fly across the room way faster here and terrestrially on the Earth. You may hurt your hand.
No, you'll break
you claim you break your hand, but at the end of the day, I don't think so. And here's the thing: that would be a great experiment.
You're wrong.
Nope,
you're wrong.
Because it would have no resistance to it. It'd have no resting state. It would have no inertia. There'd be nothing. There'd be nothing going on. It's weightless.
Okay, stop. So maybe you should put it in simpler terms rather than a tennis ball bang and you break your hand. Let's talk about what happens, the motion involved. If I throw the tennis ball and I apply the, let's say I push it away from me and I can apply 100 newtons of force. Let's make it simple. Let's keep it 1 Newton, 1 kilogram, 1 meter per second squared. So I apply 1 Newton on this ball, this 1 kilogram ball. I apply 1 Newton of force. It would move away at 1 meter per second squared. Now, what would we move away? Now, we applied the same Newton to us, because remember, these forces are in pairs. So our acceleration is going to be, if we're 100 newtons, we're going to be 1/100th of a meter per second squared. You see how that worked? So I had the same force acting on that 1 kilogram weight, same 1 Newton of force, but now I am moving 1/100th the acceleration the other direction, because I am 100 times the mass of the object I'm pushing away. Both will move apart from each other, and that's how rockets work. We have a
So I'm going
lot
to
of
give you an example. I'm going to give
Hold
you an
on,
example where I'm
I
coming
hope,
from.
I hope you listen, because I think that was the best explanation I could think of to give it to you so you understand. Now, going to a rocket, we have even smaller particles than the tennis ball with tremendous amounts of force on it. The rocket goes up at 5 or 6 Gs, but what's being expelled is very light, just almost molecule-sized items, and they're being accelerated near light speed, just to be dramatic. Incredibly fast. Same force acting on the rocket, acting on these particles, and that's why they come out at such a high velocity, because they're being accelerated to a very high velocity, where the rocket is accelerated much less, but still significant, where it can actually fly upward and go into orbit. That's
Do you
if you
think?
can't understand an analogy, then I can't help you. But in space, the same thing happens. In fact, it's easier because they're not working against air resistance. Whatever's ejected out the back, the same exact force is acting on the spacecraft. You don't need anything to push off of. Both have inertia. The fuel, whatever's ignited and being expelled out the back, and the rocket itself has mass. They both have inertia. They both have resistance to acceleration, and they both are accelerated by the proportional amount of force to the proportions of the force applied. Now, if you understood what I said there, this all should make sense. Any retort that is not in line means you're not getting it.
So inertia is a passive property in an object, right? It doesn't do anything except for oppose active forces, right?
Correct.
Right. So if it has to oppose active forces, well, let's look at the object. The object that we're talking about it's a rock. That rock sitting there, it has matter and it has density, right?
1 kilogram rock sitting there.
Okay. The point is that particular inertia is resistance to acting forces, and that acting force is what? Is the matter density of the object and the gravity field, right?
No, the force is be pushing on it with 1 Newton
Yeah,
of
which
force.
is in this case, which this is gravity is the cause of weight, right? This is the idea.
No. Don't go to gravity. We're in space. Keep it in space.
No. We're talking about the language described a phenomenon, and where they're trying to relate that phenomenon to a celestial scenario and a terrestrial one. And the idea behind inertia is that it's opposing any acting force. So if an object is stationary, it's at a resting state, which is another interpretation of inertia. An object at a resting state, or otherwise in a straight line motion, whatever. You can't change that unless you have an acting force upon it, right? So they're claiming that there's two bodies of information, two bodies of interaction, two quantities that you have to equate. And just like your rocket, which your rocket is, you only have one body of in your the law that we're talking about. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. You're talking about that law. Well, we can falsify that law by showing you that you do need you can't have one quantity. You need two to have any forces.
There is two quantities: the fuel, and the rocket. Two.
Yeah,
always
that's
two.
not that's one body. Okay,
No, that's
you need
two
a
bodies.
That's
Two
one
bodies.
body.
Two
It's all
bodies.
attached to each other. Okay, so I'll give
Not
an
attached,
example.
floating around
So
inside.
just listen. So just listen. So just like a ship and a fan on it. Just like a ship and a fan on it, right? A ship and a fan,
what?
right? That's it. A fan.
A fan on a ship.
Yeah. So if you have a fan blowing at the back of the ship, it will push against the air and make it move, right? The one body, like you're claiming, the rocket is the two bodies, which is the fuel in the rocket. That's actually one body, just like the ship and the fan. The ship
Not
and the
like
fan
this
is one.
at all.
Let me finish. The ship and the fan is one body. The rocket and the fuel is one body. The other quantity that we need to add is the force that is applied to the medium. In this case, if we have a small fan or a large fan, we can determine the velocity of the ship. So if we have a small rocket and small amount of fuel, or a large rocket and large amount of fuel, we can determine the thrust involved in
Can we
doing that.
stop? Can we stop there for a
But
second?
we need a second quantity. Your one
Well, I can
quantity is
explain.
your one quantity or one body is the rocket and the fuel. The second quantity is the medium that it interacts with.
Okay, stop. Two related but very dissimilar comparisons. The fuel on the plane, on the rocket, is what's going to be ejected out the back. The change in momentum is in that fuel. With the propeller or the fan, we don't have the fuel or the mass that we're accelerating on board at all. We're using external medium, and we're imparting a negative or positive momentum to that mass, the air. And that force, every force has an equal and opposite reaction, and that propels us. This change in momentum is a force by definition. In the rocket, we're not using the medium to do a change in momentum. We're doing the change in momentum inside the rocket because the fuel and the explosion is inside the rocket. Same principle, completely different methodologies. If you can't see that, it's very little help for you.
Do they both work off of propulsion?
They both work off propulsion, yes.
Right. There you go. Thank you.
No, you're just showing how silly you're being.
That's not an argument.
Try to be the data that was here an hour ago when you actually were talking sense.
No,
now you're
I just don't
talking
like the idea of
nonsense.
removing. Listen, you got to take the good with the bad, right? It's not all bad. There's nothing all bad with the globe.
No.
When you're reading
All bad with your logic
Ptolemy,
here.
check it out. When you're reading Ptolemy, I don't know if you've done it, but I got this great book. I picked it up, and I've been reading a lot about how, what his philosophy was. Did you know that Ptolemy, he has an argument that where he does not agree that the Earth is spinning? He says there's no way to calculate these rotation of these planets with an Earth spinning. There's no way, because there's different motions. There's two different motions that you can't describe mathematically. So it's quite interesting that even Ptolemy wants the Earth to be stationary, right?
And what did Copernicus come up with?
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet. I'm still it's just the going through the algorithms and looking for, there's a lot of errors they admit, right? Obviously back in the day. What's really fascinating, bro, is that in the first couple of paragraphs, what's really fascinating is that he admits that all the observations are taken off the horizon, which for a local observer is only 3 miles away, right? And then he also admits that he has to put him at the center, because without the Earth being at the center and stationary, he couldn't devise the model, right?
Right. Yeah, it's funny that you can also use a vertical to get these same measurements if you want to use it to stars. And that's how sextants can be used. Aviation
I was thinking today, check this out. I was thinking this today. The Orion's belt, right? And you know how if you go into the south, it's upside down. You go to the north, it's upside down, right?
Right side up and upside down. Yeah, opposite sides.
Yeah. So what if it was because the equator is basically the sun, right? I mean, that's what the equator. They came up with the circumference of that, right? And then
how is it basically the sun?
Well, I'm talking about the circumference, right? The 24,901. Looking at the mathematical side of it, I'm saying that looking at those two observations, I was wondering if it's attached to the equator, the Orion's belt, because that's the idea of the belt, is it is attached to the equator. Well, if you were on the north side of the equator, it wouldn't matter if I'm trying to analyze it celestially, right? Because you have to think how they measured it. Because if you were at just north of the equator and you measure it, and then you're just south of the equator and you measure it, it's not flipping because you're upside down. It's because the belt is over that equator line and you're going on opposite sides of that equator line. And when you look at the math and they measure that, that's how it is. But then when they look at it as a whole, well, it makes sense to have it, coordinate wise, it's easier to translate spherically, which then is, or circle, and then which is then spherical, right? But it's interesting because when you look at the measurements, they're measuring it, or back in the day, they're measuring it on a plane surface based on the horizon. And Ptolemy only was in 3 cities, dude. He made his whole model off of 3 cities.
Getting back to our topic, you understand now how rockets work in space? You know,
Yeah, so
you're
I'll
in
give you
space.
a hypothesis. Okay, you want to hear my hypothesis? Test that claim. You're claiming that every action has an opposite and equal reaction, right? In your case, you have an argument that you're claiming that the two bodies of a rocket are its fuel and the body of the rocket, and therefore that's the only reaction I need to create a force that propels me. That's what you're saying, correct?
Well, you have to throw the fuel out the back somehow. How you do that is by you create an explosion or burning, where
Compression, yeah. You just compress the gas.
But when when the gases get very, very hot and they're moving very, very quickly, they're bouncing off all the walls equally. And if you're suddenly to open a nozzle, where now that's one surface that it's not bouncing on, the net forces on all those collisions, whether the Gaussian collisions internal or Gaussian collisions on the surfaces of the internal containment, all those forces transfer and have a vector. And if the only vector that's missing from the collisions is out the back, is meeting with nothing, there is now a net force for the rocket to go one way, and obviously the same number of the net force outward with the mass times the mass going out, giving acceleration out the back. So that's how the rockets move. You have the mass times the force outward, and the mass of the rocket times the force in the other direction. Parity,
Yeah, sure.
same force. Lots of little items that add up to whatever mass it is to create
You're
that
reading
force.
off a page there, Zanuck, again.
I'm not reading off any page. I'm just
Oh,
wiggling my
you
fingers
totally
at the
did,
screen,
dude.
pretending I'm
Totally
talking
did.
to you, and you're just not
Yeah.
listening. You're just
Yeah,
not
you
listening.
just read off a page, bro. So again,
I
you're
read
claiming
no
that
page.
you're claiming that every action has an opposite equal reaction. You're claiming that the rocket has one body in total of being the two bodies, pardon me, being the fuel in the rocket. That's what you claim is the interaction causing the force, right? That's your statement, correct?
Correct. Yes, because every change
let
change
me
of momentum.
finish. Let me finish.
Change
Let me finish. I'm almost done.
Just remember, change of momentum. Just remember, change
Sure.
of momentum is a force.
Sure,
You
yeah,
agree,
sure,
right?
sure. We're talking about two bodies interacting, causing a force. That's what your claim is, right?
Yep.
Awesome. So you agree that it's a propulsion exchange, right? That's what's causing the force. It's a rocket expelling high velocity gas at the end of the nozzle is a propulsion system, right?
There was a change of momentum of that gas on one of the walls that was not
Very
the
simple
back
question,
of the
bro.
rocket, and that
Very-
that change of momentum is a force. The force acts on the rocket. The force acts on the fuel. Same force.
So we already established you claim that there's the two bodies, the fuel and the rocket interacting. That's the propulsion system. We
Correct.
agreed to that, right? Okay.
Yep.
So I'm saying that the one body is the fuel in the rocket. Okay. The second body is the actual medium that it has to interact to cause an exchange
That's for the
of
boat.
energy.
That's for the boat or the airplane.
So let me finish. Like the analogy of the one body pushing against the second body would be the boat with the fan on it. The boat is and the fan is the one body, just like the rocket and the fuel is one body, and the expulsion or the propulsion is interacting with the second body, and that's how you get the exchange of energy and the force.
Change of energy means change of momentum.
Well, it's exchanging energy, right? It has to push.
Well, that is the rate. That is the rate of the change of momentum. The power would be the rate. The power is the rate of kinetic energy.
So, an observation that you can do, which is a hypothesis, and it's crayon time. Like, take a balloon, put a straw, tape a straw to it, and make sure that the exhaust is parallel to the straw. Put a string through it, run it across your room, and you'll notice when you have the compression, like in your case, the balloon and the air inside is just like the rocket and the fuel. This is what you said. It's two-body system. When I let go of that air, but I don't let the exhaust point in the direction opposite to it, I put a bridge over top so that it pushes against this bridge, because the idea is it doesn't need propulsion in the way that you describe how rockets work. In the observation, I'm showing you that you need the propulsion for
It's
the
not
object
me.
to
It's
work.
every physicist in the entire planet. Millions of
No,
physicists besides
because
you
I seen an
understand this.
Elon Musk video, bro, and one of the biggest problems they have is propulsion in a thinner atmosphere as it goes up.
No, it's not a problem they have at all.
Yes, it is true, and here's why you
No.
know is because if you look at the nozzle, as the exhaust of the nozzle, the body of the rocket propels upward, the nozzle changes size. And so as it proceeds to go up
You know
higher,
why?
it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. High velocity gases
know
to
why?
compensate for higher velocity gases to
No.
compensate for the lack of medium.
That's not what it does that at all. So you don't know how rockets work. Go look at
Giggle,
this.
giggle,
This
giggle,
this
giggle.
convergent this convergent divergent nozzle has a specific use for why it is used for rockets, because there are, remember, in order to accelerate, the constant force just doesn't do it. You need almost infinite power to have a constant acceleration. You can't just have a constant thrust indefinitely. You're going to have to actually have more power to prevent that constant thrust as you go faster and faster. So the nozzle allows them to do this, almost like a gearing system for the gases that they're expending out of the nozzle system.
So does the air get thinner higher it goes? So it's just coincidental. The higher it goes, the nozzle gets tighter and tighter. It's just coincidental.
Because they're going faster and faster. They need to have a
Okay.
higher velocity.
So when Elon Musk said in an interview, one of the hardest troubles they have is creating this exchange of energy due to to the low atmosphere. He was just saying that for what reason?
No, because when the molecules come out of the rocket, if they're just out of a hole, they will go in directions that don't that actually create a not as much net force on the rocket as if they're guided out with the nozzle. The nozzle allows the vector of those molecules that are exiting using this nozzle, this bell-shaped nozzle, which has a venturi at the beginning and a bell at the end, and it makes most of the, as much as they can, the rocket fuel being ejected, or the thrust being ejected, to be in as straight a line as possible.
I wonder if you guys just wait for hackers or something.
Hold on. It still diverges. If the nozzle wasn't there when it got to a sort of high enough altitude, it would just go to the sides and it'd lose so much thrust. That's why they have these nozzles. There's a reason for it. You just don't understand, and you make up these harebrained ideas about why things are the way
check
they
it
are.
out.
You're wrong.
So if I
I've already
had
checked it out. I'm done with you. Somebody else can jump in. You're making it very
if I had an observation to do and I wanted to make a rocket myself, and I knew that I wanted to go higher, and I knew that if I increased its velocity, the higher it went, I would achieve more height rather than having one constant, because as that one constant would propel itself against the medium would be less and less, and there'd be less propulsion. So the idea is to compensate for that medium, so in exchange of so that's to compensate for less medium and higher velocity to get the exchange they need for the distance.
I already told you what the nozzle is used for. There's less air resistance, almost no air resistance. You want to make sure that that nozzle is shaped in such a way where they get the massive amount of thrust out of the expansion of the fuel in the rocket itself, and that's what the nozzle's for. That's how the rocket engines work. So go do some research on why the nozzles are the shape they are, and then you might understand it, because you're making things up now and you're wrong.
Which direction is it moving through space time? That's like the crux of it.
Through time, forward through space time, like we all go.
Right.
We all go forward through space time.
And what the heck happened in here? Everybody leave?
evening.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can't hear shit. Hello. Leave.